KILT AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning, and then we are jetting over to NRG Stadium or Reliance Stadium. Actually, the Methodist Training Center, if I'm being totally accurate, because joint practice day today.
Joint practice versus the Raiders. I might tempt fate and go like 33 down Buffalo Speedway.
Do it.
Through Westview.
Do it.
You know,
you can get away with it. You're no Tony Romo. You can sweet talk your way out of it.
It's
man.
more just I ain't worried about the fuzz. I'm more worried about the house. You know the disruption if they pull me over.
The fuzz. The fuzz is the police answer to me using the word dope for weed.
I don't smoke dope.
Those pigs. The fuzz.
Whoa.
Yeah,
pigs.
Yeah. No, sorry, I was using it ironically.
I feel like pig might still be in use.
Yeah. So joint practice today. Boy, you know what I've noticed since we moved over to FM?
What's up?
And shout out to everybody listening on the all-new 95.7 The Fan. Our music is zippier.
Yeah.
Coming into the show and coming back from breaks.
We've got some zippy music coming up at 7:20.
Do we really?
I've been looking for Marlon Klein theme music.
Okay.
So
German Marlon
Klein. Gotta be careful, I've learned. Some of it kind of problematic.
Oh, really?
There will be no Wagner.
Okay.
And but no, some good I always, you know what, I wish I'd had more of an ego when I was a player to suggest to somebody at the Texans, hey, maybe after Seth Payne makes a play, little House of Payne.
Yeah.
You know, just something to get the crowd going.
You're not you're not, this is what I've learned in 7 years of doing radio with you. You're not nearly narcissistic at all.
I know. It really holds me back. In life, that's a lesson, honestly, kids. I'm not even being sarcastic. Look, yes, narcissism is a big issue, but only from narcissists. Most people who aren't narcissists could probably deal with a little more narcissism in their life.
There's a healthy amount of narcissism, especially in this business. There's a healthy level of it.
The same way where people will say like, "Hey, everybody needs to be more empathetic." Like, no. There's a select few of bastards that need to be more empathetic.
Yeah.
A lot of people could actually do with a little less empathy in their life.
Right.
Those people that are always bending over backwards for everybody and just, like you guys could be a little bit more like a jerk about things.
Almost anything, too much of it is a bad thing.
Right.
They tell you like a glass or two of wine a night is good with the antioxidants. But if you drink the whole bottle every night.
Yeah. By the way, that experiment's over.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. No, I just wanted you to know, like, there was like 30 years of...
So I should stop doing those 3 glasses of wine a night.
Time magazine putting something on the cover saying, like, it turns out alcohol is good for you. And people are like, yeah. And then a year later, like, hey, by the way, that study, all right, it's kind of...
Well, what about...
They figured out that basically alcohol is, you got to be... extreme moderation, except that it's not. You can't really make a case that it's good for you.
Okay, good. So the kids are getting
fine.
Kids are getting a little lesson in culinary myths this morning.
It's good for you from a social lubrication standpoint.
Yeah. You know? It's the best
for your actual the mechanics of your body. It is hard to make a strong argument for it in any way, shape, or form.
And to bring it all back around, it might make you a little narcissistic. Just the right
enough.
amount.
Yes.
Just the right amount of narcissism.
Yes.
Just self-centered enough to get moving forward in life. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
Good. I'm excited about this combined practice with the Raiders. For one, payback.
Revenge for when they covered the spread against us last year.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That was a game that should have been easier than it was.
Right.
They made it really, really interesting.
No, we needed that Nico catch along the sideline at the end of the games to seal that deal.
You think Henry Toa feels great about that win?
Dude, it's so funny. I wrote down revenge practice for Toa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Toa talked about it at his press conference actually a day before they announced the big contract, but about how that was kind of a moment for him, a pivotal moment where he had to pick himself up after it, and I think became a better player because of it, because he had one of the worst games of his career. And the other thing about the defense in general is Ashton Genty, who I think, Ashton Genty, despite the numbers, I went back, when I was preparing for that game, I thought Ashton Genty had a really good year. Even though the
There's no
numbers,
help?
He had zero help.
Yeah.
There were so many games where I usually watch mostly the end zone copy because I'm watching the offensive and defensive line. The only problem with the end zone copies is sometimes it's hard to see how many yards somebody actually got. So I'd watch a game and I'd be like, oh my God, Ashton Genty was really impressive. And then you look at the box score and it was 60 yards on 18 carries. But it was him fighting.
Yeah.
He had to fight to get out of the backfield,
Yeah.
He was really I think there's a lot of potential for him.
That's what makes, to me, not to go too deep into the weeds on a draft topic or a roster construction topic, but when bad teams, and the Raiders were and have been for a while a bad football team, when they take running backs with top 5 picks, it just makes so little sense to me because there's so many other things. Of all the positions that's interdependent, even the best of running backs, that's my fear for even the best of running backs need a lot of help around them to thrive. And the problem is with a running back, not only if they don't get the help or they not productive, they're taking a pounding at a position that's got a very, historically at least, has a very fixed odometer attached to it. That's my fear for Jeremiah Love this year. He's already dealing with an ankle sprain. He might miss the rest of training camp. That's my fear for him. I'm a big Jeremiah Love fan. That's my fear for him. He's on a horrible Cardinals team.
You look at the Dolphins, and they gave Achane all that money, and they're talking about how they're going to use him, and you're like, for what?
At least
if
he
you're
got
a Dolphins
paid.
fan, you're kind of hoping that he. If I were a Dolphins fan, I'd be kind of hoping that look, this was just a down payment on a mortgage for a guy that you're going to put on IR in week 1 intentionally. Oh, you got a hangnail, do you?
Yeah.
IR. You can't operate that way.
No.
But that's where, of all the hard decisions the Dolphins had to make about letting go of some people, trading Devon Achane would have been the one that made the most sense because of the position.
Because of the position. And instead they paid him. He got a big contract from them.
So regardless, with Ashton Genty, in the combined practice, obviously, they don't tackle to the ground. And then who knows how much he actually plays in the preseason game. But that's a challenge, and that's something that is very, very real with the Raiders. I'm excited that we get to see Fernando Mendoza, who
I hope that Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. take that little nerd and put his face in the dirt. Him and his little TED Talk hand gestures that he does. His smiley, flowery existence that he lives.
You know what, though? He's going to be exactly like Andrew Luck, too. He's going to be the kind of guy that tells a guy nice job after he hits him real hard.
100%.
Yeah. Good job, fella. And not with any sarcasm attached to it.
His leg will be pointed the opposite direction and tapping Will Anderson on the helmet. Way to go.
Yeah.
Good job. He's chopping
he really
his
is.
hand.
There's a lot of Ned Flanders to Fernando Mendoza.
Yes.
Because remember, Ned Flanders takes his shirt off and he's yoked.
Yes.
And I think that, Fernando Mendoza is kind of that guy. Super polite, super nice, but.
Well, Fernando Mendoza right now is their number 2 quarterback. So I don't know if they're going to do the same thing in this practice with the Raiders that the Texans do within their own practices. Because the Texans, at least for the last 2 seasons, because we feel it acutely with the ones going against the ones all the time.
Yeah.
Because the defense has dominated the offense so much over the last couple of years. The Texans go strictly ones versus ones, twos versus twos, threes versus threes, with a little bit of mixing in here and there. But generally speaking, the quarterback is the sort of the bellwether for it. Like if C.J. Stroud's out there, then Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and Derek Stingley and so on and so forth are on the other side. I do wonder if they do that. And if they do, I was looking at the Raiders roster yesterday, Seth, just to find some reasons to, A, watch these practices intently on that side. Like, which Raiders am I most looking forward to watching? And B, just conjure up some hate, for the preseason game on Thursday for little 5 reasons I hate you. This might be the worst wide receiving core that I've ever seen.
Ever?
And the Texans have the Texans have never had a receiving core like this because they've always had at least one guy who's sort of a 1,000-yard guy. Even on the bad Texans team, even the really bad Texans teams of a couple of years ago had Brandon Cooks on the team at least. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And a young Nico Collins. The starting wide receivers for the Las Vegas Raiders on the depth chart are Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor, and Malik Benson.
Mm-hmm.
That's their first string. They just signed Noah Brown a couple of days ago. Texans legend Noah Brown. He's second string on their team right now.
As Noah Brown, I think every Texans fan can tell you, man, all right, he can do some good things, but he also tends to get injured every third game.
Yeah, 2023 Noah Brown might have been the best receiver on this team. This is a football team with a lot of holes right now.
Every single year since Noah Brown left, it's gone like this. Somewhere towards the middle or end of the season, somebody will say like, "Hey, where's Noah Brown? Kind of miss him now." And we get to very with a pompous tone, be like, "He's on the IR. That's where he is." Yeah.
Yeah. You get to put that person in their place.
Yeah. I think that the biggest thing about the first preseason game for the Texans was that D'Amico was pretty agitated about how they performed. You don't worry about the score or anything, but okay, how did you get to that score? And for D'Amico, I think he looks at a game in which he let all the starters on offense or defense sit, and he expected to go out and see a bunch of guys scrapping for playing time and a starting position or role on this team. And the second and third team defenses were by and large a huge disappointment. And if I'm D'Amico, I'm sitting there thinking, if we have 2 or 3 injuries, you guys are going to screw this entire season up.
Oh, wow.
If you go out and play that way, you guys are screwing this football team.
So you rewatched you were going to do this at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
You rewatched the defensive side of that Charger game. And so your 30,000-foot takeaway is, boy, they better stay healthy this year.
You got guys competing.
If this is who these guys are.
You got linebackers competing for that third spot, a position that gets a lot of playing
You're
time.
basically a starter.
That third linebacker spot, right? You play
starter.
half the reps in the season, and those guys are just passively sitting back, waiting for. Is it a run? Oh, I think it's a run.
All of them?
All right, here I go. No, I'd like. Hummel had some good moments, but like by and large as a unit, they were just way too passive. And I think what you see there sometimes in the first preseason game is, especially when you're going against an offense that you haven't usually game planned for all that much, linebackers especially aren't going to be necessarily dialed in on their keys. And this is what you got to realize, especially for like Wade Woodaz as a rookie, bro, you're going to make some mistakes. Like this is the rule for how you handle the mental side of things as a rookie. Before the snap, you better know your playbook. You better show that you understand where you are in the defense. All of that right up until the snap. Once the snap comes, you just go. And you're going to make a mistake on a few reads here or there, but coaches are very forgiving of aggressive mistakes because every single coach thinks that he can be the one to coach you into the right thing.
Right.
What they don't think they can coach always is playmaking ability, aggressiveness,
intensity,
passion for the game, intensity, all of that. That's where they start to question your DNA. And you can't, there's no room for that. You got to go up and blast somebody.
And those are the things you control.
Right.
Like the guys that are out, I said this on the postgame show last week, like the guys that were out there on Thursday night, by and large, they can't make the same physical plays that Derek Stingley Jr. can make, or Kamari Lassiter, or Danielle Hunter, and go on and on and on. The Texans have a bunch of those guys on their first-string defense. What they can control are all the things that D'Amico Ryans was pissed off about after the game.
Right.
The physicality, the effort, the swarminess, if you will.
Yeah. And they didn't look like some guys did. Like Solomon Byrd came out and made a couple of big, like super aggressive plays early on. But then even some of it, there were just too many times where those defensive ends looked completely lost and unaware when they got crack blocked. Whenever you see a wide receiver blocking a 270-pound defensive end, it's because that dude was so unaware that he didn't realize the receiver was in a position to do it. Yep. And you get a 190-pound guy blocking a 270-pound guy. That's partly on the defensive ends, and then sometimes that's partly on the cornerback. Or the defensive backs are supposed to be yelling, alert, crack, crack, crack. So like that unawareness, that's the kind of stuff before the snap that freaks you out a bit when you're a coach, because I can't trust this guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in a game and we're going to get destroyed because you're letting wide receivers block you.
Yeah.
Defensive tackles getting just knocked around, blocked by a single. This is your role as a defensive tackle, young rookie defensive tackles. My God. If you're a 325-pound man, don't you ever let one man block you in a run play.
Yep.
The whole specific reason you're out there is that you command two bodies to block you. And if they don't, it's trouble. And nope, guys getting sealed off and washed down. It was bad. It was a really bad performance. I was very disappointed in them.
Seth knows this because he was once a 320-pound man soaking up double teams.
Yeah.
You know this. All right, so 7 o'clock, Seth will do a deep dive. I think you know what the mood of it is going to be. already. This was D'Amico.
7:20 we were doing the...
It's 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
Okay.
7 o'clock.
Okay, you just said 7:20, I thought. Okay.
Did I say? No, I thought I said 7. Anyways, 7 o'clock, Seth will do his deep dive on the defensive side. 7:20, we get theme music for Marlon Klein. Here was D'Amico Ryans. 9 o'clock today, the Texans practice with the Raiders. Here is D'Amico Ryans talking about what they're trying to accomplish.
With the joint practice tomorrow, we're trying to accomplish two good teams going out competing against each other and going against some different schemes. That's the biggest emphasis, like being able to see some different things, tendency-wise, play-wise, going against different players. They have a lot of good players there, starting with the defensive end. Max Crosby is going to be great for our guys to go against him at the quarterback position. Having Kirk Cousins and Mendoza, two really good quarterbacks. So we're excited to see our group going up against those guys. Can't forget Brock Bowers as well, one of the best tight ends in the league. So personnel different, right? Scheme different. It helps us to continue to develop and grow our team throughout training camp.
Yeah, so the difference between a 3-4 defense and a 4-3 defense, it's not as big of a difference as it used to be, but you see a lot of different fronts. So for offensive linemen, the math is different, and how you sort things out, how you run block on zone runs, how you pass protect, all of those things are a little bit different. And, that was one of my big concerns with Keelan Rutledge going against the Texans defense every day, is that he hardly ever has a nose tackle right up in his face. He'll get that in every one of these games in the preseason because they all run 3-4s. So the other part of it too is for CJ Stroud's, from his perspective, when he's calling out the mic, and which sets up everything on the way you run block and pass protect, that's different too. So it's a really good challenge for all of those guys in the core of the offense on operating really the way they're going to have to operate versus the Bills, because the Bills are moving to a 3-4 this year.
Yep.
And the Bengals right off the bat.
Yeah, D'Amico talked a little bit more about that. He was asked about how do you go about picking a team to joint practice with?
Ideally, when I'm going through and picking a joint practice, it first starts with our scheduling, and we don't get to pick our schedule, but it works out a lot of times in our favor, where offensively we're consistently going against a 4-man down front, which we run defensively. So if I could get the opportunity to go against teams that present 5 down fronts and different structures, different coverages, that works out great for us, because again, it's developing our offense to make some different calls, different communication checks up front, making sure they're on it, because we know we're going to see a ton of 5-down teams throughout the season. So if we are able to get that work early on, right, in August, that definitely prepares us for the season.
That's exactly what we were just talking about.
Yeah, I was really excited. I actually texted with DJ Bijani yesterday because he asked that question. There's a question I was going to ask D'Amico if I had been at the press conference, was specifically that, because we've talked about this all offseason. Was I was nervous about a rookie center, not getting enough work, and then I looked at the 3 preseason opponents, and I thought, oh, this is perfect. This worked out perfectly. And I'm glad D'Amico said that about how we don't get to choose our opponents, because some people might not realize back in the day you did choose who your preseason opponents were going to be. 2021, I believe, that's when the NFL changed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought it, but I didn't know it.
Yeah.
Now I know it.
Now you know it.
Yeah, but so when it comes to choosing which teams you want to get extra work against, D'Amico could have done it with any of these teams this year.
Well, that's very serendipitous that they got all these 3-4 fronts in the preseason.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, NFL. You just made us stronger. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on 95.7 The Fan on a joint practice Tuesday morning. All right, coming up next, we'll talk some Astros, but there is one other Texans thing that I want to hit. Tank Dell, not at the walkthrough yesterday. Tank Dell, not at practice on Sunday. What's the deal with Tank Dell? Can we tell from the very brief answer that we got from D'Amico Ryans on this story? We will get to that coming up next. But first, I got to tell you about Blue.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. Tank Dell was not in attendance at the walkthrough. The team had a walkthrough, a very light walkthrough inside the stadium yesterday. That was the extent of practice because today is going to be pretty physical, I would guess. And then the day off Wednesday, an actual game on Thursday. Tank Dell wasn't in practice on Sunday. He wasn't even out there. He wasn't out there yesterday. He was in the building because when they were walking us, or they were walking me, I got there a little late. They were walking me to go out to the field to watch practice. Tank was in kind of the bowels of the stadium there, but he wasn't out on the sideline with his teammates during the walkthrough. So D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday, what's going on with Tank Dell?
With Tank, he's on his own plan. So however that looks, whatever it entails, it'll be all geared toward what's best for Tank Dell.
Okay. My thing with that, and I believe that answer wholeheartedly, the difference is that that's a very different tone and length of answer than we've been getting about Tank Dell and his recovery throughout training camp.
Well, I guess, but inherent in that, like what you just said, is also, okay, these guys get asked a lot of Tank Dell questions, and there's only so many times you can say that he's on his own plan and he's going to be doing anything. Because, like, if it were a typical guy, let's say it was like somebody that wasn't even coming back from injury, there are guys that, because the trainers, the athletic trainers' resources and time are scarce. So guys that aren't going to play tend to be on a different schedule. They might be doing rehab while everybody else is doing something else. And for a walkthrough for a game in which you're not going to play, that might just be when Tank is getting some rehab.
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
They didn't put him on the PUP list so that he could do things like walkthroughs.
Right.
So it's weird that he wasn't out there yesterday.
Yeah, but it's not like he hasn't done any of the. There's days that he's missed practice. I honestly was a little bit surprised that people were making a big deal out of this.
Well, the reason the reason I'm making a big deal out of it is because he's not even out there.
Right.
Like when we were talking about Mixon last year, and we're trying to kind of figure out what's going on with Joe Mixon. I think you and I both said, and a lot of people did, like the weirdest thing about Mixon is he's not even present.
Yeah.
And I know Tank's in the building. Like the Tank is not even on the practice, like he's like Tank's at everything. Mm-hmm. Tank was at games last year on injured reserve.
Yeah, but he has. There's plenty of times where he hasn't been out there for like all of practice or I
don't know. He's out there a lot.
No, there's times where he's out there and then he goes in to do rehab inside
in the bubble.
Yeah, he's been on a different plan.
Right, but but the last two he's been there zero, like zero.
Yeah,
it's like a walkthrough. It's a little. Mm-hmm. It's just a little weird. That's all. And the only reason I'm making a big deal out of it is because the clock was ticking already on Tank.
Yeah.
Like Tank's continuing, I say continuing at the trajectory he's on. Maybe he's continuing, and this is part of the plan for him to not go to things.
Yeah.
But he was already up against it as far as I think
we were thinking
being active.
He might end up playing in the second or third preseason game because
Nick almost alluded to it with us.
Right. Well, he said that there was he held it open that there was a chance he'd play in the preseason. That was right. He didn't.
Well, I think Nick even said on our show. We'll have to go back and listen. I think he said at some point he might need to play in a preseason game.
Yeah.
So it sounded like that was maybe part of the plans, or at least trending that way.
I don't know. I feel like I think the organization has been really careful to not make any promises or hard and fast declarations about what he's going to do. The problem is whenever you're ambiguous like that, people are going to read into it a million different ways. And I don't know if there's anything the team can do about it. I don't know if there's an answer until until you give a hard and fast answer with an actual timeline or something, which I don't think they should do. People are going to wonder what it all means. And they know this happens all the time. Caserio will be asked, what's the plan for this? And Caserio or any GM will really say, well, we don't really have a plan for it. We got to see what happens. And people get agitated. Like you go into training camp and people want to know, what's your plan for this rookie or that rookie? The actual genuine answer is, if you're having training camp at all, then there's things that you're having training camp to find things out about these guys. But people just don't like hearing it. They don't like hearing that the organization doesn't have a plan and they're just waiting to see what happens.
I just think it's a little strange that he wasn't in attendance at either of those things.
But is it strange? Because would it be strange if Tank Dell didn't play in the first game of the season?
No, not at all.
Right.
I'm just saying it's a little strange he wasn't at these two practice things, and he was moving a little gingerly at the end of Saturday too. Some people pointed that out. He was off by himself, walking around with a trainer.
So he may have had a setback of some sort.
That's what I'm saying.
I guess, and I'm not trying to be difficult here. I just don't have any expectations for what the actual timeline is.
Yeah.
And anytime you have a rehab like this, there are you have to pull back at times. You go a little too hard, then you have to pull back. And like, that's just the way it goes.
And I guess the message would be, I guess what I'm trying to convey is that whatever percentage chance you thought Tank might play in week 1, if you're holding out hope, just know that he hasn't been in either of these things the last 2 days.
This is a little bit of an indicator that, okay, the timeline might be a little further
down the
road.
timeline was aggressive to begin with for week 1, given what he was not doing at practice.
And the PUP rules are annoyingly complicated to try to explain on the radio, but just know that if you're not on the PUP at the beginning of training camp, the physically unable to perform list, they can't put you on the PUP at the beginning of the season. And that's where, if you're on the PUP at the beginning of the season, it doesn't take up a roster spot,
right.
so it's very valuable. So it was a little risky putting Tank Dell out there and not being on the PUP at the beginning of training camp. But so they'll have to make a tougher decision at the beginning of the season how they handle him.
You can put him here's the one rule people should know, and I'll try to simplify this. You can put him on injured reserve with the right to call him back, and there's actually almost 2 free rolls that you get as a team.
Yeah.
There are 2 players the day of cutdowns. It happens the day of cutdowns, which is August 30th. You're allowed 2 players that you put on injured reserve with the right to bring them back that don't count against the 53-man roster. Tank, well, I would bet my bottom dollar that Tank will be one of those 2.
This is where it gets tricky too, though, is that you get to that point, and one thing the team has done in the past is that, look, defense, D'Amico wants as many good defensive linemen as possible on the team. As I've said before, and I don't even think this is an exaggeration, D'Amico, if there was a way Nick could figure it out, would prefer to have 29 defensive linemen on the team somehow. And in the past, what they've done with their defensive tackles especially is, okay, if a guy has a little bit of an injury, they don't cut him, they put him on IR with the chance to return. Because look at what happened at the end of the year last year. You've got multiple defensive tackles on IR to the point where you're playing Foley Fatukasi and Naquan Jones, guys that you had just picked up off or for peanuts or off the street. And that's like, I think he would like, if one of these defensive tackles like Mario Edwards or anybody has any kind of an injury at all, he'd prefer to keep them so he can keep extra defensive tackles in total. Yeah. And then you got to make a decision about one other spot with Tank Dell or somebody else.
Yep.
Last year, Brevin Jordan gets injured right before. Well, no, Brevin Jordan wasn't coming back.
No, he tore his knee up.
But if, like, hypothetically one of these tight ends got injured, that's a guy, because they want to use multiple tight ends, that they would totally want to be able to return.
Brevin might be one of those guys this time around. Yeah. I mean, he's been banged up. So, yeah, it's so there's some juggling that's going to go on.
That's actually a really good point. Or one of the running backs, too.
Yeah, they've got some.
If Jawar Jordan were still banged up, they probably want to keep him around.
British Brooks. The flip side of that is, do they feel like if they cut him, could they get him back in the building?
Yeah.
Or would they get picked up? On practice squad. So it's going to be tricky. Still 2 preseason games and a handful of practices left to figure that out. Yeah. So Astros Angels, we got a couple minutes here before we get to headlines. We get Christian Javier tonight. We get a major league debut on Wednesday, Seth. Ethan Pecco.
Oh, yeah.
Is the cavalry that's on the way to rescue this starting rotation from Sugarland. One of their top pitching prospects. So this is where we are right now with this starting rotation. Christian Javier, who has been up and down between the rotation and the bullpen, is starting the first game of this series tonight. Ethan Pecco is getting called up from Sugarland because they can't find 5 guys that they trust right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then Peter Lambert, who essentially has been operating as their co-ace with Hunter Brown, starts on Thursday this week.
But if all you wanted to do was look at ERA, just know that you've got a guy who's 4.56 ERA in the minors.
But I hear the stuff is big. Well,
the stuff is good. That's what's important. Well,
that league is very.
What better place? I know. Yeah, I know.
That league is a little crazy. Right, yeah, that league's a little crazy.
I remember hearing that for years and years about various guys that had maybe a double-digit ERA in the
Pacific Coast League. Yeah. Those guys actually did suck. So that'll be that's what's going on. We'll talk more about the Astros in headlines, and that'll be coming up next. Hey, a reminder: we've got a ticket giveaway at 9:18 today. So the end of the 9 o'clock segment, the first segment in the 9 o'clock hour. Caller number 10 is going to win a pair of tickets. Lower bowl tickets to the Texans preseason game on Thursday against the Raiders. So be listening in the 9 o'clock hour if you want to head out there. This is the game where we're actually, it looks like going to see some of the frontline players playing in that game. Headlines coming up next. We will hit the Astros and the Angels. The first AP poll is out for college football, and we have a signing in the division for the Texans. The Texans not making the signing. An arch rival of theirs makes a signing that I think this is a guy I thought maybe the Texans should kick tires on. He will be on a different team in the division. We'll tell you who that is and all that coming up next. But I want to tell you about Houston Powder Coaters right now. My friend Flavio, the owner at Houston Powder Coaters, big sports fan. We text back and forth about our local teams. And when he's not texting with me, he is just solving all the powder coating problems of commercial businesses, residential folks here in Houston. And I'm talking to you folks right now that may have patio furniture that's metal and it looks horrible and it needs powder coating, it needs paint. They can do that at Houston Powder Coaters, the biggest powder coater in the southern U.S. right here in our backyard. If you run a municipality or an HOA and part of your edict is to make sure that your parks are looking great, your benches, your garbage can holders, but they look terrible right now, you don't want your neighborhood to have that image. Get with Houston Powder Coaters. They'll pick stuff up, bring it to their place, powder coat it.
estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Texans are back at practice today. They have the Las Vegas Raiders in town. One of two joint practices the Texans will have this preseason. One today with the Raiders. They've got another one next week in Carolina with the Carolina Panthers. As for today, here's what D'Amico Ryan says they're looking to accomplish.
With the joint practice tomorrow, we're trying to accomplish two good teams going out competing against each other and going against some different schemes. That's the biggest emphasis, like being able to see some different things, tendency-wise, play-wise, going against different players. They have a lot of good players there, starting with the defensive end. Max Crosby is going to be great for our guys to go against him at the quarterback position. Having Kirk Cousins and Mendoza, two really good quarterbacks. So we're excited to see our group going up against those guys. Can't forget Brock Bowers as well, one of the best tight ends in the league. So personnel different, right? Scheme different. It helps us to continue to develop and grow our team throughout training camp.
Yeah, Bowers is a good one. They've had trouble with tight ends in the past, and he's the best in the sport right now. So that'll be some fun matchups to watch.
Bowers had
safeties
the tight end versus touchdown versus the Texans. Then that was right in that stretch where then the Texans had a lot of trouble with Trey McBride the next week.
Yes.
The Cardinals was after the.
I can't remember if it was before or after.
It felt like 2 weeks in a row they were facing two of the best tight ends in the league.
They were back-to-back weeks. I remember that.
Trey McBride is a monster.
Yes.
No disrespect to Brock Bowers.
No. They're both.
But Trey McBride is the future.
They are both
Looks
way
like
out
he's
of
gonna age better.
Yeah, they're both way out. Yeah, Brock figured it out. He shaved it all off.
Yeah.
But those two are way out in front of at least in the world of fantasy football, way out in front of everybody else. So that'll be fun. Yeah, there'll be some good things to watch. Did you know Dare Ogunbowale was on the Las Vegas Raiders?
I vaguely recalled it. Yeah,
I didn't know until I looked at their roster yesterday.
Foley Fatukasi is on the Raiders.
I didn't know that either until yesterday.
Clint Kubiak, he's the coach of the Raiders. I know you knew that.
Thomas Booker, former Texan, and Philip Dorsett. And Noah Brown, obviously. We mentioned him earlier. Yeah, so a few little reunions. That'll happen in the NFL. You excited for the practice?
Yeah, I'm excited, and especially I'm excited to see. Look, I'm excited to see Fernando Mendoza, Sean. I'm sorry. I know you think I'm. I think I'm lame because I think this refreshing young dude who just seems to be brimming with positivity is taking a crack at the NFL.
I am excited to see him too. I'm excited to see him
because he represents purity and joy.
I am excited to see him.
You hate it.
I am excited to see him get his ass kicked.
In what? How is he going to get his ass kicked? In the game? Yeah.
Either one.
Not in the joint practices.
It could happen. I mean, it's not recommended. Ask Lonnie Johnson and Sternberger there a few years ago at that Green Bay practice.
That's right.
Wasn't supposed to happen, but it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could happen.
It'll be some really good work. I think, obviously, if you're out there watching at joint practices, you're going to be trying to see how the Texans offensive tackles do versus Max Crosby.
Yes.
Max Crosby was a little bit of a thorn in our backfield last year.
Yes.
The very underrated thing about Max Crosby, at least, by maybe the public at large, is how good he is versus the run. So, these guys have been going against two of the top 5 defensive ends in the league all training camp long.
Yeah.
And now they're going to go against one of the top 5 defensive ends in the league all training camp long.
But just one, not two.
But only one of them, right?
Yeah, just one. Yeah. So that is weird that going against Max Crosby collectively will feel like a break.
There's one thing where people are getting increasingly annoyed at me because I'm way too patient with the offensive line during training camp. It's that one thing that goes on during practice is, look, the offense is going to go out. The Texans' offense is to go out and practice their offense. And they can't every day show up to practice saying, well, we're going against the Texans' defense, so we better keep a tight end in to block Daniil and chip Will Anderson. Because they'd have to do that every single day.
Yeah.
So there is kind of an element of, look, if they were playing a game against the Texans defense, they're not going to be leaving their offensive tackles on islands against the defensive ends nearly as much. And that's where a little bit of it's annoying. I get it. but you got to try to account for that. And like some of these practice reports, when you see there were 5 sacks and 20 plays, look, they're not going to go into a game and allow 20 sacks in a game. It's just they're going to game plan differently.
Yep.
So going against the Raiders, I think, you do a little bit more game planning, and hopefully we see exactly how they'd handle Max Crosby.
Astros, Angels get started tonight. Astros off yesterday. Everybody was off yesterday that matters in the divisional race. So the Astros head into today up 2 on the Rangers, up 2 games. Up 4 games on the Mariners. Christian Javier on the mound tonight against the Angels over at Dyken Park. 3 against the Angels, 3 against the A's. I said 7-2 for this homestand. They need to sweep the Angels and the A's to accomplish that because they let the Mariners take 2 out of 3 over the weekend. First AP college poll is out. Your top 5 looks like this. Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, Notre Dame 4, Texas 5. The defending champs, Indiana, are 6th. Texas schools in the top 25. UT, I mentioned at 5. A&M is 8th. Texas Tech, 12th. SMU, 19th. And the University of Houston Cougars coming in at 23 in the first AP poll.
You know what that makes me believe, Sean? If they ever just blow up the NCAA completely, just the Texas conference. Enough of this SEC,
seceding.
Big Ten.
We're seceding from the college football
super
union.
conferences or whatever. Yeah. And then we will claim supremacy with whoever the Texas champion is. And if anybody else has the cojones to come take us on after they win their piddly little faux national championship, then come and take it.
You
That's
joke.
what I say.
You're joking, but that's kind of what the SEC is threatening to do, actually.
Yeah, and I say screw the SEC. No, we're going all Texas.
All Texas.
Come and take it.
Yeah. Keenan Allen is an Indianapolis Colt. 1 year, $8.3 million. I think that's a good signing by the Colts. Keenan Allen was solid for the Chargers last year.
Yeah.
He's a chain mover for them last year.
There was speculation in the offseason that Alec Pierce wasn't coming back from his surgery as well as they had hoped, and I think that's been thrown under the – I got to check in on the Colts
I haven't followed that close on that. Yeah,
I know Daniel Jones is looking Daniel Jones and Patrick Mahomes apparently are acting like they were never injured at all.
Yep.
That's annoying.
Yeah, it is. It's a little annoing. It is a little annoying.
I was listening to Dr. Chow. Pat Mahomes, the last quarterback that had a similar injury to Patrick Mahomes, the 2 ligaments that he tore, was dang it, the Eagles left-handed, the Eagles quarterback, not the left-handed one. I'm blank. Carson Wentz.
Wentz.
And he didn't. He tried to come back and play, and it didn't go all that well. But I don't.
I think Mahomes is going to be fine.
Yeah. Wentz couldn't do anything right.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's relevant.
Couple other news items in the NFL real quick. Speculation that Christian McCaffrey, what's that?
I said left-handed because I put together a compilation once of Carson Wentz attempting left-handed passes.
Oh,
he did it enough. That's how dumb he was.
He wanted to be left-handed.
He had like 7 of them.
He was
ridiculous.
Jealous of left-handeds. Christian McCaffrey might be holding in right now. It's funny, like 2 days after the top 2 running backs get paid, Christian McCaffrey's got an owie. So there's speculation.
It's tightness. He's out with tightness.
He might be holding in. This is probably his last bite at the apple. He's 30 years old, and he's been injury prone. He played
even
all
before
last
the
year.
electrical substation.
Yes. Well, he had like 400 touches last year. He stayed healthy all last year.
Mm-hmm.
One of the few. Jordan Tyson, the Saints rookie, wide receiver, 8th overall pick. He's going to be out for a couple months with a hamstring injury. And our good friend, James Palmer, hired by Amazon Prime to be their NFL insider for Thursday Night Football.
So he's the guy that comes on before the game and gives you a little nugget about something.
Used to be Ian Rappaport. Now it's James Palmer. Pressure's on, James. You got to go find some nuggets. You're a nugget hussy now, officially.
He's been a nugget. I don't call him a nugget hussy because I feel like he
kind of needs to be now. It's a big stage.
James, unlike a lot of those other nugget hussies, James is a genuinely likable individual.
That's true.
Those other guys are just like these little ferrets that are like, I shouldn't even say ferrets because they're cute. Little rats, just like scurrying about, and you find them in your pantry. Where James Palmer is more like, people like talking to him.
And he's handsome.
Yeah.
He's not a ferret.
I knew that when he was with CSN Houston, I could tell just the way he interacted with players in the locker room. He's got a youth. He's older now, but he's got a youthful vibe, and I think players just kind of feel comfortable talking to him.
Connects with people. Yeah, he connects. We'll have to get James on and talk about that. That's good though. Congrats to him. That's a nice spot, man. All right, you rewatched the Texans and Chargers on the defensive side, and you teased a little bit earlier what mood it put you in.
Yeah.
So we will have that, and also it's important that we find some theme music for one particular Texans rookie. Seth is on the case right now. We'll do that at 7:20. Stay there. But first, West Point Lincoln, the OG West Point Lincoln location. Chris Poulos, the owner, Ryan O'Kane, the GM. That's where my wife got her Lincoln Nautilus a few years ago. It's where she's going again soon because her lease is up.
Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. 7 o'clock hour. Payne and Pendergast. Good to be with you here on a Tuesday. Texans joint practice today. We'll have eyes on that for you.
I got to run into the other room and get my notebook.
Oh, you have a notebook?
Yeah.
Oh, because we're going to do the recap.
Yeah,
okay.
I just realized.
Well, I can dance. I'll dance for a little bit while you're gone. It's all good. It's all good. Seth's got to go get his notebook. So, Texans joint practice today. Raiders in town. We love the joint practices. There will be as much or more evaluation going on with the joint practice as there will be with the game on Thursday. Even though it looks like some of the starters, or looks like the starters, D'Amico said over the weekend, if you're healthy, you're playing in the preseason game, basically. So for how long, we don't know. But I think there's going to be probably more evaluation going on today, which is important that you keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610, because we will have eyes on that for you. All right. And the game is on Thursday night, 7 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah.
Here on 95.7 The Fan. And Seth and I have pregame starting at 4 o'clock. Don't look at the weather, Seth, for Thursday.
Thursday is at 100 degrees?
Yes.
I ain't scared.
100 degrees.
I ain't scared a bit.
100.
In centigrade, since I'm in German mode.
Yes.
That's only like 40 degrees or something, probably,
right?
Yeah.
Listen, 20 minutes from now or 15 minutes from now, Euro Seth has some potential theme music from Marlon Klein.
Yeah, this might turn into a multi-day thing. I've had so much fun listening to German music, and we're getting so many suggestions from the listeners. We'll start having a playoffs. So we got 3 contestants today. I don't have
be a bracket at the end of the year.
The notepad. It turns out the cleaning lady last night threw out the notes that I took on this because I put them in the garbage. So
the nerve of her to take out the garbage.
I just realized I'd had this system all devised, and I tore out my defensive notes so I could look at them alongside my offensive.
Oh my god!
But I remember I can use my I'm visualizing my notepad right now.
Okay.
And it helped because I had big circles. So we'll move from the defensive line backwards to the defensive backs. This is the biggest thing from the defensive line standpoint. That D'Amico had mentioned, man, against the run, we weren't getting knockback. They weren't swarming the way as a defense the way that they needed to. With the defensive tackles, like Caden McDonald needs to play better. Right now, he's not in the top 4 defensive tackles on this football team. So for anybody that's got dreams of him being all pro, maybe he can be,
including
but
himself.
He's not there yet. He's got some work to do.
He would be if they had to play Week 1 on Sunday, he'd be a healthy scratch, right?
I think likely, yeah. Like, there's nothing he did in that game that looks like, oh, wow, you got to have him out there. So, but he's like, it's his first preseason
Of course,
game.
Yeah.
Okay, so the defensive line, a lot of people noted, okay, they didn't get a very good pass rush, which that's going to happen. All right, maybe these guys just weren't winning physical battles. The thing that drove D'Amico insane, I'm guessing, is how many times you let Trey Lance out of the pocket.
Yes.
Like that, okay, if you're not going to get a rush, at the very least contain Trey Lance. Did you watch Trey Lance? He sucks. He sucks.
Yeah.
Do you think Trey Lance is going to carve you up from the pocket?
No, if you keep Trey Lance in the pocket, you will have success.
So the one thing they're doing is they're allowing Trey Lance to seep out and to try to make something happen. That would have driven him insane, I think.
Would have driven him insane. I don't think the starters would have done that, but you're right. These backups are
some of these guys are going to have a chance
They're
to
going to play. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's like some of the starters that, when the Texans sit all their defensive starters, that includes some of the second-string defensive linemen that play a lot during the game. You know, so like Mario Edwards and Logan Hall and those guys didn't play. Clowney, yeah. But that was unacceptable as a group. With the linebackers, we've talked about this a bunch. They were just way too passive, especially the 2 guys that I think that they hope one of these guys seizes that 3rd linebacker spot are Mate Mapu and Wade Woodaz. And I was really interested to see exactly how aggressive they were because those guys are longer, lankier guys. They're not built like other Texans linebackers. Azeez Elshire, Henry To'oTo'o, EJ Speed, those guys are all rocked up.
Both former safeties.
Yeah, both Wade Woodaz and Mapu.
Yeah.
And they were just way too passive in attacking the line of scrimmage. Jake Hummel did some good things, but Hummel's kind of like Jake Hansen, where you look at him and you can tell, okay, he's a special teamer.
Special teams, yeah.
And those guys usually, when they come on, they look impressive on the field because they're running around and they're doing some good things. But I don't think that they're not who you hope to have play all season long.
Yeah.
Woodaz and Mapu, I think, both need to pick it up. And I'm guessing that D'Amico's going to have them coached up and do really well.
How concerned are you about the depth at linebacker after that game?
I would put the concern level here on a scale of 1 to 10. I would say a 3 or a 4 because
Okay.
I think either of those guys. Well, Mapu would be adequate enough, but I know D'Amico thinks he's capable of more.
Yeah. There's probably something too.
Yeah.
About those guys that you're out there with other backups. If let's say Wade Woodaz, if he's in a huddle with the starters, like if he's next to Azeez Al-Shaair in a huddle, there's probably something about the vibe on that side of the defense that you're holding yourself more accountable. Like it's hard not to probably play with a higher level of intensity. Not that you should try to play with that level of intensity all the time.
No, here's the thing. Like none of those guys, like D'Amico doesn't have guys on the team who don't play hard.
Yeah.
Whenever you see that in linebackers, it's usually just because of uncertainty in their brains.
They're thinking too much.
Yeah, it's not like those guys have to be prodded to be tougher or anything. It's that they got to trust their keys. This is the same thing that happened with Christian Harris the first year that he was with D'Amico. Midway through the season, he kind of just flipped a switch. And I asked D'Amico about it after the season, and he said, yeah, he learned to really just start trusting his keys.
Yeah.
So you see a little bit of hesitance with those guys, and you don't usually game plan much for that first preseason opponent. This week, they've game planned and watched film of the Raiders, so I think those guys hopefully will be more dialed in, and we'll see better out of that.
That's a good point.
I thought Aiden Fisher did some good things, but man, he is not very fast at all. Like it looks like he's kind of running in sand at times. So he's a guy that's going to have to make up for it with elite anticipation, but I'm intrigued by him and we'll see. So I wouldn't necessarily criticize him for his play overall, except as a prospect, I'm still kind of wondering exactly what he's going to be.
What else you got?
Okay, the defensive backs in run support. This is where I think D'Amico is also probably really agitated.
Oh, what happened?
There's too many times you see some of the cornerbacks that have some tackles. It doesn't count when it's a tackle for a 6-yard gain.
Oh yeah,
like you gotta fly up and do something. And those guys were just kind of like the linebackers sitting back and waiting for guys to come to him.
I saw Jalen Smith make one play where he threw himself
really nice
in there.
one. He did what he was supposed to do. Yeah, I'm not saying every single guy on the defense played poorly or anything. Solomon Byrd really showed up immediately right at the beginning there. But nobody really impressed me with their pass rushes. Ali Gay had a couple of nice rushes. Could have had a sack, but let the quarterback go.
Yeah.
But like the pass rush ability overall was pretty lackluster by all the defensive linemen. So with Colin Wright had a couple plays where he was way too passive coming up and playing the run. As a whole, that was something that definitely agitated D'Amico.
So Solomon Byrd made some plays. Jalen Smith made some plays.
Kamari Ramsey
made some plays.
And I think Kamari Ramsey, it wasn't just the two big plays. He looked pretty clean overall.
He had the highest PFF grade of any rookie defensive player this week.
There you go.
In the league.
Yeah.
He was
in the league?
He was the top ranked. I'll have to go look at the tweet I bookmarked, but I'm pretty sure.
I know. I remember seeing Colin Wright had the lowest grade on the team.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Which, no, I think they still really like Colin Wright. It's just that first preseason game.
Highest graded rookie from preseason week 1. This is according to PFF. Kamari Ramsey, Houston, 94.6. 94.6 is like bright blue.
It seemed to say how many plays he played. It seemed like he had a substantial number of plays. I think he played about 30 snaps or so.
He was out there a lot,
and it looked like, okay, this is where you always worry.
Should have had a pick 6.
With guys that shine in the first couple weeks of camp, you know that there's a few guys who are actually having a good camp, but maybe they haven't made a bunch of big plays. Yeah. And then especially with defensive backs, when you don't notice them, sometimes for a good reason. Mm-hmm. It's because, all right, he's a safety. He's exactly where he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And the ball's not coming that way. And when he's been playing in the slot, perhaps, he's doing good things. So, I think really for those young defensive backs, I think Jalen Reed, when I was watching him specifically, I felt like he was doing a pretty good job. Mm-hmm. So I think those two guys, Kamari Ramsey and Jalen Reed, I was pleased with. Colin Wright, I'm still impressed by him. It's just that first preseason game, for the same reason some of the linebackers maybe play hesitantly. Yeah. Sometimes it's just getting into the flow of playing against another opponent. I remember my first preseason game ever, I sucked. Yeah. And it was really extra embarrassing because I was like Colin Wright. I was a 4th-round draft pick. I'd had a really impressive first couple weeks of camp. I was like beating a lot of the starters and stuff. But I got into the first preseason game and my head was spinning. They had me running down on kickoff, which was bogus.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Running down on kickoff,
that makes no sense.
Aside from the physical test, it's just stressful as hell. Well, I wasn't as big then. I was a 4'3" defense. I was like 290 pounds. Yeah.
290?
Yeah.
You see any 290-pound guys running down now on special teams?
This is right when this is what happened.
No, that's can I just say this? Tom Coughlin, that's stupid.
No.
Okay.
Let me explain.
Okay.
The year before, the Steelers had that defensive lineman that would run down on kickoffs and was blasting people. I can't remember his name.
I don't remember.
He was a big guy, and I think that's what they were thinking. It was like, let's see if we can just have this guy
Our version.
be a big old meathead that runs down and smashes into people. But no, the whole thing about running on kickoff is, especially at the NFL level, like you're trying to read the return and everything, and it's just way more complicated than anything I'd ever done in high school or college. And then you're also, it was in Jacksonville, and so you're gassed, like my legs are just dying before I even start the first series. And I was too hesitant. And I remember Jeff Loggeman, veteran defensive lineman. It was in the second preseason game, I think he came up. No, it was in like the third preseason game where he came up to me before a series, and he basically gave me the tough love old vet treatment. He was like, "Hey, you just go. You quit thinking about stuff, and you just go and kick somebody's ass."
You needed that talking to.
Yeah. So I'm never gonna panic over guys in their first preseason performance because I've lived through that before. Sometimes you got to learn to just let it go.
By the way, Solomon Byrd, Jalen Smith, Kamari Ramsey, all guys we just praised.
Yeah.
What do they all have in common? USC.
Oh,
Distressed Asset University.
Guys who were perhaps a little bit under.
Guys who, if they played for Georgia, would have been first or second round picks.
Did you say Distressed Asset University?
Yeah, DAU, Distressed Asset University.
That's exactly what they've gotten out of USC.
That's right, man. Lincoln Riley treats defense like an imposition.
I mean, that's
like
what
an
we
inconvenience.
That's what we know about Woody Marks. I think they look at Woody Marks and are like, all right, well, when it's different on the offensive side of the ball at USC. But
Yeah. Defense, though, boy, I mean, think about the guys. Kalen Bullock is probably the crown jewel of that whole thing. Kalen Bullock played at an SEC school. He would have been a first-round pick instead of on Lincoln Riley's janky-ass USC defense.
Well, and especially because he was kind of underdeveloped physically. People were wondering if he had played on a better defense, they wouldn't have had as many concerns about all of that. Like if he had played at Alabama or something. He probably, his decision to go to USC might have literally cost him millions of dollars.
It might have. It's good for the Texans.
I'm guessing the NIL money was pretty good, though, at USC.
Yeah, probably.
He only got 1 year of it, though,
probably,
right? Before everything got really, really crazy.
Yep.
For whatever it's worth, the highest-graded players on PFF were Kamari Ramsey and Jalen Reed. That matches the eyeball test. Dominique Robinson, which was interesting. I think, he got the one sack, but it was chasing a guy out of bounds. Good hustle there on that.
They need to, NFL, if you're listening, for stat nerds like me, you need to distinguish the push the guy as he's running out of bounds sack.
Yeah.
Or just not make it a sack, make it a rushing attempt. But anyways, I digress.
They do have a sack for pure pass rush wins. So when it's just you versus the offensive tackle, on third down, that's a pretty good grade they have.
Yep.
Elijah Huzzy, Brandon Codrington, and then Tremont Smith was one of the highest graded guys. And I feel like with Tremont, there were a lot of plays where it was he's doing what he's supposed to do, but not anything more. He's got outside leverage, and it's an in-breaking route, but you don't mark him down for the reception, but you just like him to see him do something extra with it.
He was in there in the fourth quarter, Tremont Smith.
Yeah.
He was cornerback 3 last year.
Yeah, and I think where they've got some young guys that they've drafted.
He's fighting for his spot right now.
They're really looking for it.
He's fighting for his spot right now. Who are the really bad ones? Do you have? Did they match the eye
really
test?
bad ones? Let's see. I'll give you the 6th
Who
lowest.
sucked?
Well, okay. I'll go with the 7th lowest. So 7 lowest. So starting at 18th.
Okay.
Marte Mapu and Wade Woodaz.
That matched your eye test, right?
Yeah. And in the pass coverage too, those guys were a step shy. That was the tough. And this is what happens when you don't play aggressively enough and you don't trust your keys. They were a step late on attacking the run. They were a step late on getting into passing lanes. And then below them, Jalen Smith, Dominic Bailey. Dominic Bailey, I thought I'm intrigued by him. Yeah. I like the way he moves. He's defensive lineman,
number 73.
He's more impressive in the way he moves than than Caden McDonald is for a
Oh,
bigger
really?
guy.
Okay, yeah.
Ali Gay, Casey Osai, and Colin Wright.
Okay.
Ali Gay, I'm still intrigued by too. Ali Gay is his third year now. He is like a really long, stretched out dude.
Yeah.
And he's not his rookie year, he was really skinny when he was here with the Texans. He's bulked up a little bit. When he uses his long arms and everything effectively, he does some really good things, but he's still just feels a little bit awkward
He
at
pops
times.
visually. Like, you look at him, you go, man, that guy looks like a player.
I think they're still really intrigued with him and saying, like, he's probably a Rod Wright pet project.
And this is his second stint with the Texans.
Yeah,
he got cut and went to the Titans for a couple of years.
One of his really nice pass rushes, he did the move, very technical here, the long arm. He long armed. Where you go?
What does that entail?
It's where you use your arm, you use your arm and you make it really long as you jab it up into the inside shoulder of somebody. And it's impressive when it works right because you look like you're putting the offensive tackle on skates. And he did that. And for a guy whose physical profile is ridiculously long arms.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a guy that you hope really specializes in the long arm.
Let's read a few texts, and then we'll get to trying to find some theme music for Marlon Klein. The important stuff.
Oh, and then Casey Osai and Colin Wright were the lowest grades.
Rounding out the grades.
Don't read too much into the PFF grades and a limited sample size and all that.
One preseason game. Especially it's a bunch of rookies. Absolutely right. With the wide receiver room loaded, would we consider trading Xavier Hutchinson to the Niners if we could get good value? Okay, we need to back up a little bit on this loaded wide receiver room. It's an average wide receiver room, I think, overall, as of right now. Until we see whether or not, let me back up. Nico Collins is outstanding. He's one of the best wide receivers in football. So that's a pretty good start. We need to see if whatever we're seeing from Jaden Higgins in practice and training camp translates in the games. He didn't play in that first preseason game. He'll probably play in this preseason game. Jaden Higgins shows a lot of promise. After that, Jalen Noel hasn't gotten on the field yet in training camp. He was dealing with a hand injury. Now he's dealing with a hamstring. Tank Dell is a big mystery right now. Xavier Hutchinson, I think, is just kind of solid and is who he is.
I think Xavier Hutchinson might take a leap forward this year.
He might, but they're not loaded.
Right.
Yeah.
No. But as far as trading Xavier Hutchinson away, I think Xavier Hutchinson this year, we've got some really good audio from his press conference. He was awesome. He's kind of the Sheldon Rankins of the offense all of a sudden, where he's just kind of a thoughtful dude. But he talked very openly, honestly, about how after the season this year, he talked to Ben McDaniels and people he trusted about how he knew he had to make a change. Like, he had to take it to the proverbial next level. And he did a lot of things in the offseason from a training standpoint, and then finding CJ Stroud and working out with him in LA, that him flashing so much in the first couple of weeks of practice, I don't think it's not an accident.
He has flashed, you're right.
So I think he might be in that classic situation where he's more valuable to the Texans than he would be to other teams.
That makes sense.
He's a guy you don't want to trade because, man, he understands the system. They trust him. I think they might actually be getting more out of him this year than they have in the past, and I don't want to succumb too much to irrational exuberance early on. But I think I'm not saying he's going to be all pro or anything, but I don't think it's not a fluke that he's been so impressive the first couple of weeks.
Could he be a guy who out of nowhere gets a like Henry To'oTo'o type contract before the season?
Oh,
because he's the same draft class as To'oTo'o and Will and CJ and Tank and all those guys.
I don't know because of the numbers and those young guys that they already have that they like. I don't know.
I'm just curious. I'm just throwing it out there.
But they also might be looking at it and saying, all right, we got
for the reason you just said.
When our bill starts coming due, we got to have these blue collar type guys that
you're gonna break the bank for him.
Pros, yeah.
Yeah, To'oTo'o didn't break the bank. He got 2 years, $16 million, which is not. That's a manageable contract.
I keep flashing back to, like Brady always did more with less and was able to get the absolute most out of guys who didn't have impressive physical profiles or anything.
Yeah.
But go back to that Texans game where he's on the sideline yelling, "We need to be faster! We need to be faster!" And I'm looking at those wide receivers and I'm like, I don't know if it's in them, man. I
can't get faster.
Now, he might have been talking about the tempo or the pace of it or whatever.
No, it's more fun.
But I was looking at the wide receivers and was like, I know that these are all gritty lunch pail type of dudes and everything, but you can only do so much.
That bill comes due.
Randy Moss ain't just sprinting through that door.
Okay, you have a pet project that you've been working on.
We need better theme music for a lot of these players.
Right.
And Marlon Klein seems to be the guy that I think that with his German upbringing and his German citizenship, that
no German accent though, really.
A little bit of a German
like
accent.
a little bit of an accent,
just enough that the women at the bar are going to be. It's a perfect
and
amount.
He's devastatingly handsome as well.
You don't want to go full Arnold.
Yeah.
You know, like girls at the bar aren't going to be like, oh, this Arnold Schwarzenegger accent. They're not doing it for me. But with Marlon Klein, it's just enough to suggest a certain amount of sophistication. So, nothing trumps the Australian.
Because if you have a German accent, that means you're more sophisticated.
Have you ever watched an Australian guy talk to women at a bar?
No.
It's pathetic. It's
the women are pathetic?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's something. I think it just sparks something in their imagination about like adventure and like all these things. Yeah, it's pretty good. I had an Australian friend in Orlando, which was just his go-to move was basically talking. He could have read out of the dictionary. Yeah,
that's great.
Good guy, awesome guy, and everything, but like not particularly smooth or anything. Other than he had this Australian.
You're a little
accent.
jealous of him, I can tell.
No, I was impressed by it.
Impressed?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was actually in our friend group with my wife Brandy, so I wasn't.
Okay, gotcha.
Mostly, I just kept him away
you weren't
from
thirsty.
her. Yeah,
right,
it's
right.
cool. Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
Don't be over there talking to Nigel.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So
is that his name?
No.
Oh,
no. That was a.
I was like, that's awesome.
The first. Okay, so I've got 3 candidates for today.
Okay.
This is going to be a multi-day thing, and I've seeded these. So we're going to start. We're going to start off with
you
a 3
are channeling
seed.
your inner Pendergast on this
I've got German music that might be adequate and also appeal to a lot of our listeners.
Okay.
The olds. This is the Marlon Klein's dad would appreciate some of these.
The people sticking around from 95.7 The Spot era might enjoy this.
So in this bracket, we've got 3 contestants. The 3 seed by a long shot. Yeah. Tell me if this would do it. Okay, Marlon Klein, touchdown, and then this comes piped in.
Only if
80s dancing.
Only if there's a coordinated dance by the whole offense.
Dance, yeah.
Only if there's a coordinated dance by the whole offense. That would be amazing.
I think with the 80s dancing, there was a lot of this. There was a lot of like arms out to the side.
If I remember correctly, Nana, who sings that, if I remember the video correctly.
Yeah.
Because this is the mid '80s in Europe.
She's in a battlefield type scenario.
Yeah, battlefield. But this is what I remember. And it's at certain points she's dancing. At certain points they show her actually like singing on a mic and she's got her arms up. But if I remember correctly, she had on like a sleeveless leather sort of top.
Yeah.
And you look at her face, and I'm like, okay, she's kind of attractive. Then she raised her arms.
Oh, and she had hairy armpits?
Yes,
Oh.
she had hairy armpits.
That used to be the thing about European
So I don't know
women.
if we can do this one. I'm going to have a little
hairy armpits?
Teenage PTSD.
There's not really a big, even in the
I love me a good shaved armpit.
I kept waiting in the American version where she sings English. There's more of a crescendo at the end.
Yeah.
She goes 99 red balloons. There's not really that in the German version. You don't really get that. But we gotta have the German lyrics.
It's got to be German. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so this.
All right, so this is seeded 3
She's
right
the
now.
3 seed.
She's a leader in the clubhouse.
The number 2 seed.
Yeah.
The visual helps a lot with this. The song, I'm not so sure about. But this is, for those of you who remember Techno Viking.
I remember Techno Viking.
Which you might think like Viking, that's Scandinavian. No, but it was at a music festival in Berlin, the name of which I cannot say.
Really?
I think the F word translates either way. And so it's got the F word. I don't know if it means something different in German.
Don't get us canceled in day 4 of 95.7
But you're thinking of the visual. So kids, if you don't know the Techno Viking
Go find it.
video, it's this dude at a music festival. He's a jacked blonde dude with a ponytail. He's got like some kind of like a holster around his leg, and he's just walking through the streets like a badass.
Yeah.
Doing some of his techno dancing along the way.
Okay.
So let's listen to Techno Viking. So it's kind of building up, right? You just feel you see like Marlon Klein walking through doing that like.
Now this would be. Oh yeah, no, this would be good walkout music for him. Okay.
Yeah, this would be good walkout music. But there's no. I'm waiting for the bass drop. Here we go. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
here we go.
Turn it up.
Here we go.
Turn it up, Byron.
No, it's back to the same old thing. This is for like 12 hours on acid.
It just goes that like the whole time?
Yeah, so I think it'd be really good as kind of an intro. Yeah,
like a walkout. Yeah, because you need, after a touchdown, it's got to hit.
Yeah.
It's got to hit.
But that's still more badass than Nina. Nana was the reason she came up with that song, the whole 99 Luftballons.
Yeah,
she was watching Mick Jagger. I think the Stones playing in Germany, and she had this. They released a bunch of balloons, and she thought, what if those drifted across the border into East Berlin? And they thought that was some kind of an attack. And I knew
there was a warfare aspect to that song.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kids, you got to take yourself back to 1983. We all thought we were gonna we all thought that a nuclear war was gonna happen. It was just a matter of how long we could put it off.
Someone said you better have a Scorpions song as the number 1 seed. Are the Scorpions German?
No, but they played in. They played in Germany, like right around the time the wall was coming down and everything. Or they might have played in Moscow.
Okay.
Are the Scorpions a German song? Or a German band?
Scorpions sang "Rock You Like a Hurricane."
Yeah, I know who they are.
Yeah.
I just don't know
for the audience. The benefit of the audience.
All right, so now this one is by far the number 1 seed today.
Hold on.
What?
I'm watching Techno Viking right now.
Yeah.
I forgot how much he was jamming.
Yeah.
Like moving the arms and everything.
Shoving that one guy. The one guy's kind of mean to a lady, and he's chivalrous.
This has potential. That has potential for a touchdown celebration for sure.
It's got way more potential as an AI with Marlon Klein's face on Techno Viking.
That's my project for today, actually. Yeah. All right, yeah, let's go. All right, so that's the number 2 seed. I'd still go with Nana because
the Scorpions are a German band.
Are they?
Yeah, so they'll be in tomorrow's bracket or next week's bracket. This is what we're going to do it for 4 hours tomorrow.
We are?
I cannot tell you. Okay, Sean, I know this
We're getting a lot of suggestions on the text page.
Listen. The number 1 seed today is one that has probably been most suggested by the texters.
Yeah.
And this is one that, Sean, you don't remember this song. Maybe you never heard it or anything.
Don't. You told me about it, and I have zero recollection.
I defy you to not want to go run through a brick wall after you hear this.
So this would be Marlon Klein?
Wait.
Yes.
Yes, wait. Yes. 9. 9. Let's do some something.
So you want Marlon Klein this to be his
9,
dude, and they put that would be great, and they put 9 up at like. When that hits, they put it up on the jumbotron.
You got really loud all of a sudden. What happened? I cranked up the volume. Sorry.
Yeah, that was you.
You're not too host.
When it hits like that on the song, they just gigantic 9 up on the jumbotron.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
so they got to swap numbers with Reverend Jordan.
That's a
9 means no in German, kids. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I looked into Rammstein because I thought this song was like 20 years ago, and I'm thinking like. Feels like there's a good chance this band has become problematic somewhere along the way.
Oh yeah.
They were exonerated or found not guilty in kind of a groupie type situation.
Oh really?
Which is very rock and roll. You know, so a
groupie type situation.
Yeah, they were found not guilty.
Okay.
And look, you go to a Rammstein concert, and that's
It happens.
But there's no, even though it sounds like they totally be like white supremacists or something, they're not.
So
gentle folk they are.
Is Rammstein the band that just played that song?
Rammstein plays Du Hast.
And the song is Du Hast.
Hey, can you play it again?
Yeah, play it one more time. I got to get in the moment with Marlon Klein. Marlon Klein.
Now that you know the power of Du Hast.
Okay, let's
So Du Hast, the way they pronounce it, the spelling, I guess, there's levels to this. It sounds, it could mean either you have or you hate.
Yeah.
And it's basically a song about a woman trying to trap a guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
deep. Let me
deep.
see if I can match up the English lyrics.
Okay,
here.
well, let's play. Okay, let's role play this thing here. Okay, Stroud drops back to throw. He looks deep. He's got Klein wide open over the middle. Klein, touchdown, rock and roll.
So cheering. Here we go. Okay, that's enough. And then in the bit, and everybody's lulling a little bit, and then they would go nuts. Oh, the crowd would freak out. I punched the microphone.
That's gonna break the microphone. Carefully, those things break.
I'll break this damn thing. I'll break it.
When do we yell 9?
Oh, hold on a second.
9.
No, not yet. 9.
All right.
9. Wait, here we go. Okay, there we go. All right. Do you want until death separates you to be faithful to her for all days?
Oh, those are the lyrics?
9.
Yeah. Hold up. Read that again.
Okay, wait, play it. I'll read the English along if I can get it right.
Set as a verbal subtitle here. Okay, good.
Dude, if you don't listen to this song before you play a football game, you haven't lived life. Go ahead, yeah. You've asked me, and I've said nothing. Do you want until death separates you to be faithful to her for all days? No!
Boy, they yell that 9 angrily.
Yeah, the English doesn't match up quite right. To be faithful to her for all days.
This is so terrible that it's good.
How is it terrible?
Oh, my
What about
God.
this is terrible? Byron, have you ever heard this song before?
No chance.
No. The only German band I ever knew was Tokyo Hotel.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Do they have any songs that could make our next bracket?
Would you like to submit a nominee for this thing?
No, because the only song, what's it called? Monsoon. That song's in German, but I wouldn't play that after a touchdown.
Dude, there's something about German.
Doesn't matter if the lyrics are in German. It just has to pop.
The German,
no, it doesn't pop.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Well,
it's like acoustic guitar.
Those other ones that I'm
never
kind of,
mind.
and you got to have that's a perfect bass drop where
Yeah.
all of a sudden everything. I think the way you laid it out was perfect.
What's that?
Like just the touchdown.
Yeah.
The crowd's cheering.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, as it starts to, little people would go nuts, man. Yeah.
9.
We reject monogamy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
It's going to be so much sex at Texans games.
That's not rejecting monogamy. It's rejecting this woman.
Yeah.
You have asked me. You have asked me, and I have said nothing.
Yeah.
Do you want until death separates you to be faithful for all her days?
Someone's saying
9.
Can we get away with that accent? I think we can. It's "you hate me," somebody says. I guess.
No,
translated.
it is. It's that's what I said. No, but the way there's a double entendre where it's you have and you hate.
I got you.
The way the spelling of the pronunciation is, there's a little bit of ambiguity.
Y'all
there.
should count from 1 to 9 and time it perfectly. Somebody said. There's an English version of the song. Somebody said.
No. We're not playing the English.
No.
version.
I would go listen to that just to hear it. No. You play the
we
German
gotta have
version.
a German version.
It's from Marlon Klein, who's from Germany.
Yeah.
Speaks flawless English, but he's from Germany.
Right, yeah. So
you got to lean into the
his
German.
His parents would totally remember Du Hast. When Rammstein still tours and everything. They were in Houston not too long ago.
You know what we need? They do all those theme days.
Yeah.
Now that Marlon Klein's on the team, we need an Oktoberfest day.
Oh, yeah.
Where everybody dresses up in the shorts with the pulled up socks and the suspenders.
Lederhosen.
Thank you.
The next bracket might have to be beer hall songs.
Oh, okay.
There'll be. I'll find the badassest beer hall songs.
Okay.
This one was a little too easy. Like it's Du Hast
in a landslide.
And Du Hast it's going to be hard to beat Du Hast with any other one, especially because it was a hit in America.
Yeah.
So it's going to resonate.
But if Rammstein ever gets canceled for some reason, then we've got Nana in the on deck circle ready to drop 99 red balloons on everybody, and then 99 red balloons fall out of the rafters.
Good suggestion by Tyler. Yeah. We should work in some David Hasselhoff. Because he was huge in Germany. His music was huge in Germany.
Hooked on a Feeling.
I might make an exception. I don't know if he's saying songs in German or not.
I don't know if he did either.
But I'd prefer to keep it German language.
But if we had Hooked on a Feeling as a touchdown celebration song.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, reminder. Texans ticket giveaway.
Dude, I know there's somebody from the Texans listening right now. Please make this Du Hast happen.
Yes.
You have me and you hate me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, that was good. Ticket giveaway 9:18 today. 9:18 today. In the 9 o'clock hour, the 9 o'clock segment, caller number 10. We can't do caller number 9, huh? We already said caller number 10.
Apologize to the microphone for punching it.
Yeah, that was, dude. Yeah, I'm not joking. You got to be careful.
You don't come into the pit until you're ready to party.
That's right. Caller number 10 will win tickets in the 100 level for Thursday's game in the 9 o'clock hour. So be on the lookout for that. You mentioned Xavier Hutchinson. Let's play some of that audio. Xavier Hutchinson, what's got him dialed in his contract year here with the Texans? We will do that. Pettycast coming up. We got a good Pettycast. Coming up, top of the hour. So we will do that. We'll hear from Xavier Hutchinson coming up next. But first, you got to hear this right now. Me snoring, unfortunately. Now, I am. You guys have heard me talk about the Inspire sleep apnea implant procedure that Dr. Ben Salento does, and he's done more than any other doctor here in the state of Texas. I am going to be one of his next.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, are we back? We're back. So we were watching watching the previous segment on YouTube to see if we could isolate the moment Seth punched the microphone.
Yeah.
Accidentally.
Du Hast is it just gets you going.
Yeah.
I realize that's one of the ones I got to figure out. There's another one. What's the Rage? That one Rage Against the Machine song that a lot of soldiers say they listen to before they go into battle.
If we get I wish we'd done this segment before the first preseason game because we could have asked Marlon Klein if he had any requests. He was on the post-game show with us.
Yeah.
We could have asked him.
Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully he has another
we'll
2 touchdowns in this game, and you get him again. And
turn the post-game show into the Marlon Klein show.
And we'll have him play radio DJ for Rammstein.
Yeah, that would be good. Xavier Hutchinson met with the media yesterday. Texans wide receiver, as Seth pointed out in the previous segment, he's had a good camp. He's come back looking like he's ready to take his game up a notch. Here was Xavier Hutchinson. We'll hear from him on what changed for him. But the question everybody seems to ask people on the offensive side of the ball, hey, how's C.J. Stroud looking so far?
Yeah, I think it's he's always had the God-given talent. I think anybody, like I said before, anybody in this room can tell that he's a special quarterback. But really with him, it's really just been, his confidence in the offense. He knows it a lot better. Not saying that he didn't know it before, but you can just tell that it's a lot more comfortable. And he's understanding everything. He's understanding, how we want to play. And I feel like that's something that's really shown in training camp as well. And then also, too, just his leadership. He was always a great leader, but you see him stepping out a little bit more and getting out of his comfort zone. And I think, with a quarterback who is comfortable with being uncomfortable, I think that's a huge thing for us because, no matter how it's shown, he's going out there and he's being him. And I think when someone can be themselves, you can respect it. It makes you want to play a little bit harder for him. You don't want to let him down. That's your QB.
So the part there about the confidence, it's I keep thinking about this because Trent Brown had brought that up about his confidence, and I think sometimes when people start talking about confidence, you revert to the last 20 years of doing affirmations and stuff and trying to prop people up to be confident without them actually having earned the right to be confident.
Mm-hmm.
Belichick in his book, you might be surprised to learn, does not believe in a whole lot of frilly stuff about
you don't say.
He does a chapter on confidence, and basically the whole theme of it was that confidence comes from being competent, from just working your butt off and getting really good at something.
Yeah.
And a bunch of false confidence or bravado doesn't you can't hide from the fact that you're not functioning well, that you're not competent. And I think in this offense especially, you're going to look a lot more confident when you have command of the offense. And Trent Brown, when he said that CJ's more confident, he went on to explain about how quickly they're getting out of the huddle and up to the line of the scrimmage and making all the calls and everything. And it's all those things that we've talked about forever, including last year during training camp. It takes time in this system to figure all that stuff out. If you learn how to drive a manual shift, you learn how to do it, but you're not ready to go out and race a vehicle.
Right.
And until everything becomes automatic, and you just need time and you need reps. And it feels, and it looks from the way they're operating out there that, as an offense in general, everybody's just more dialed in and they understand exactly what their tasks are, and CJ Stroud especially.
Here was Xavier Hutchinson with some examples of CJ's confidence.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's even just with our mic points. I know I'm a receiver, so you wouldn't think I know mic points, but obviously when you're around the system, you get to see it a little bit more. So he's just identifying the defensive coverages fast, what he needs to tell. He's getting more comfortable with having a voice in the pocket because to be uncomfortable, that's probably uncomfortable to call out the mic every time. And then also too, he's just knowing our hot reads, our hot responses, and he's just I don't know how to simplify, but he just understands, and he's more comfortable in the offense, and you can just feel it. It's just something that no words need to be spoken. You can just tell by it when he's out there.
So real quick with the Mike point, because people always ask this question, like, okay, why is he identifying the Mike linebacker? Doesn't everybody know who the Mike linebacker is? No, they don't, because there's the Mike linebacker on the depth chart. But then when he's pointing out the Mike, he's basically pointing out like this is the middle of the defense, and we're gonna sort out our blocking to the left and to the right based on who this guy is. So sometimes it's the will linebacker, or sometimes it's a safety when you're calling out the Mike. And it's gotten increasingly hard to do with the way defenses are lining up the line of scrimmage. So that's where, with Brady, when you would see him do it and you would see him make the call 3 times, there's a couple things there. One is, how good is your quarterback at identifying things pre-snap, anticipating blitz, all the things that he's feeling about that particular play, both in the run and the pass game. It's a big part in this offense of getting everybody on the same page. But then the other part of it is just the over-communicating things. And it's something the defensive guys have talked about this. So Reed Blankenship was talking about him working with the rookies and how you got to really encourage them to speak up and over-communication. You always want to err on the side of communicating too much.
Yep.
And I think that, so like when he's saying it's probably uncomfortable to be shouting out the mic every time. Yeah, because there's times where it's blatantly obvious, and he probably feels weird, just like, all right, why am I doing this? Because
you got to do it.
Because you got to be the loud guy that's in command of everything all the time.
Yeah. And
that's the mental challenge. One of the mental challenges of being a quarterback in a system like this.
Here's Xavier Hutchinson talking more specifically about what changed for him this offseason.
After the season last year, I had to kind of look myself in the mirror a little bit. I didn't finish the way that I wanted to finish. That's no surprise to anybody in here. So really just I had to have those tough conversations with myself, especially with Ben McDaniels, our receiver coach, and just really what I needed to get better at. And I feel like as a receiver, just I needed to get more suddenness, and I needed to get more control of my body. That's something that I worked on in the off season.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the short cutoff there.
Yeah.
I think that part of it, I just liked hearing that, there's a reason for why he's looking different in training camp right now.
It's a big year for him.
Yeah.
It's a contract year for him.
Well, no, and you come out of a year where you're very disappointed at the end of the season, and the team just drafted 2 young guys from your alma mater.
Yes.
Which is especially degrading.
2 guys who you were boss of in college.
They drafted those guys into your position.
Yep.
With relatively high picks, that you gotta change something, and you gotta figure out how to do it a little bit differently.
He was Xavier Hutchinson was super productive in college. He put up big numbers, and he's been a decent pro. You can tell there's something there with him. He's had a really good camp.
And it's got to be something more. More than 400 yards receiving, and then especially in big games. Landry asked the follow-up question later in the press conference, hey, was there a specific moment where you realized that you had to change something?
I mean, obviously we lost the game, so that's a shortcoming, but that's for the team. Obviously for me, I was a part of the problem on the turnovers. CJ trusted me throwing me the ball. I dropped it. It's football, that's going to happen. But I need to be perfect. We need to be better in those big time moments when it matters the most. So that's what I meant by my shortcomings on the field. But those moments don't define me. What's life without a little setback? You know what I'm saying? It makes it when you get back even again and you exceed what you thought you couldn't do. It makes it a little bit sweeter.
Yeah, so that part, you can picture what he was feeling like after the game, and where he probably was emotionally. And he chose to fight, Sean.
He did.
Did he quit?
He didn't
9.
quit. No, 9. Well, he comes from 2 military parents also.
Oh, he does. I bet he was stationed in Germany at some point.
Well, that's not why I brought it up. I'm saying he comes from a house with discipline, probably.
Right.
It's.
But no, for those of you who don't understand why we're speaking in German all of a sudden, it's because we've for now, Du Hast by Rammstein
for now
is going to be Marlon Klein's theme music
when he scores his numerous touchdowns.
He hasn't approved of this yet or anything, yeah.
Shout out Xavier Hutchinson's dad. He's a listener to the show, remember?
That's right.
We met him at training camp.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, and he told us where he'd been stationed mostly. I can't remember.
There's a few places.
But there's anybody who was a career Army spent some time in Germany
Both of his
at some
parents.
point. Yeah.
Both of his parents are military.
It's rare I feel like every Army person, if they spend 20 years, they've been stationed in Germany. Well, and they've been stationed in Germany. Germany's huge, obviously.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, you ready to get petty? I know you are. Ready to get petty on the
I want to listen to Du Hast
that'll
leading into this.
A lot of 9 coming in the next Pettycast. We do the Pettycast every Tuesday, the pettiest audio of the week, or things that we're petty about. Text in things you're petty about. 713-572-4610. I would be really petty. You know what? I'd be really petty if I found out my electricity company had been raising my rate without telling me. And that's what a lot of them do. And if you are getting higher energy bills, it's not just running your AC potentially. It could be because your energy company just bump that rate up. Hope you wouldn't notice because you're a busy person that pays, 40 or 50 different invoices a month for different things. Go check out your energy bill right now. Check out the last few months. Did they raise the rate? Or if you just want to see if you can save money, maybe you haven't looked in a while to see if you can get a better rate. Base Power is going to do that for you. Base Power, they're different from all the other energy companies. Their rate is guaranteed below the Texas average now and at every renewal. Switch before the next big summer bill comes in. You can check it out it doesn't cost a dime to go to the website and just see what they can save you. basepowercompany.com/610. That's the website, basepowercompany.com/610. It's so easy. Don't be a victim of the energy companies raising your rates without telling you. Get a guaranteed rate that's going to be below the Texas average now and forever. Below the Texas average now and at every renewal. That's what you get with Base Power. They're going to pay up to $150 of your cancellation fee as well. So do it now. basepowercompany.com/610.
95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get petty. Let's do this. 713-572-4610. Send in the things that you are petty about. We do the Pettycast every Tuesday at 8 a.m. This is the first Tuesday Pettycast we've done in a while. We did one last week on Wednesday, but we had 2-hour shows for a while, so it's nice being back in the traditional spot. Yeah. Tuesday, 8 o'clock.
I don't know why the camera's on the YouTube.
So here we go.
Petty about this.
It's not going to move in real time either on the thing there.
You're sitting lower than me, and yet on the TV it looks like you're sitting up on a perch above me, like you're judging me.
Like a gargoyle.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm judging you. Doesn't matter what level I'm sitting at. Yes.
You look like a Colin Cowherd. You know when Colin Cowherd got his new studio? That first one, I was like, dude, what is going on in your brain?
The guests are like down. The guests are like they're in court.
Like all the things that make Colin Cowherd the weirdo that he is.
Yes.
It's like it was shown in that studio.
I'm petty about that. Yeah. This is Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith, the National Association of Black Journalists gave Stephen A. Smith a thumbs down award or designation.
I can't wait to dive into this.
Yeah. There's an article on Yahoo.
Hey, Byron, be sure that I'm not like I'm not too boomer in however this goes.
No. This is what they said. Stephen A. Smith, sports analyst and political commentator, has established a recurring pattern of disparaging commentary directed at prominent black women across politics, sports, and media.
Oh, wow.
Such commentary reinforces harmful narratives, undermines the fair and respectful representation of black women in public discourse, and stands in direct conflict to the NABJ's longstanding commitment to accurate, responsible, and inclusive portrayals of black communities. So this is a National Association of Black Journalists saying this about Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Man.
What's he been saying?
Stephen A. Smith goes after everybody. I feel like there's every organization out there could give Stephen A. Smith a thumbs down if they wanted to.
Yeah. That's where he's probably he's universally despised by people representing pretty much any race and ethnicity. It's like, let's see, Ichiro. He went after which Japanese baseball player was he saying? It was Ohtani, saying Ohtani can't be the face of baseball.
Face of baseball, yeah. That's
like all of these other,
National Association of Japanese Journalists probably had big issues with him. Anyways, but Stephen A. Smith, a black man, had big issues with the NABJ, having issues with him, to the point where he invited the president, whose name is not in the article, it's a woman. He called her and invited her to come on his show to discuss this. Here's what he said happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I tape this show, I reached out last night and asked the president of the NABJ to come on this show to have a conversation with me about her assertions that she articulated on that stage. Do you know what she said to me, ladies and gentlemen? She'd rather have a private off-the-air conversation first. Oh, really? So you can go on a public platform, denigrate me, make these accusations against me without calling. But when I challenge you to come on here face to face and have a conversation with me, now we want a private conversation. Before, nah.
I could go either way on this, because I think for one, okay, she wants to have a private conversation, which I would say if I'm going into the lion's den with somebody like Stephen A. Smith, especially in his territory, where his style of debate and everything, she's probably thinking, no matter how, I don't know how much she's watched him or, she's thinking like this is a shouting match or something between two hotly debated people. Like she probably wants some assurances that okay, are we going to have like an actual conversation or have some decorum? And yet he does make a good point about, okay, before you put me on blast, did you reach out to me privately?
Put him on blast,
to discuss
apparently
this?
It's some sort of ceremony, in front of a bunch of people.
Yeah. So, I don't know if I feel like she's probably got some good points for what she said, and yet at the same time, I think he's got a good point about you put me on blast without any warning, and now all of a sudden you don't want to participate.
I'm not here to pick sides. We're merely here to point out pettiness.
It's getting pretty petty.
And Stephen A. Smith is petty, and I would say maybe the NABJ is being a little petty towards Stephen A. as well. Possibly. Possibly. All right, so that's petty number one. Petty number two, Dan Orlovsky. They were talking about. They were on one of the Get Up or First Take. They showed somebody's child gender reveals.
Yeah.
And I don't know whose it was, but Orlovsky dropped this little nugget. Now, you got to understand, Dan Orlovsky and his wife had triplets right out of the chute.
Oh, that sucks.
And
it
then,
wasn't like he was making, multi-millions or anything.
No, but he did okay.
Yeah.
He did okay. And it was later in his career where they had him.
It
So,
was?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. So he was
all
fine.
right.
They're
It
like...
wasn't like college kids or anything.
No. They're
all
like
right.
in junior high now or something like that. So, yeah. So...
I thought you meant they were in junior high when they conceived the triplets.
So, but they had triplets, and I would imagine you get triplets right out of the chute. There's a chance you're all done.
Yeah.
But his wife got pregnant again right after, and he was petty about this.
I'm not gonna lie, when we had our triplet sons, and then my wife notified me that she was pregnant, I was devastated because I was bummed. Because I was so tired. I adore my daughter.
Of course.
I adore my daughter.
Yes, I think most men's reaction.
Oh, boy. I was
right now, I'm
tired.
never getting sleep ever.
Oh,
again.
boy.
I can relate because we had, my ex-wife and I had twins.
Yeah.
And then 10 months after the twins were born,
Yeah.
I get a phone call. I was at a Jim Rome tour stop at the racetrack, Sam Houston Race Park.
You were
on a Saturday.
Yeah, this is after you had already had a couple championship belts.
This
as
is
a Takeomania champ. I mean, as
the Smack Off. I hadn't won one
champion?
yet. No, it was in
okay.
1998.
All right.
I hadn't won one yet.
You
but
weren't a made man yet.
I wasn't a made man, but I was a known caller, not a made man yet. But I was there, and I get a phone call from her. She's like, "Hey, guess what? I think I'm pregnant again."
Oh.
10 months after the twins got here.
Yeah, and the twins. So just with twins, I mean, it's always exhausting when you have your first child. But twins, I gotta imagine.
Dude, we had preemie twins.
Oh, that's right.
So they had
yeah.
oxygen tanks hooked up to them right out of the chute.
That's kind of nice though, because you just let the hospital take care of it.
But they came home with oxygen tanks.
What?
Yes.
Holy crap!
Yeah, man.
You had to quit smoking.
In the house.
Around the kids.
In the house.
I was going to smoke around the kids, and now they got oxygen tanks.
They got to build up a resistance to it. So anyways.
Oh, wait, okay. I'm petty towards you.
Why?
Where in that clip? It didn't sound... You presented it as he was angry at his wife.
No. I said, did I say that?
Yeah, you said he was upset with his wife.
We're petty about a daughter on the way.
He was just upset about... He was upset in general about the situation.
Just the situation is what I meant.
You were about to have the National Association of Women coming after you. If you're like, man's not responsible for birth control,
I was being sarcastic. And I would repeat also the same way Dan Orlovsky dropped in that he says, I love my daughter. I love my son, Sammy.
Yeah.
Who was the big surprise. Yeah. No,
now that he's a success. 20 years of griping about you after that.
Going to take care of me in my old age. All right. This is what I've been waiting for in the Pettycast. Kyle Tucker is having a terrible season. Am I petty about Kyle Tucker?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah, you are.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
This was Kyle Tucker the other day in a game that the Dodgers were playing at home, trying to field a fly ball up against the wall in right field.
Pitch. In the air to right field, Kyle Tucker going back on it. Still going. Couldn't catch it.
We're getting the reaction you would expect from the fans here.
So they are booing Kyle Tucker. So that was over the weekend. I had this in the Pettycast yesterday before last night's game.
Yeah.
It happened again last night against the Colorado Rockies. Here was a simple pop-up to right field.
Position player pitching for Colorado, and Tucker grounds out.
Sorry.
Now Tucker
Pause.
for 5.
Okay, so that was a ground. Kyle Tucker dropped another fly ball last night. I didn't have that. He dropped another fly ball last night. This was a ground out against a position player at the end of the game where the Dodgers announce team basically says he needs the Jose Abreu treatment.
Position player pitching for Colorado, and Tucker grounds out. Now Tucker 0 for 5. You can't
you have to go extremes. I honestly think the best thing right now is a reset. I think you need a reset. I think you need to, go to Arizona and start working on some things, change some things, kind of
like out of the game situation.
Out of the game, this is just not. It's not ideal and it's not working.
$60 million per year.
With 3 more years still left on the deal.
For $240 million. I'll tell you what, is Dana Brown, for all of the things we're frustrated with him about, man, the pulling the plug and making that trade and getting a really promising prospect and getting Paredes out of it and whatever the hell Wisniewski is. That's $240 million guaranteed, and they're talking about sending him to rookie ball.
Sending him, keep it. Again, I'll point out to Astro fans, because some of you may have blocked this out. That's what the Astros did with Jose Abreu. They sent him to Florida to play with their developmental rookie players. That's what the Dodgers' own announce team is suggesting, that the Dodgers do that with Kyle Tucker, who's making $60 million this year. And by the way, Abreu was a risk anyways because of his age, and you can see some of the decline. Kyle Tucker's been an all-star. Kyle Tucker's still in his 20s, and he stinks. Here's fun with numbers. Since the mound was lowered in 1969, only one player has had an 85-game span at home with a batting average of less than 182, an on-base percentage less than 288, and a slugging percentage less than 266. His name is Kyle Tucker.
Man, that's brutal. It's almost hard to be petty about it. If he would have ever looked like he actually just cared about anything.
That's the big thing.
You know, like just him. I mean, he had a couple years where he was a really good fielder, and then it just looked like he stopped caring about it.
Yep.
You know, like, I could try to make a heroic effort on this short fly ball, but I'll just let it bounce in front of me.
His demeanor does not do him any favors.
That was the very thing from the very get-go with Hinch, saying Hinch had to have a conversation with young Kyle Tucker about having the same level of urgency as the other guys on the Astros golden era team did. That's his whole shtick, man.
Yep. All right, one more petty here. Let's skip to Costos, Byron. This is Nick Costos. This is the second straight week Nick Costos of the betting show on Westwood One has been on the Pettycast. He's made it 2 straight weeks. He's a New Yorker, so he's probably a Giants fan. Jackson Dart got taken into the blue tent again this weekend in a preseason game.
Yeah.
In a preseason in which John Harbaugh and the Giants have openly expressed their desire for Jackson Dart to take fewer big hits. And because he got examined for concussions a bunch last year. So he gets hit in this game, hits the turf kind of hard, gets taken into the tent. Nick Costos seems to think that Jackson Dart is now being singled out because of his style of play.
Oh.
For now, this feels like residue left over from last year. And I did not love that from the NFL. Even if you want to say, well, let's make sure, and let's make sure he's good, and we don't want to mess around with brain injuries. I get it. Just ask yourself this question. Let's make this less of a, do we want to check for brain injuries? And more, if it were Sam Darnold that took that hit, is he going to blue medical tent? Is he? Is that fair? If it were Tyler Shuck that took that hit, blue medical tent?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
Dude, he lays limp on the ground after he gets hit.
Are you looking at the hit right now?
Look,
okay.
This is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
The hit itself doesn't look like it's necessarily any worse than a lot of hits. The running back screws up the pass protection. So I don't blame Jackson Dart for the style of play here. He thought the blitzer was accounted for.
Yep.
So he's going to trust the pass protection. And he gets hit from his it's not from his blind side, but he's looking to the other direction of the field. Then he goes down on the ground, and then he's just limp.
Yeah.
Like, that's textbook. The independent medical advisor, that's a sign. Like, this is it. Costos, this is an easy one for the independent medical monitor. Like, that's one of the signs of, like, okay, limp after the hit or whatever, motionless. If he doesn't flag that as a concussion trip, and then he does end up later having signs of concussion, that guy's getting fired.
He gets fired.
No, this was let's not be ridiculous about this.
Couple of things. It sounds like, one, this could be the rare crossover hit that's in the Pettycast and Take-A-Mania on Friday.
Yeah.
Nick Costos, congratulations on that. Number 2, I don't get what by the way, he ended up getting cleared.
You're right.
He came back in the game. I don't understand why somebody would be upset over that, especially if they cleared him and put him back in the game.
Because they don't like what happened last year when Dayball was, trying to hurry him out of the tent. It's that, okay, you're losing your quarterback for a drive or a series in a game because they're in the concussion tent.
I mean, it's a preseason game.
No, I know, but he's talking about like it extends on into the regular season.
Yeah.
I understand why they would be concerned about that, but it's a ridiculously stupid conspiracy theory. When if Jackson Dart doesn't want to go to the medical tent, then pop right up. Like, pop right up, Mr. Tough Guy.
Yep.
Like, seriously. I thought you were Mr. Tough Guy, and you're just laying there limp on the ground like you're an NBA player flopping, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to go to the tent. Stop acting like a frightened little child after you get hit.
Yep.
The other Giants fans will also point out, because it does get errantly reported that he had multiple concussions last year when he only had one concussion. He got sent to the tent a bunch of times.
Yep. All right, send in your petties. We'll read a few in the next segment. 713-572-4610. A reminder, ticket giveaway about an hour from now. So be listening at the end of the 9 o'clock segment, first segment in the 9 o'clock hour. That's when we're going to be giving away tickets to the Texans and the Raiders. 100 level tickets, lower bowl tickets to the Texans and Raiders on Thursday night. All right, up next, quarterback. Speaking of quarterbacks, odds are out. First quarterback benched. Where is C.J. Stroud on this odds board for first quarterback benched? That is coming up next.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5. Throws right side. Caught. Touchdown, Jared Wayne.
We're not going to show everything we're capable of in preseason. We'll save that for week 1 versus Buffalo, but we like what we have. We're excited to see how it keeps evolving.
Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
From the Train Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call. Lee, the traffic report is brought to you by Air Specialist. Heavy truck accident causing backup along the Hardy northbound at Tidwell, blocking a right and a center lane. The South Sam Houston Tollway westbound at Cullen, an accident over to the right shoulder. And watch out for a stalled vehicle I-10 westbound at the East Loop, affecting your left lane. 79 degrees this morning. This afternoon, mostly sunny, high of 97. I'm Alia Escobar on 95.7 The Fan.
Don't sweat another Houston summer. If it's time for a new AC, call Air Specialist for a free estimate and save $500 on a new qualifying system. Call 281-310-0135 or book online today.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hi, my name is Jordan, and I can't say enough about the staff and the doctors at The Joint Chiropractic. They're convenient, affordable, plus I never need an appointment.
Proudly serving Texans. TheJoint.com, the official chiropractor of the University of Houston Athletics.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
John Lopez here for the Low T Center. It is hot. Not breaking news. The summer heat can wear anybody out, but if you've been feeling drained, even with the air conditioning on, it may not just be the heat. 1 in 4 men from 35 to 50 have low testosterone and low levels of energy, sex drive, motivation, mood, and more. Low T drains your energy and motivation so you don't have energy for the things you love and might even stop recognizing yourself anymore. So get the answers you need this summer for free. At Low T Center, you can book a free testosterone test and get a consultation from licensed providers who specialize in testosterone replacement therapy. Explore a range of peptides and even get a jump on that summer body with GLP-1s and medical weight loss protocols. Low T Center has been the #1 name in TRT since 2009 for a reason. I know it because I've been a client myself. Don't spend another day wondering why you don't feel like yourself. All you have to do is visit fixmylowt.com to schedule your free testosterone test today. That's fixmylowt.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it.
The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I forgot that J.J. McCarthy and Marlon Klein were teammates at Michigan until I saw this text. Do you think Marlon Klein called J.J. McCarthy nine at Michigan? If you missed it, you have to rewind to about an hour ago.
Yeah.
When we workshopped 3 different songs from Marlon Klein's End Zone Celebration song.
Mm-hmm.
And we
the
settled
winner
on
of today's bracket was Du Hast.
Du Hast.
which
By
has,
Rammstein.
where they yell 9 a lot.
Yeah. No, it's a banger.
Yeah, no, I think when J.J. McCarthy, well, you know what? When Marlon Klein was there with J.J. McCarthy back in the college days, J.J. McCarthy was the man, you know?
He was the man.
There's nothing wrong
9
with
was the man.
There's nothing wrong with the alter ego.
Nope.
It turns out that J.J. McCarthy was just...
Doesn't really translate.
It's kind of like, you ever see that video of the kid that's on a subway platform wearing a safety jacket, pretending to be the guy that, like, stops the train
yes.
and opens the doors and everything?
That's a great meme.
Yeah.
That's a great meme in sports for somebody who's on a winning team that does very little.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker would get that meme right now because the Dodgers are the best team in baseball.
Yeah.
They're 75-51 after last night's win over the Rockies, and Kyle Tucker stinks.
Yeah.
So his contribution to the Dodgers' best record in baseball
and the kid
would be that kid.
The kid in the video kind of has that goofy, dorky appearance of Kyle Tucker,
yes.
too. Yeah. Yep. I love that kid.
All right, a few petty
Not
texts.
Kyle Tucker. I don't love that kid.
Me neither. A few petty texts, and then we'll get to first quarterback benched this season. Let's see. I'm petty at the Texans for shopping at Neiman Marcus for the defense and TJ Maxx for the offense.
Yeah.
No disrespect to the great TJ Maxx.
It's freaking people out, and understandably so, that there's a real chance that Wyatt Teller isn't starting at left guard when the season rolls around.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what happens over the next couple weeks. D'Amico had mentioned the other day about how sometimes veteran offensive linemen have a hard time adapting to playing new techniques in a new scheme, and then a week later, you're seeing Wyatt Teller take a whole bunch of reps with the twos as Keelan Rutledge is getting work with at guard. So that's a possibility. So I don't know if Wyatt Teller was one of the guys he was talking about, but it would make sense.
Yeah, let me make this very clear. And I'm somebody who gets worked up when contracts don't work out the way the dollars say they should. Like Ed Ingram being at times not good in training camp this year concerns me that they gave him a $37 million contract. Similarly, Wyatt Teller didn't get as much money as Ed Ingram, but he didn't get nothing. This wasn't a Laken Tomlinson 1 year, $4 million deal. They gave him 2 years for over $10 million a year. That said, I don't care who starts as long as it's 5 good offensive linemen.
Well, they're having a genuine competition, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
That in the past, it was just you're putting in ink guys that aren't even proven players yet. You're rolling them out there as starters, where now you've got guys actually who are proven starters who are competing for their jobs. I think where some people I've seen are starting to get agitated is, all right, well, why is Wyatt Teller taking reps with the twos and not Ed Ingram if Ed Ingram isn't practicing well? This is where I am with Ed Ingram, and I'm trying to be patient, is that I think there's a really good chance they're working with Ed Ingram on a few things from a technique standpoint in terms of fixing his pass set. Like he has a quick set that does not serve him well at times. And I think they might be working on that. And whenever you're working on anything like that, it's ugly at the onset. So I'm hoping that's what it is. I'm not saying that's definitively what it is, but I'm hoping that's what it is. And it is. He's proven himself in this system, whereas Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith haven't yet proven themselves in this system.
One more petty. Usually love the Crawford boxes, but I'm petty about awful 2026 Cal Raleigh poking that cheap shot home run out there that won the game for them. Ended up being the winning margin. It put them up 3-1. They ended up winning 3-2. Yeah, Cal Raleigh is having a Kyle Tucker kind of year too. He's been terrible.
That's
this year.
He never should have accepted that nickname. It's such a stupid nickname.
Oh, the Big Dumper?
Yeah.
Oh, it's awful.
It's a horrible nickname.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
It wasn't going to age well, just as most Big Dumpers don't tend to.
No.
They're fine in your youth, but eventually they start to sag.
Indeed.
Yeah.
First QB benched odds are out. CJ Stroud is further. Not that I think CJ Stroud is going to get benched, but every public impression of CJ Stroud, everything subjective or anything driven by narrative or anything driven by public opinion, has reflected fairly poorly on CJ Stroud this offseason compared to previous offseasons.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't make the NFL's top 100. The coaches and GMs that vote on Jeremy Fowler's thing, he got one vote out of like 70 voters for the top 10 quarterbacks in football. Fantasy leagues are not fond of CJ Stroud. They don't think he's going to have a good year. I'm missing one other. There's one other thing recently. There was disrespect of CJ Stroud. So I thought he'd be kind of higher up this list, honestly.
Yeah.
And then you realize that's right. There's a lot of actual bad quarterbacks in the league. But CJ Stroud is about halfway down the list of quarterbacks to get benched this year. He's about 15th or so
16th,
on the list.
He's like right there at the median. He's the 16th most likely. Oh, no, he's tied, with Caleb Williams, Cam Ward, and C.J. Stroud at 12th.
Yep. So he's tied there.
Caleb Williams that's actually him being tied with Caleb Williams is a bit of a shock.
I was very surprised at that. I was surprised Jalen Hurts has shorter odds than C.J. Stroud to get benched. And I know Jalen Hurts is maybe the most polarizing quarterback when it comes to opinions, because the guy has been a Super Bowl MVP fairly recently. And yet every quarterback power ranking that you look at this offseason, he's barely in the upper half of quarterbacks in the NFL.
That almost feels the fact that the Caleb Williams, especially because he's so intertwined with CJ, especially since the little pep talk at midfield a couple of years ago. I feel like that's almost something where they're thinking, people are going to see these side by side, and it's going to make Stroud look that much more enticing as a bet.
Maybe.
Like the books are saying.
Oh, they're trying to lure you in.
People are going to see Caleb Williams, and they're forcing their hand, your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh gosh, that's great. Oh my gosh, he's at the same odds as Caleb Williams.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take that.
The leader on the board, and I think he deserves to be probably, is Tua Tagovailoa, who knows what it's like to get benched. He is 2-1, a 2-1 favorite. They've not made a decision in Atlanta yet. The only thing I saw out of Tua in the first preseason game was he fumbled a snap.
Yeah.
Like a shotgun snap, hit him right in the hands, and he had to fall on it. I don't know how the rest of the game went.
Preseason is awesome for just seeing nothing but lowlights from quarterbacks, and then you assume they had a horrible game.
Yeah.
I'd read that he was unimpressive, but there's also a video going around of him dancing before he's doing some kind of drill, and he's doing a goofy dance, and people aren't fond of that, but I believe that's a video from the Dolphins.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Which doesn't change, his overall goofiness.
Sure. Geno Smith, number 2 at 5-2. Geno Smith is the quarterback for the Jets. Kirk Cousins, third on the list at 3-1. He is the starter for the Raiders, who are about to practice with the Texans in 20 minutes.
I think the whole thing about that is I'd be surprised if he's the first quarterback bench. This is how it goes almost every single time. A team drafts a young quarterback in the first round. They've got a veteran quarterback above him. They say, our plan is for him to sit the entire year and learn this great game of American football at the NFL level. And at some point they fold, because usually the quarterbacks that get drafted high are on bad teams, and there's a veteran starter out there, and you're not getting anything done with him anyway. So at some point you just say, well, all right, well, smoke him if you got him.
Yeah.
Let's get this kid out here and get him some reps.
Yep.
So the real question is, if the Raiders are a competitive team, then I think Kirk Cousins ends up, being the starter as long as they're competitive.
Yeah.
If it falls apart and they're just atrocious for the first 5 or 6 games, then he's out of there.
Yeah, and Fernando Mendoza would be in. Jacoby Brissett is next at 4-1. Jacoby Brissett, who held out of minicamp and OTAs and ended up getting a nice little contract out of it.
Yeah.
He got the Cardinals to blink. Okay, the next one is interesting because it's one that has very emotional ties here. Deshaun Watson is 5th on the board for first quarterback to get benched at 6-1.
Really quick, the whole thing about Jacoby Brissett that's intriguing and where I could see it happen is that his backup is Gardner Minshew. Who is a fan favorite everywhere he goes.
He's a fan favorite. Well, and then Carson Beck is on that depth chart also. Remember after the Hall of Fame game, Orlovsky's out there saying Carson Beck announced to the world that he should be the starter in the competition for the starting job.
No, you're right. No, it would be Carson Beck before it would be Gardner Minshew.
But either one, either one. Deshaun Watson is 6-1. The Texans play the Browns in Week 10. And I think Deshaun Watson's going to win that job. Everything I'm hearing out of Cleveland, everything we're seeing on TV, just the mere stats from the first preseason game where Deshaun was fine, Shedeur was terrible. It looks like that's Deshaun's job to lose right now. It'll get hashed out after the preseason game this weekend that the Browns are playing against Buffalo. My correlation here with this, Seth, is that if Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback in Week 10 against the Texans, it means he's probably having somewhat of a renaissance season.
Yeah.
If it means, because I think similar to what you were just saying with Kirk Cousins, if it's not going well for the Browns with Deshaun Watson as a starter, then there's no reason to play Deshaun Watson anymore.
I got excited yesterday when I saw a Browns player, Aggie, Casey Concepcion, the rookie receiver out of Texas A&M. with a soundbite where he says he takes great pride in never getting tackled by a cornerback.
They were just talking about that on TV.
KC, what are you doing? You're playing against Kamari Lassiter in Week 10.
That makes me wish they played him in Week 1.
And I watched the clip, and I don't think it was taken out of context. Maybe he meant, he doesn't get caught from behind by a cornerback. The bulletin board material is I never get tackled by cornerbacks. I think he was serious. He's a small guy. He's going to get tackled with great force and ferocity many times in his career in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Don't put that out there,
Every
bro.
cornerback.
What are you doing, man?
On their schedule, just put that in their notebook.
And you're playing for the Browns. Yeah. Does he understand?
Yep.
Did he not remember the Johnny Manziel experience?
Oh, my God.
And you did some great things in college. Awesome, man. You're playing for the Browns. You're going to get tackled.
All right, joint practice starts at the top of the hour. Seth and I are going to be out there a little bit later. We've got feet on the ground at joint practice. What's D'Amico Ryans looking for? What are we looking for? What are some of the storylines as we head into this week with the Raiders? Practice today, game on Thursday. We will discuss coming up next.
What are you looking for on Kalshi? Baseball is getting really, really interesting. And the Astros, with their chance to seize this decrepit division, make things interesting all the time. Kalshi is America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, the Astros are trading at 10% to win it all. It means a $100 trade. Oh, excuse me, to win the AL. Not going into the win it all territory. But $100 trade. No, Sean, don't tell me to do that. $100 trade would pay $940 with a win.
Pendy, that puts me in a bad mood. But then the texter goes on to say, satisfied Blue Chew customer here. I used it bright and early this morning before I got my day started with 95.7 The Fan, Blue Chew activities, and then P&P on FM. What a glorious day.
I
suggest a hell of a morning.
Taking a Blue Chew, whether you're going to have activities or not, just before you go into work in the morning, and then people around the office will know that you're
excited.
You're vivacious. That guy's he's so youthful.
Right,
He's like a 13-year-old, the energy on this kid. Like a 13-year-old at the chalkboard, hobbling his way up to the chalkboard.
Do you like your job, or are you just happy to see me? Yeah. All right, so appreciate the text. Appreciate you, most of all, supporting a sponsor and listening to us on Crystal Clear FM radio here on 95.7 The Fan, or Duff Fan, as the texter says. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday when he was asked, hey, you're practicing with the Raiders on Tuesday. They start in about 15 minutes. So if you're in your car headed out to joint practice, I guess view this as the pregame show to the joint practice you're about to go to. What are they trying to accomplish today with the Raiders?
With the joint practice tomorrow, we're trying to accomplish two good teams going out competing against each other and going against some different schemes. That's the biggest emphasis, like being able to see some different things, tendency-wise, play-wise, going against different players. They have a lot of good players there, starting with the defensive end. Max Crosby is going to be great for our guys to go against him at the quarterback position. Having Kirk Cousins and Mendoza, two really good quarterbacks. So we're excited to see our group going up against those guys. Can't forget Brock Bowers as well, one of the best tight ends in the league. So personnel different, right? Scheme different. It helps us to continue to develop and grow our team throughout training camp.
Yeah, and he goes into a little bit more detail about this, but it is a big deal when you're facing a team that is, runs a lot of odd fronts. That's where you got 5 down defensive linemen. Just the way you sort out the blocks in your run game is a lot different, and it's something the Texans don't get a lot of experience doing. The Texans offense doesn't get a lot of experience with it going against the Texans defense. So that part of it is very, very valuable, and it's one of the things I was concerned about when they first drafted Rutledge and it looked like they were going to play him at center. I thought, okay, that's cool. He gets a lot of good work against this defense, but not necessarily the looks that he's going to see versus the Bills, who are moving to a 3-4 this year. They've been a 4-3 forever. Now they're a 3-4. And then the Bengals also, he's one of the best nose tackles in the league, is going to be right up on his face very, very frequently if he's playing center at that point. So this works out really well that they're doing extra work versus the Raiders. And the Panthers are the same. They run a 3-4.
Yep, they run a 3-4. D'Amico talked about that. They talked about how do you go about picking a partner team for joint practice, and he touched on what Seth's talking about.
Ideally, when I'm going through and picking a joint practice, it first starts with our scheduling, and we don't get to pick our schedule, but it works out a lot of times in our favor where offensively we're consistently going against a 4-man down front, which we run defensively. So if I could get the opportunity to go against teams that present 5 down fronts and different structures, different coverages, that works out great for us because, again, it's developing our offense to make some different calls, different communication checks up front, making sure they're on it because we know we're going to see a ton of 5-down teams throughout the season. So if we are able to get that work early on, right, in August, that definitely prepares us for the season.
I'm glad that the league started determining who your preseason opponents were going to be, just because I used to get the 2 times I get sympathetic anxiety. One is when I imagine myself being on at the end of a Saturday Night Live episode where everybody's standing on the stage. And I'm like, what do you do? Like, I don't want to dance, but who do I talk to? All of that. And then the other is if you're an NFL head coach, first-time head coach, and you're trying to figure out, you got to set up these preseason games. What if everybody says no?
It's like being at a dance.
Yeah,
you know, and like
asking somebody out to prom or something.
Everybody's already got a date.
Yeah. What if you get hired late in the process as a head coach, and you're like you're scrambling to find a
friends,
date, and you end up going with the one team that nobody else wanted. He's got body odor.
That is interesting. Yeah, because if you have some of them at the end, you're like, all right, you're the chick, you're the ugly chick at the bar. I guess I got to play a game against you.
I'm playing 3 preseason games against the Browns.
Exactly. Or Browns equivalent, yes.
Yeah.
But so they've got the Raiders here, and that's good news.
But yeah, so you don't get to choose your opponent, but you get to choose who you do the combined practices against. And then I think the other part of it is that, aside from the different scheme, you also get to face Max Crosby. So finally, finally the Texans offensive line will face a challenge at the defensive end position.
How big a difference is it only having to face one guy like that instead of two every day?
It's a big one, especially when you consider that there's a little bit more game planning that might go into it. During practice, the Texans offense is they want to run their plays and everything, and they're not going to game plan for the Texans defense every single day because all they get good at practicing is max protection and quick game, getting rid of the ball quickly. It's one of the areas where I try not to freak out about when you hear about a lot of sacks in a Texans practice when they're going against Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. They'd be running a different game plan if they were actually going to play the Texans defense.
Yeah.
They're not going to sit there and think like, oh, it's cool if they get 20 sacks today.
Right. They'd make an adjustment.
You know who did that? That game where JJ got how many sacks against the Jaguars? Was it 4 sacks?
I forget. I know the game you're talking about.
It was the dumbest game plan I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because they just left that awful left tackle they had one-on-one versus JJ with no help the entire game.
Yeah.
And he got destroyed. And that's what you get. That's what
JJ used to eat in the division, man.
Yeah.
Those Titans games and those Jaguar games.
Well, it's funny because I remember back then, whenever that game was, I think the Texans, they had played the Patriots either before or after. Yeah. And I'm watching the Patriots, who are one of the better teams in the league, put 6 hands on JJ every play.
That was a Sunday night game.
The Patriots, a pretty well-coached football team. Yeah. It seems like, and JJ was playing with a cast.
Yes.
And they were still double-teaming him and then sending a running back just in case. And then you go to play the Jaguars, and the Jags are like, "Now we're good. Mm-hmm. We're good with it. We're good with this second-year player at left tackle."
Right. Yeah, they just let him sit out there. This is a big week, now that you think, for a lot of guys. Between the joint practice today and the game on Thursday, this is a really big next kind of 72 hours for probably even bigger, Seth. All these things are big for guys trying to make the team, but in particular, there's going to be a lot of ones-on-ones today.
Yeah.
And the ones are going to play in the game. We don't know how much, but the starters are going to play in that game on Thursday. For the guys that are competing for roles on the offensive line, this is about as big a 2 days as there is so far in camp.
Well, and with the offensive line, where Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, flat out came out and said yesterday during his availability, or a couple days ago, that they don't know who their starters are right now. He wishes they'd figured it out last year, but they don't. Guys are still competing for starting roles. And it's on an offensive line, it's interesting. I think there's a little bit of a dynamic too, where kind of like any of you crew bros out there, any of you like rows, tell me if I'm right on this. I think when in rowing, sometimes there's individuals and how strong a rower they are, but then there's another dynamic where it's like some guys just fit in better. And just the boat runs better when you've got this certain configuration of guys. And I think on the offensive line, it's a little bit like that when you're just trying to put different groups together to see how it all looks with these guys. How are they working together? And you don't quite know until you actually see them out there facing a challenge like the Raiders.
Okay, the answer last year to my question was definitely no, because they had a rotation going at left guard during the season.
Yeah.
They did a bunch of shuffling around. Jake Andrews was your center. He might not make the team this year. The Texans talk about how we're going to play our 5 best.
Yeah.
Do they have 5 good offensive linemen on this team right now?
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, and I think I know people are freaking out about Ed Ingram, and Ed Ingram's already proven himself in this scheme. I think there's a really, really good chance that he's working on a few technique-type things that are screwing him up right now. But it's training camp, and that's when you're supposed to work on that stuff. J.J. Watt, who I mentioned earlier, he used to play defensive line.
I remember him.
Enterprising young man. He's trying to make a go of it in media, and I think he's gonna make it. But that's something he's complained about before with all the training camp video. Is that, man, sometimes you're working on something, and it looks like crap. And everybody's watching and reporting on it, and it's that much harder to work on it if you're somebody who pays attention to the media, when not only are you struggling in practice, but people are writing articles and blog posts about it.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm patient with Ed Ingram because he's already proven in this scheme, and it doesn't look like he's physically necessarily any different. So like he's going to be the starter at right guard most likely. Even it'd be very, very unlikely.
I'd be shocked if he wasn't.
Wyatt Teller, it seems like he's in that group that's trying to prove that he's one of the 5 best.
Yeah.
But if Keelan Rutledge is at left guard, Evan Brown has been like a competent enough journeyman type of starter who can play center, and I think be an improvement over Jake Andrews from last year.
Yeah. It's the different.
So I think
combos.
I think you've got 5 starting caliber offensive linemen, and I think Wyatt Teller is one of them. They're just working through some things right now.
Yeah, and then I guess the question becomes, if something happens with one of them, how much shuffling does that cause?
Yeah.
To get the next best, to keep your 5, to keep it as your 5 best out there.
Yeah.
Like, if something happens with Evan Brown, do you got to move Keelan Rutledge over and then this guy at left guard?
I don't worry with Keelan Rutledge about the whole versatility thing. Most rookies, I hate it when they try to make them versatile because it's just so much all at once. But I think he would handle it pretty well.
Seems like it.
It's the who was the one back in the early 2000 teens, the Polynesian name.
Xavier Su'a-Filo.
Yeah, Su'a-Filo, thank you. Su'a-Filo seemed to be the original one where the Texans felt like he's going to play all 5 positions on the offensive line.
Right.
Is he good at any of them? No, he can do it all.
No, yeah.
He's a jack of all trades. Not even close to a master of any of them.
No. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Texans joint practice getting underway here soon, so we'll keep our eye on the interwebs to see if anything interesting is happening out there. Seth and I will be out there a little bit later. Where do the Texans rank as far as the outlook for the team over the next 3 years? ESPN does this every year. It just dropped. They rate different facets of the team. Are you surprised the Texans are rated this high in this particular category? We'll tell you what it is coming up next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency. Fan Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you here on Sports Radio 6.
Oh, you almost, is that your first time?
I didn't make it the whole way through.
95.7 The Fan. Sean.
It's 95.7 The Fan. Damn it. There goes my perfect game. I jinxed myself when I was on with Jason Bristol on KHOU this weekend. He did a Pender poll style question about week 2 of 95.7 The Fan, and he said, what's going to be the most difficult thing about week 2? And he had 4 choices, and one of them was getting the station name and call letters right. Because it's force of habit.
Right. Yeah,
and I said, at that point, I was the only one who had not made that mistake yet of the hosts that bring us back from break each time. And I said, I probably jinxed myself.
That's all right. You start anew. That's a reminder.
Yeah. I gave up a
yourself
bomb.
Bases
are cleared.
I had a moment the other day when I was going over to training camp, and the lady at the security gate asked who I was with. And I was like I was using a fake ID all of a sudden. It was like a cop had asked me, or a bouncer had asked me what my birthday is on my fake ID.
Yeah.
And I'm like, 1922? No, I couldn't remember for the life of me. And I was just like, Odyssey.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. She let me in.
That's good. Vita?
No, not Vita. It was a different one. That was why Vita never asks. She knows me.
Yeah, Vita's cool. All right, so where do the Texans rank?
It was actually Vita Vea. That's what he's doing as part of his holdout.
Yeah. He's got to find something to do. Yeah. NFL future power rankings. I love me a good power ranking. Future power rankings, 2027 through 2029 projections for 32 teams. Because we all know the NFL is super easy to predict what's going to happen over the next 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this, going into this exercise, there was a time where this exercise would come out during training camp, and I would dread it as a Texan fan. 3 or 4 years ago, prior to D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson getting here, because the roster was not good. Nick Caserio, was really hard to judge him because his first 2 years here, he's just trying to put the furniture back in place, and they were cycling through coaches every year. So the 4 categories that they have for each team that they rate are overall roster, not including the quarterback. The quarterback gets his own rating, coaching, and front office. 4 different categories. So when I saw that this had come out, have you looked and see where the Texans are on this thing yet?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. I was like, I'm excited about this because I do feel like the next 3 years are very promising for the Texans.
Well, it's promising, especially if you end up getting elite quarterback play.
Correct.
Or even like way above average quarterback play.
Yeah, because people need to understand.
If people are having an argument about is C.J. Stroud an elite quarterback, I feel like that's a victory right there.
Yes.
Because it's okay. If you're having that argument at least and the defense stays as good as they are, well, okay, then we've got the Ravens.
How would we categorize, before we tell the audience where the Texans are ranked in all this, and they combine the rank. They have the rankings of each of those 4 categories, and then they combine the score into an overall ranking. What I agree with you. Like, if a year from now, if the question is C.J. Stroud elite, that means he had a damn good 2026.
Yeah.
I would say the narrative sentence around C.J. Stroud right now is if he can just be good,
if he can just
not
the
screw it up,
yeah,
then they can win a Super Bowl. That's a cut below the is he elite.
You know what? The only problem that I have with that is that I feel like that's a little bit of an insult to the entire league. It's like just because one year you have Sam Darnold winning the Super Bowl doesn't mean that now in a very different version of Sam Darnold, by the way. I don't mean to disrespect Sam Darnold there. That I think you do have to be more balanced as a team than you used to. You can't just win it with an incredible offense and not much of a defense anymore, or at least in this current era. But quarterbacks still carry a lot of weight. And if you want it, when it comes down to going against, if Drake May were to play the exact same way that he played last year, despite having a tougher schedule. You're not just going in and beating that team necessarily with just mediocre quarterback
I agree
play.
with you. You got to be able to run the football too.
Yeah,
got to be able to run. That's what Seattle ran the ball really well last year. With the backs
Seattle
that they
did it at the end of the season in the playoffs more so than all season long. That was kind of a work in progress.
Yep. So the Texans fall out 8th on this list of sort of the
where they'd look 3 years from now.
Power ranking for 2027 through 2029. Yeah. Here's where the 4 different facets of the Texans rank in the league. Tell me if you think that any of these are off base, Seth. Overall roster, excluding quarterback. They are 4th in the league.
I think that there's. Let me do the math in my head. Let's see. There's 22 positions on a football team, whether you're offense and defense. Sean, did I get that right?
Yes.
Still got it.
Specialists
Still got
also.
it.
You can
No. I'm just saying the starters on the offense and defense.
Gotcha.
The Texans would be heavily weighted on the defensive side of the ball there now.
Well, and those guys are all locked up for at least a couple years.
Yeah. So, but the category is overall roster. Yeah. So I'm surprised that they're ranked that high when a lot of the guys that I'm optimistic about on the offensive side of the ball and I think might be really good in 3 years, I don't think that an independent outside observer would feel that way. So I think it's a testament to just how loaded the defense is right now that they're 4th overall.
Totally agree with you. That 4th, and by the way, that is of the 4 categories: overall roster, not including quarterback, number 2, coaching category 3, and front office category 4. That is by far the best ranking the Texans have of those 4 different facets.
Coaching, I'm a little bit insulted.
Okay, well we'll get to that. Quarterback is 14.
Yeah.
That feels about right now.
That's about, honestly, if you're trying to be objective and you look at all the QB metrics, the CJ is ranked, if you're going by EPA or passer rating or PFF grade or anything, he's anywhere from 10th to 17th last year in most of those. And that's about what he is. I know it feels different because of the playoff performance, but yeah, he performed like an average quarterback last year to a slightly above average quarterback.
Do you think that most Texan fans, if 14 were the number, like if I put 14 out there and I did a Pender poll, do you think if the 3 choices were that's too high, that's too low, or it's just about right, what do you think most Texan fans would say about being rated 14th?
I think there's a broad spectrum. I think it would probably be, it's like anything that's average ends up having. I think there's a lot of Texans fans that hate CJ right now. I think there's a lot that think he's going to be all pro this year.
Yeah, which do you feel like there's more of?
I think there's more that at this point in the year are trying real hard to be bullish on CJ.
Okay.
But they're not going to get insulted by seeing 14.
Yeah.
It's tempered by the
14 feels about right.
Yeah. There's a lot of people out there. I think it's pretty evenly split.
I do too.
I think a lot of our listeners right now are being like, you clowns, you homers, you idiots.
Yeah.
You think 14 is accurate? And
there's some.
Yeah, and the people who are disgruntled by it are the ones that have CJ much lower.
Yeah.
The people who have CJ higher, I think they get it though.
Yeah.
They understand.
Yeah.
Like, all right, yeah, I think there's more in him, but I get ranking him 14.
DeMeco Ryans is 12th on the coaching list. He is rated 12th among head coaches here.
And we're talking about for 3 years out. So
for the next 3 years, yeah.
I find I am offended by this. I'm offended by this. This is I feel like he should be way higher than 12. You're gonna tell me that damn near half the league you think isn't as is going to be better at putting a consistently competitive product out there?
Half of them are going to get fired.
Yeah, or I guess 11. So a third of the league is better than DeMeco at consistently getting a winning performance.
He is in, if you see any top 10 rankings with coaches in this offseason, he's in them most of the time in the top 10. And the flip side of that, though, is he's won. He's won 10 games.
No, the question is always going to be defensive-minded head coach who has an awesome defense, but what are you going to do about the offense?
And who has yet to get out of the divisional round of the playoffs?
Yeah.
Really get out of the divisional round of the playoffs in a competitive fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I shouldn't say that. They were hanging with Kansas City a couple of years ago.
I'm kind of surprised because like those lists of quarterback head coach rankings and everything, these are the same dudes or types of dudes that are voting on those lists. Yeah. So to have him 12th, I was a bit surprised.
12th is what he is coaching, and then front office is 10th. Front office is 10th. Now that's an interesting one because I think if you and I think Nick Caserio's done a good job. I know people are upset about the offensive line being this state of flux the last few years. Totally get it. Totally agree with that. empirically, he's done a good job building. He's the one who built the roster that's rated 4th aside from the quarterback.
That's a really good point.
So
yeah, they've got the 4th ranked roster, but the front office that gave you that roster
is rated 10th. Yeah, is rated 10th. But I think this would be an interesting one because I think D'Amico would win this poll, which is D'Amico Ryans is rated 12th best at his job.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio, I'm using Nick as front office.
Yeah.
Is rated 10th at his job. I think most Texan fans would flip that one on its head.
Yeah.
I think most Texan fans feel like D'Amico Ryans is maybe slightly, I don't think maybe significantly better, but I think they feel like the team has been better coached than it has been GM'd, based almost entirely on the offense being able to not get out of its own way the last couple of years.
And I think, though, too, if you just want to like boil it down to the bare minimum, okay, what's the biggest issue here? At least if you want to simplify things, it's you need better quarterback play. There's a lot that goes into that from the other positions and everything, but that's like people are going to look to the GM for that, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Yes,
with a defensive-minded head coach,
and he picked the quarterback.
Yeah,
he didn't inherit the quarterback; he picked the quarterback also. Now, all that said, you shake it all up, and they come out 8th on the list.
The one nugget that I didn't like in here, and I like Aaron Schatz who did this, but he says, despite being regarded as having one of the finest pass rushes in the NFL, the Texans finished a shocking 21st in pass rush win rate last season after ranking number 1 in 2024. Like, all right. And that goes back to like, okay, can we maybe start to question some of these metrics about pass rush win rate and everything?
Well, he's like the godfather of DVOA.
No,
right?
but I like a lot of the stuff he does. But this is ESPN stat, which, as best I can tell, is based on GPS type of stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and this is the problem. The Texans are really good at having a disciplined pass rush. So when you talk about keeping a quarterback in the pocket, squeezing the pocket, maintaining your pass rush lanes, they do a really good job of that. The defensive linemen, the defensive tackles especially, and the defensive ends, honestly, where you see a lot of other, and this used to drive me crazy back, even when the Texans defense was good in the mid-2000 teens. When you see a defensive end, like, maybe it looks like he beat the offensive tackle, but he runs past the end of the back of the quarterback in the pocket. Or you see a defensive tackle have a sick pass rush move, but it opens up a lane on the inside, and the quarterback just scrambles for positive yardage up the gut. The Texans are really good at being disciplined, and when they get to close to the quarterback, it's not enough just to try to get the sack. You got to be sure you're doing it within your lane. Mm-hmm. So it ends up looking a lot of times where a defensive tackle looks like, oh, he's stalled out at the end there. No, he's actually being very unselfish and doing the right thing. So I don't worry about that at all.
Yeah,
that's like it's a brutally effective pass rush.
Just watch them.
The win rate dropping from 49% to 35% doesn't do a damn thing to me.
No. So the way these rankings actually come up, it's a four-headed monster that's doing this. It's Benjamin Solak, Louis Riddick, Aaron Schatz, and Seth Walder. So the four of them are the ones that ranked all those facets of the team, and they combined them all together. The reason I bring that up is because they each have a comment about each team. You just mentioned Schatz's comment about his was a nugget to know, and he brought up the pass rush win rate you're talking about. Bold prediction for 2027 through 2029. And this is me saying this now, this is why they will not let Kamari Lassiter leave the building. This is why Kamari Lassiter is going to get a contract that's in Derek Stingley's neighborhood. Cornerback, this is Seth Walder making this prediction. Cornerback Kamari Lassiter will earn more first-team All-Pro honors than Derek Stingley Jr. will for those 3 seasons, 27 through 29. Both are amazing, but Lassiter is more underrated. He spent a higher percentage of time in tight coverage last season. He's got a percentage in there, and is an excellent run defender. I think Kamari Lassiter is one of the top 10 cornerbacks in football and ascending.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with Lassiter that hurts him from a perception standpoint is because he does things a little bit like when you watch Derek Stingley play cornerback, it's almost textbook everything in terms of his coverage, his ball skills, all of that. With Lassiter, there's an element to his game where he's so good at timing the arrival of the ball and disrupting the pass at the catch point that I don't think people credit him as much for that as they should, because they'd rather see the guy that's pure step for step running, like perfectly down the sideline. Kamari sometimes lets a receiver get a half step on him, and it might look like he's beat, but it's not because of the way he plays at the catch point. That's just it's a style thing that he's never going to get as much credit for it, because I think people they're hesitant to believe that that you can depend on it.
Do you think Kamari Lassiter potentially could be the cornerback that over the next 3 seasons after this year garners more accolades than Derek Stingley Jr.?
I think
does he have that kind of ceiling?
And I think, and again, it goes back to the people's perception and the way that they judge these things, that they want things to look a certain way, and he's a little bit unconventional in the way it looks, and they never give cornerbacks as much credit for coming up and stop the run. I know.
Smacks his
Sean, I'm
helmet.
talking about the people who vote, not how I feel about it.
Oh, that's right.
Personally.
They're not fun.
Yeah, no, they're horribly not unfun.
Yeah.
The other thing too is when a cornerback comes up and is brutally effective versus the run, they start thinking like, cover 2 corner. Which is the biggest insult in all of football.
Yep.
Which he isn't, but that's what they think in their tiny little brains.
By the way, the other AFC South teams in this exercise: Jacksonville 13th. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is ESPN putting together the power rankings for seasons 2027 through 2029. Jacksonville 13th, Tennessee 24th, Indianapolis 26th. I'm telling you, Indy is due for a big drop-off, man.
Well, Chris Ballard has been the GM there since 1927.
It feels like it.
Despite not having one playoff victory in the last 10 years.
Right over there.
Yeah, in NRG Stadium?
In NRG Stadium.
Or was it Reliant at the time?
It was NRG Stadium at the time, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe. So, so there you go. Texans 8th. Seattle number 1, by the way, on that in that poll. All right, coming up next. Oh, yeah, we got to give tickets away. Thank you, Byron. Yeah, let's give away some tickets to the Texans and the Raiders on Thursday night. Caller number 10 right now. Give us a shout. Caller number 10. Going to win a pair of lower-level tickets to the Texans and Raiders. It sounds like you're going to see some starters out there on Thursday night, so that'll be a fun way to spend a Thursday night for caller number 10. Give us a shout right now. All right, coming up next, I have a genuine question for a group of college football fans out there. A particular school, a school of which you're an honorary alum.
Oh, yeah.
How do you process still rooting for this guy and sticking up for him? I will tell you who it is coming up next.
I'll tell you something. Somebody.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Well, you were looking at a list during the break.
Oh.
Best teams to not make a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I'll have to move off of. I clicked on
That's okay.
2026 Houston Texans training camp latest intel by DJ Bieneme.
Ah, okay.
He's my new best friend because he asked the question of D'Amico yesterday that I really wanted to ask
You've
D'Amico.
been waiting for the answer to that question. Yeah, we'll play it on the way out. But you were best teams to not make a Super Bowl, and obviously the Texans don't pop up on that list.
No.
The best team, the Texans, the best chance they had to get to a Super Bowl, I think, was last year of all those teams. Or if Matt Schaub had stayed healthy in 2011, would have been a fantastic year.
Right, but they
the
were
first year they were in the
kind
playoffs.
of a surging team, and it wasn't like they were. Oh, this is the best team in the.
No.
Well, like last year's Rams team is on this list somewhere in the top 10.
Really?
Yeah.
They're a wild card team, and yet they were on that list. That's interesting to me.
37. It's all based on DVOA.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Then that's because I'm just thinking.
Well, they're a wild card team in a division that.
No, I get it, but I mean, we were talking best ever to not make a Super Bowl. It's a little surprising a team that didn't even win its own division would be on a list like that. You know? So, granted, a division with the team that eventually won the Super Bowl. That's neither here nor there. Here's why I thought it was interesting, because you got me thinking about the Texans. They've never been a 1 or a 2 seed. You know, like it's one of those things. Like, I'm not expecting them to show up on lists like this, but they've never made it past the divisional round. And the issue is they're always playing on the road in the divisional round. You know, you'd think they'd have busted through at some point and won one of these games. You know, when you're a good team, you don't expect to lose, I guess it's 7. Oh, they're 0-7 in the divisional round.
Yeah.
Well, you'd think you'd bust through and win one time. They've never been a 1 or a 2 seed. They need to be a 1 or a 2 seed this year.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
Yeah.
Take care of your business in the regular season.
Somebody, I was on with Ari Myroff, the guy from Twitter.
The Twitter guy.
Yeah, the Twitter guy.
He's good. He does a lot of
interviews. He interviewed me yesterday, and I think he's posting it today. But what were we talking about?
1 or a 2 seed.
Oh yeah. What was the disappoint? Like what's the standard this year for the Texans? And that's always a tricky question because you feel kind of like a wuss if you don't say Super Bowl or bust. But I think that largely, I mean, organizationally, and from the fan base, that's the big, really kind of embarrassing thing is that you're the only team in the division that hasn't been to an AFC championship game, which wouldn't be as big a deal except there's a few expansion teams in this division already. Or a couple expansion teams in this division. So that, I think just getting to an AFC championship is, for me, that's the attainable, like, come on, you can do this. You got to win a divisional game, get to the AFC championship game. It's a milestone I want to cross.
There's a degree of fatigue with having to see that with every Texans preview every year.
Yeah.
Or hear people talk about it. That would be one thing. Would you sign up for that right now without knowing what's behind door number 2?
No, I always take door number 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take nothing. What am I going to do? Die if I don't win or something? No. Super Bowl,
Super Bowl could be behind door number 2.
If you tell me they could make it to a Super Bowl or I got to go door number 2, I'm taking door number 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so you want the whole thing?
Yeah.
The whole shebang?
Yeah.
Okay.
The enchilada.
I would sign up
for
the
Mai Tai.
I think I might. Am I a loser if I sign up for a trip to the Super Bowl? I might lose by 40.
People accuse you of it.
Yeah. No,
people who've never accomplished anything in life will tell you you're a loser.
That I'm a loser.
That you're settling for that.
Yeah. Those people.
No, you're just you're more analytically minded, I suppose.
Pragmatic. Yeah. Maybe. We'll see.
I mean, so door 2 could be a really disappointing season and the catastrophe.
Yeah. It could be. Yeah, but I can sign up to get that divisional round monkey off our backs.
In my tiny little thinking brain, I would take door 1, I guess. But my gut and my fear of being criticized.
The gut's more fun.
Fear of being criticized by strangers on the internet has me saying, Super Bowl or bust.
Stick with the
you
gut.
Loser. You beta male.
Gut's more fun. In fact, you just talked me into door number 2. Screw the divisional round. Okay, this was Johnny Manziel. He was on, it looked like he was doing an interview with Bert Kreischer. That's what it looks like.
I interviewed Bert Kreischer once back in the day. I was scrolling through pictures on my phone. I don't know why it came up, but Bert Kreischer and Meltzer and me. He's got his shirt off, which I feel like. Of course he does. I think I'm the one that told him to do it.
Okay. That's where the gimmick came from?
I'm going to claim credit for this. Yeah, this would have been like 10 plus years ago. Yeah, before he was big.
He shows up on Monday Night Raw sometimes, rips his shirt off. He likes taking his shirt off.
Yeah, you're welcome, Bert Kreischer. It's a good gimmick I gave you.
It is. Nice job. Johnny Manziel was having a conversation with him. and shared this little story about Johnny Manziel being glad his time was over in the CFL. This is how it ended.
I just remember smiling from ear to ear. I couldn't wait. This is probably the happiest I've ever been to go in the cup. And when I handed him this cup back, I just remember being like, why are you so happy? I'm like, man, I can't tell you what a blessing this is, what a godsend this is, that I don't have to go back to Canada because of what you're holding in your hand right there.
He's like, I can smell it.
Yeah, I'm like, you probably can. But whatever you do, handle with care and send it directly back. Make sure that gets to Randy Ambrosi, the CFL commissioner. Deliver that to him personally. You don't even need to send it to the lab. Just take the lid off.
Yeah. Okay, so Johnny Manziel, obviously he was really excited because he clearly had taken some sort of drugs and took his drug test for the CFL. It was basically his resignation.
Yeah.
It is a pretty unique resignation. Here's a drug test that will fail.
As opposed to, doing it of your own free will and just saying, I'm not going to go play in Canada again. Yeah, of course, then he might have to give back some money or something.
Maybe. And he'd be labeled a quitter.
The whole thing with Manziel is that, like, this is his career now, which is kind of playing up the rock star role.
Yes.
And I can also appreciate when you're in those moments of self-destruction, it is almost like you're hoping for more. Like, yes, bring it all on. It's like when you're watching your football team lose a game and they're losing badly, and there's that part of you is like, I hope they lose by 90. They don't deserve. I hope somehow this game extends on into 7 quarters.
Yep.
You just want you just want everything to be torn down around you. He was probably in that mode.
Okay, am I being a little harsh on Johnny Manziel when I ask Aggies how do you? I'm not saying this like, how do you root for this guy? But I'm curious how Aggies feel about Johnny Manziel. This post-career Johnny Manziel that now just goes on podcasts and tells stories of his partying is a little embarrassing to me. It's a little frat bro-ish to me.
Yeah.
It's a little eye-rolling.
I think they're entertaining stories. I think the part that rubs you the wrong way is that he'll tell these stories, and at times he'll talk about how he was in a bad place and he didn't handle it right. But then he'll simultaneously lash out at people.
He'll play the victim.
Who are doing exactly what they should have done.
Yes.
Like he'll talk about all of the horrendous way he behaved and conducted himself when he was at the Browns, but then also blame the Browns.
Yeah.
And that's the part that rubs you the wrong way. And that rubs me the wrong way too.
Yeah.
Like, just own up to it. Like, own it completely. That you were a disaster. Nobody was going to handle you the right way. Are you going to tell me that if you had gone to the Packers or the Patriots or something, that it would have ended any differently? Like, no.
Yeah.
So stop blaming others for this stuff.
No, that's the thing. And I'm not saying you can't make mistakes and like that Johnny, like that you shouldn't root for a guy who made mistakes. I'm not saying that at all. It's just the way he handles his business now. There's something off-putting about it to me.
Yeah.
There's something off-putting about just like the way it's almost like he does these podcasts and he's bragging about his stories and stuff like that. And it's like, there's one thing to acknowledge your self-destruction. There's another thing to brag about your self-destruction. Yeah. I don't know. The victim card is annoying to me.
Well, and the flat out fact of the matter is too, this is how he makes his living now. It's like he's got this persona, and it's like a music video from the 1980s, where you're almost like, that was part of being a rock star. Was like, okay, you got to be sure you get a heroin addiction at some point so you can write some songs about it, and you almost gotta live up to this certain expectation, and I think that's his persona now, and he makes money to go around and do podcasts and everything, and it's like that's his living.
That's his living. Yeah, that's his living. Yeah,
I know somebody's gonna say, no, he's a trust fund, whatever. Like, it's not. Like, there's a really good chance that his trust fund isn't paying what would support the lifestyle he wants.
Right, right.
You get down to the third generation of a trust fund, and it's usually not as it's not the cushy lifestyle that people imagine.
Of a wild family.
Yeah, that's true.
I've talked to people that
his dad works for a living.
Right.
It's not just like his dad stopped working or anything. Yeah. So whatever trust fund he has, I don't think it doesn't support the lifestyle that he likes living.
Someone said Sean's just mad that Johnny had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Maybe. The texter said, just kidding, Sean. LOL. No, you may be right.
I do think that if he didn't lash out at some of the people that were just doing what they should have been doing, then it wouldn't bother you as much.
Probably not. I liked Johnny when he was in college. I wanted the Texans to take Johnny Manziel.
He acts like Brian Hoyer is the biggest jerk in the world because Brian Hoyer disapproved of Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
Not ever looking at his playbook or knowing what was going on a football field. Like, dude, that's what the veteran quarterback's supposed to be doing.
Yep. You're talking about him. He's winning.
Yeah.
Probably. And I'm not saying he's a good storyteller. I'm curious how Aggies feel. I'm guessing there are zero Aggies who are out on Johnny Manziel because this is his life now. But I'm guessing that the acceptance of Johnny Manziel ranks anywhere from, hey, I had a lot of good times rooting for him, so whatever he does, but he provided a lot of good times for me in college and as an Aggie alum or whatever, all the way to, screw you, Sean, he's amazing. He's still, Johnny freaking football.
Okay, just from a pure business perspective, I think just as an icon at Texas A&M and one of the biggest celebrities they've put out, and he remains a big celebrity in a long time, like, if he weren't going this route, he could still make a nice living as a Texas A&M ambassador and actually a guy that would go, like, he can't, right now, he could make good appearance fees just going to talk to people about his struggles with drugs and alcohol and all that. He could get paid to go to a birthday party.
He could.
If he were... Right now, his birthday party money is probably not nearly as high.
And you know why it might not be?
Yeah.
Because you don't know if he's going to show up.
Right.
Ask College Game Day.
No, and you don't hey, Johnny Manziel's going to come and throw some passes to the kid. I'm probably a little less likely to sign him up for that.
Right.
We'll go get one of the lesser names.
But remember, Alex Caruso had to show up to the playoff game on game day because Johnny's still in Florida. He was at the Logan Paul or the Jake Paul fight.
Yeah.
And he thought he might have COVID.
Food poisoning or something.
Yeah. All right, final segment coming up here, Payne and Pendergast, and then we're off to joint practice with the Texans and the Raiders. One of the newest Texans. I still love hearing this particular Texan talk about his journey to the Texans in free agency. It's almost like he can't believe that they pursued him. We'll get to that, and we'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. We'll do that coming up next.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. Seth and I are going to be out of here right at 10 because someone's asking, why are y'all at training camp? Because we're not doing 2-hour shows anymore.
Yeah, they make us work.
They make us work till 10.
Yeah.
It's a sweatshop in here.
And they don't have but the question, they don't have the setup out there anymore.
Yeah.
Like we can't.
Yep.
We're not allowed, basically.
Yep.
Once we're over in Bridgeland, it'd be easy, I think.
Oh, I think they're going to have a studio
like overlooking the field and everything.
Yeah, it's going to be cool, man. It's going to be cool.
Not
3
just
years
for
away.
us. I mean, they're going to let John and Mark use it, too.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll take it over.
A little extra, confidence maybe we shouldn't have that you and I will still be around in 3 years.
That's true. That's some bravado right there.
Yeah.
I'd say things are trending in the right direction. We're on FM now, man. It's all good.
We just keep playing Du Hast every segment.
That's right. We just keep playing German music at 7:20 every day. That's what the playbook says. This is an interesting text, and we'll get to read Blankenship. And by the way, Byron, we're going to start with Blankenship 3. Manziel should learn to do comedy. He has so many stories that would make him big. I said that. He is a good storyteller.
Yeah.
There are people who make their way. They're not necessarily like stand-up comics, but they're just
storytellers.
They're storytellers.
Yeah.
You know who does that? Mick Foley, who's a professional wrestler.
Yeah.
Is a great storyteller and has amazing stories. He goes, I don't know if he does anymore. He has a harder time maybe getting around than he used to, but he would go on tour like to the Improv in all the cities.
Yeah.
And he'd sell it out just telling stories to wrestling
Yeah,
fans.
just telling, so you're not a stand-up comedian, but you're a speaker. Yeah, I mean, well, it is what, and likewise, what I was saying is if he was on the straight and narrow, you could tell you could go and do a lot of speeches about his previous life and all that.
Yep.
No, he's got a lot of charisma. And that's what that's part of what made him the star that he remains.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Someone said that in the documentary, in the Johnny Manziel documentary, he said that he he came from a wealthy family story, end quote, was made up.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Boy, that was perpetuated out there for a long time.
Well, people, you know what? Oh, it was part of it. It was part of the reason that he did that he wanted to be able to show that like the money that he was making from NIL from autograph signings and everything was not the actual deal. Like he was a way to hide the income. He said, "Oh, I've got a trust fund. That's how I'm flying to all these places and everything."
Yeah. That's. I mean, I don't know what he made from the Browns. It was like $8 or $9 million guaranteed, something like that. Byron, we good? Okay. Here is Reed Blankenship. I like this. His free agency journey to Houston. He always sounds like he's mystified that the Texans were interested in him.
At first, I didn't really know what to expect. But when things started heating up, especially with here, I'm like, why would a team like this that has a great defense to want me? And being able to come here and be a contributor and for a defense like this stature to want me, I don't know, it feels great. I'm ready to go and just ready to start playing with these dudes.
Hey man,
it was like when
have some confidence.
When Molly Ringwald was standing on her porch
candles.
And Jake is standing in front of his
Jake
Porsche. Ryan. And she looks behind her like, me? Is that? And the Texans are like, yeah, you, Reed.
You?
That's what we want.
Yeah, and then he got into a red Porsche 944 with Nick Caserio and drove off, and then the two of them sat on a table with each other and ate some birthday cake.
Oh yeah, that was weird, huh? Yeah.
They sat Indian style on a glass kitchen table or glass dining room table and kissed each other over a birthday cake.
That's right. It was very romantic.
And they'd never even gone on a date before.
Oh yeah,
That was the biggest fallacy of that movie is that Jake Ryan dumped like the hottest chick in high school.
Oh yeah, but she was annoying. She was really annoying.
Yeah, but she was.
But we don't know Jake. We don't know why Jake was intrigued with Molly Ringwald, though. It's not like he knew her or anything.
No, but he's just looking for something, a little more grounded. It sounded
like. Yeah, you could just tell.
Because the girlfriend they had trashed his house. She threw a big party.
Yeah.
Invited everybody to the party. She was a drunk. She was a lush.
I was thinking about that the other day about like as you get older. I think I find a woman who is a 5 but who has a vivacious personality and is smart and everything is genuinely just sexier than a vapid 10. Like by a long shot. By a long
100%.
shot. Yeah.
100%.
And I don't know, like when you're young and shallow, you don't feel that way.
No.
As you get older, it's enough bad experience with vapid hot women that you're like, what the hell? And it gets to the point where you find them ugly almost.
Yes.
Like the woman who's objectively a 10, she's ugly to you because of her personality.
That was an age, too, where we were very superficial in the 80s. You know, like it was...
Well, yeah, and a lot of those women that people looked at as like Molly Ringwald or whatever, like I feel like they weren't like pretty by Hollywood standards or anything.
No. There was one of those little like Hollywood Square 9-person graphics last week.
Yeah.
All with like really good looking actresses that played college or played like late teens, legal teens in movies, and it said pick one. And Phoebe Cates from Fast Times at Ridgemont High was getting a lot of love. Remember she had the pool scene that was iconic. But I said, here's the thing. Am I getting the pool scene? Phoebe Cates was in Brad's dreams.
Right.
Her taking her top off.
Yeah.
Judge Reinhold's character. The actual character of hers in the movie was a bit like all talk.
Oh, really?
If you remember. Yeah.
That. Yeah, that's right.
She was all talk.
She acted like she was way more mature than she actually was.
Yeah.
She pretended she had this older boyfriend that nobody knew.
She walked in on Brad and got grossed out by it.
Yeah.
Where if the Linda in his dreams would have walked in and like hung out for a little while. Yeah. So anyways, back to Reed Blankenship. You just sent Byron some audio from Reed Blankenship.
This is interesting because he had a baby girl during the break between OTAs and training camp.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, he did. So somebody asked him how his fatherhood changed you.
It's crazy. I feel like it's hard to explain sometimes, especially the fathers out there that especially have a baby girl. Things change in your mind, like everything flips, and you just want to be the best version of yourself to her and to your wife for as long as you're here. So.
Yeah, that'll fade. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that last part there. That's how you're feeling in a moment. Don't worry. You're not going to feel that extreme pressure to be the best version of yourself or anything.
Oh, yeah. Enjoy that feeling while you got it.
Yeah, you get to the point where you just start nostalgizing about when you weren't the best version of yourself.
Right.
Like, back when I was allowed to be the worst version of myself. Those were the days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but enjoy it now, where you're all these highfalutin.
There's a lot of women in Houston that heard that cut and fell in love with Reed Blankenship just now. Oh.
Sorry, he's taken.
Yeah. But with that southern accent, it's got to be the best version of myself.
Yeah. No, I think that's a relatable feeling. You do feel that way. You're like, holy crap, I gotta be a super adult now.
Responsibility.
I gotta just. He doesn't seem like he's a guy who probably was all that deficient in being a good dude.
No, he seems good.
Yeah.
Someone like me, I'm on my second marriage.
Do you catch yourself? Do you ever catch yourself when you make a bad decision or something? Like,
nope, I never have.
I get those guilt pangs sometimes.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really fade. Like that. So those incredible emotions you feel after you have your first child, like those months afterwards, that's for real. Some of it fades. Like it doesn't stay as strong. But there is that part where you do something, and you're like, oh, what am I doing? I'm a father with a family.
Yeah.
Like this was dumb.
Yes.
I can't. I didn't budget for this bail money. I got a bat in the hatches on some of this
I didn't do anything that crossed that line or anything like that. But I could have been a better decision maker.
Yeah,
I would say for sure. Now,
Jonathan Alexander reports that Max Crosby just got into it with one of the Texans O-linemen.
Oh, okay. Which one do you think it was?
Max, do you not have a baby girl?
Right.
Is this the best version of yourself?
Yeah,
sir.
What the hell? You know what?
We conduct ourselves with a certain level of dignity around here.
I was going to say I give them a pass because of the heat, but they play in Vegas. Pretty hot out there, too.
Yeah.
It didn't say who he got into a scrape with?
No.
Come on, Jonathan.
It's hard to tell those scrapes.
Yeah, who started it?
Yeah, and what's going on.
Okay, so who do you think power rank the Texans offensive linemen in order of starting a fight with Max Crosby?
Crosby plays on the edge, so if he's going to get into it with Keelan Rutledge, it would have to be something. It could be if he was slanting down inside, or if it could be if people felt like Crosby got a little too frisky with CJ.
Which he's done before. Not with CJ, but he's done that with quarterbacks before. He did it with his own quarterback,
and we saw
Kirk Cousins.
on Netflix.
Yes.
Pat Mahomes didn't like that Crosby's always kind of giving him a little extra love tap after the play.
Yeah.
So, did he give CJ a love tap on the helmet or something?
So Rutledge is easily number one.
Yeah.
Who would be number two behind
maybe
Rutledge?
Trent Brown.
Oh, okay.
Trent Brown might be just, like, hey, man, that's not how we're practicing today. If you got a little extra rambunctious.
Yeah. I would say, Trent's a good one.
Now, Max Crosby on his own podcast did give a lot of respect to Braden Smith.
He did.
He said Braden Smith's one of those guys that you don't hear about a lot, but man, he just brings it. You go out in the first series, you know that it's going to be an all-day battle.
Yep.
So like Braden Smith might have been the guy.
Braden Smith up there for sure. What about Ursery?
Crosby plays mostly on the left, so I don't think.
No, but just in terms of starting up a fight with
probably not.
No, you don't think?
I don't think for multiple reasons. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, Rutledge is like the minus 800 favorite.
Yeah.
Just based on his chippiness. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are headed out to go check this out. Did you guys? Did you hear the good news?
What's the good news?
Max Crosby got into it with one of the Texans' offensive linemen.
That would be Keelan Rutledge?
Was it Keelan Rutledge?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Jonathan Alexander reported it. He didn't have which lineman it was, but Seth pointed out it could be hard to tell. Like either you don't notice until the whole thing, the dust up has reached a crescendo or whatever.
That was a good job by Byron forwarding that to me. Byron, that's good discretion to use on when to send something in the middle of a segment.
Oh, anytime.
Yeah, that's newsworthy.
Because we've seen bad discretion.
Yeah. Somebody just got elevated up to AAA? Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
And just to follow up on that, Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 is saying that it is indeed rookie center Keelan Rutledge in the thick of the flare-up.
Of course.
Not necessarily that was definitely
I was
him.
curious if he started it.
If Rutledge is playing guard, then also maybe is a little bit more possible that it was through the course of play.
That's true. Yeah, maybe.
But again,
it's after the play, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Keelan Rutledge seems like the dude where it's like, oh, something's going down. I will be there shortly.
That's what I mean. That just because he was involved doesn't mean he started it, but I could definitely see Keelan Rutledge looking over like, ooh, a fight.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I put it at 95% that Keelan Rutledge was going to mix it up with
Max Crosby.
That's right. Did I not?
Yeah. It was off the board in my sports book. I wasn't taking any action on that.
Getting into it, so that we don't even know if there was actual shoving or if there was just jawing at each other.
Mm-hmm.
What did Aaron say? What did Aaron...
All right, I will read it verbatim.
Yes.
Quote, feisty moment between hashtag Raiders, Max Crosby, and hashtag Texans offensive line. Of course. Rookie center, Keelan Rutledge in the thick of the brief flare-up.
Oh, okay. Sounds like it was brief, and it's being described as a flare-up, so hopefully nothing that disrupts practice or anything.
I hope not.
It seems like this team has been good about whatever they've had when tensions arise, making it quick and getting back to work. There hasn't been anything that has stopped the flow of practice, even in a few instances.
Nobody's throwing a helmet or anything.
I hope it disrupts practice long enough for me and Seth to get out there and not miss too much.
Yeah, hopefully they had to do a 15-minute cooling off.
period. The old cooling off.
Yeah,
that happens.
So they delay it. Yeah,
that happens.
They could do it literally in that cool box.
There you go. Cool box.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call.
It seems like it's continuing on the chippiness because special teams drills are also seeing a little bit of chippiness. So
what the hell? What is the Raiders?
We're getting it going, baby.
The Raiders, doesn't matter what era of Raiders football, the Raiders always find themselves at or near the top of the penalty list.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes just because they're not good at football, but other times it's because there's a Raider persona. Yeah, the team has a persona. All right, you're listening to KIKK FM, KLT AM, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. All right, we've only got a couple minutes, fellas, so what is
hit me with your best shot.
What's the question of the day?
What's something that could be named after you, a la Tommy John surgery, R.I.P. Tommy John?
Oh,
okay. So
83 years, good run, right?
Yeah.
I had my hamstring tendons ripped off my pelvis when which is it's a rare injury in the NFL. Sometimes it's especially because it was a tendon snapping, and it was kind of dicey as to whether I'd come back or not. But Dr. Lowe did a great job on it. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so that would be
Sethers.
Yeah.
So does it have to be a surgery?
No. Like mine is.
Yes, I want to hear what your answer is.
My wife thinks I'm the grossest person alive because when I'm outside doing yard work or something, I blow my nose into my shirt. And that's my power move.
Okay. What is wrong
Rather
with
than
you?
going back inside, getting paper towel, tissue, or whatever, I just go like this and just blow it. You're gonna take a shower anyway.
Okay, so are we calling it? Do we
When
call
do you
that?
do that? Like how long?
Like if I'm working in the yard, working on a project
nasty,
outside.
dude.
It's disgusting.
No, it's very clean.
That's
because you're going
clean.
you're
You
going
can't
right
just
in.
say that.
Why don't you just pull a snot rocket deal? With
I don't like it
nostril,
because you don't know where
like
it's going. You have no control.
Yeah.
So I just blow it into my shirt. Go inside, throw the stuff into the. Seth is disgusting.
No, you guys have to understand though. When Lopez is doing this, he's pulling up his collar and blowing out into the inside of his shirt.
Yes.
Yeah. I would say if you pick up like the bottom of your shirt and blow into it.
But then that's showing to everybody. Otherwise, it just looks like sweat.
Oh yeah, decency was the issue here.
Yeah.
Very good.
So we call that a John Lopez.
That's right.
The OG.
No.
No.
The John
It's
P.
got to be
Lopez.
your government name. That's what Tommy John
The John
surgery is.
Lopez.
Yeah.
You're going to pull a John P. Lopez
I think
real
I'm
quick.
considerate when I do that.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
That's
you'd be
part
wrong.
of the issue, isn't it?
Mine would be betting on Hawaii at the end of a Saturday to get all your money back.
Oh, that's a good
That's
one.
the Sean Pendergast. Yeah, there's a Hawaii game. I'll be in bed in 3. I'll see you at 3 a.m., Amy. Yeah, that's mine.
You never venture all the way over to like the other side of the Pacific Rim or anything. You'd be like, "What's going on in Japan right now?"
No.
This is
to see what to bet on?
Yeah.
You know
Sean's eyes are lighting up.
Yeah.
You mentioning this does, like, I have not been too upset about the larger landscape shift in college football. That's what has made me the most mad, that you don't go from what felt like, SEC and Big Ten football, and you get some Big 12 football in the middle of the day. You end up with some Pac-12 football in the evening, and then that takes you right into Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you kind of knew the general flow of your Saturday,
Dude.
and now it's just absolute nonsense.
I was talking to Cody Stutz at the walkthrough yesterday, and he's like one of his big bets in week 1 is Cal over UCLA, I think. But Cal also plays Clemson, I think, in week 4 in California. And I'm like, oh, that's an interesting cross-conference game.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, no, wait. They're both in the ACC.
Yes,
That's right.
Yeah,
Cal is in the Atlantic Coast Conference. That is by far bigger than the portal, bigger than NIL, bigger than gambling, scandals, whatever. The lack of sense in geography of the conferences anymore, which I think is part and parcel of what you're saying,
and
Reggie,
it's not even just
bothers
the geography.
the hell out of
it's,
me.
It's kind of just like the slate.
The flow.
The Pac-12 after dark is gone, and now we just have like a mishmash of random stuff that doesn't feel right.
Yeah. All right, we got to get out of here.
Yeah, man.
Anybody's going to flare up to you.
Yep, anybody's to you. A flare up.
Remember, next time you're in the yard doing work, we're nice and sweety.
It's
right
disgusting.
here.
Okay, look who you're talking to. Next time you're in the yard doing work.
That's a good point.
Okay, yeah, that'll be the first time. All right, we are done. We are done. We are out of time.
Dainty.
Is that what he said? Yes. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Attitula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop and they start now.
All right, let's get going here on a Tuesday in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. What's happening, people? J-Lo, how you living?
I'm living fantastic.
Of course you are.
Yes.
You just walk around as a nasty person.
I
think nothing of
I
it.
walk around very comfortable in my own skin.
Way too comfortable, one might ask. Like he's showing a whole bunch of taco meat consistently. He's blowing snot into his chest. I don't understand this man.
As a consideration for others.
But real quick, I am Team OG though on the quarter zip without the shirt on.
Thank you.
What is happening?
Thank you.
Now I zip it up. Like, I don't let the taco meat. Well, I don't have any taco meat. I shave the taco meat, but in general, I'm cool with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The snot thing, I don't know what.
It's a good man right there.
I just stop giving him cover. Stop encouraging this behavior.
By the way, Lopez is getting crushed on social media.
He should.
No, over the shirt?
Yes.
You are incorrect. I went through them almost one by one to count, and it's like 50-50. Most women kind of like it, which I think says something.
How old
Sean
are these
Pendergast,
women?
as he leaves the door, he very vividly and viscerally disagrees.
Go through my comments. There was more than.
How old are these women?
I don't know. I haven't asked them their ages, but go through the comments and you can see, hey, that looks good. You look good.
Are they over the age of 60?
I don't think so.
I'm just checking.
I don't think so. Here, I'll do a quick note here while my man keeps setting up the show here.
Yeah, I should indeed do that.
I have so derailed.
On a Tuesday. Yeah, I kind of enjoy coming in derailed so that when we get on the rails, it feels like we're really doing something here. No, always get involved with the program. Like this text from the 832, that's what happens when you get old. It's just like F it. That's right. That's absolutely what's happening here. And you can text in stuff like that or just anything in response to what we're doing here on the program on the text line, 713-572-4610. We also always appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both the YouTube page and the Twitch chat are 95.7 The Fan, 957 The Fan on both of those platforms. You can talk to your fellow listener and talk back to the program. Worth noting, if you enjoy football, which I imagine that you do, there is a preseason game in a couple of days.
There sure is.
That's the Thursday night game versus the Raiders. We will set you up with a pair of tickets in the 100s level if you're listening in the 12 o'clock hour and you are the winner that calls in. We will be giving those away, like I said, in the 12 o'clock hour. But right now, it's worth noting that today is a joint practice day. Like, this is one of the big days of the training camp timeline, that preseason before we get to the regular season. This is one of those big days. Honestly, I think you would agree it has surpassed these actual preseason games themselves in terms of, I think, importance for what your team is actually going to be able to put on the field.
It's the biggest reason I don't think preseason games are important, and we've established that. But, yes, this is the day that I've been looking forward to the most coming into training camp. Things are happening out there. I'm sure most people are interested in the offense. First drive for the offense. My voice just cracked a little bit. First drive for the offense.
That's all that snot you be putting on your chest.
Ended in a field goal, by the way. Side note, 3 definitely over 60, 1 under 60, Figgy. But decent drive on the offense for the first time. Ended in a field goal. C.J. Stroud was 3 of 4. Sacked once, according to Jonathan M. Alexander.
You're just saying a lot of things really quickly right now.
Sacked once, 3 for 4. First one ended in a field goal. Successful second drive for the Texans offense. Jonathan Alexander says C.J. Stroud hit Xavier Hutchinson, which we've talked about and we'll hear from, for a couple of first downs, and David Montgomery had a 10-yard run as well. But we'll keep you up to date. And also feistiness.
Yeah, there's already been feistiness out there. Worth noting, just to begin with, before we even get to any of the stuff that's happening, who is out there, right? Head count. Logan Hall, who's kind of been in and out a little bit, is indeed out there for this day, which is, it's a good thing. How have you felt, before we even get any further into that, how have you felt about Logan Hall and his kind of availability, for lack of a better way of talking about it? Because, he's a guy who is going to be of some import, but I think his import is lessened with the return of Jadeveon Clowney and with some of the other guys that you have here in the middle. How have you felt about seeing him out there sometimes, but maybe have to take a day here or there, his personal program, if you will?
Yeah, I think overall, pretty good and kind of under the radar because of that, and also just because of Clowney coming in and all that. I think they have plans for him to be a part of their mix there on the defensive front. But you're right. I mean, just not really being available completely every day. But I think he's kind of flying under the radar. I think if he can be managed, his health, whatever it may be, I think he's going to be a big part of things.
Yeah. I'm okay with it because whenever he's out there, you can see the impact of him. Mm-hmm. And now, of course, this gets a little dicey because you still can only have 53 men no matter what. Mm-hmm. But it feels like there's just so many dudes that can add some level of impact one way or the other, especially on that defensive line, in that defensive line room, that I feel like that rotation of guys, you could put any of those dudes and I'll feel pretty comfortable, including Logan Hall. So if he's there, cool. It's obviously he can add something valuable. And if he's not, I think that it's just more opportunity for the likes like Hayden McDonald or Mario Edwards to get burned in what they're doing there. But of course, I get you to maybe the most interesting to me of the head counts out there at out in practice between the Texans and the Raiders. Jalen Noel is back on the field. If you recall, he started out on the non-football injury list to start camp. It was dealing with one of his fingers on, I believe it was his right hand. I think this is speculation, but I know he had both his ring finger and his pinky finger kind of taped together. I don't know which one of those it would be. Not that it was particularly important which individual finger it was, but that kept him out for a little bit. Then there was one practice where all of a sudden here he is, fully padded up, and he gets involved in practice that day to some degree. And then he goes back to not being involved in practice for a period of time. That made me scratch my head. I don't know that I was like, I don't want to say that I was weary or afraid or anything, but I was just like, that's weird. Like, why did that happen? Thankfully, he is back out there again today and participating. To what degree, we'll have to find out a little bit more, but he is participating in stuff in the full pads out there. So that gave me some encouragement. How about you?
Absolutely. And full pads, as you mentioned, and certainly, that's going to be important for the joint practice here. We'll see if he responds. As we've talked about, D'Amico Ryans said everybody who's healthy is going to play Thursday as well. It'd be nice to see him play a little bit because that means he's able to bounce back after a day like today. But then there's Tank Dell, who is not participating today. So just another thing that we're going to have to keep watching.
Yeah, that's the one that I wanted to get to. Like Tank Dell, after being not on any of those designations, not on the physically unable to perform, not on the NFI list, in part, I imagine, to try and get him an opportunity to run through practice type stuff whenever he was available to, has had short little bursts of running routes on air or being in part of individual drills. And this weekend, I think it was Saturday, got a few reps in full team. And then there is, I don't want to call it a setback, but a little bit of a step back, so to say, where he's not out there in walkthroughs, which you feel like, hey, walkthroughs is something that you should be able to go through if you're not like completely in a bad place. And then he's not out there today with joint practice. And the question that I have is, now that you have this in the place, like, are you starting to lose faith in the Tank Dell dream for this season? Because these are the most important, as we mentioned, these are the most important parts of camp. Like, we've reached the stretch where it's incredibly valuable for you to be a part of what's happening. It's this joint practice, it's the preseason game in a couple days, and then the joint practice next week that'll be had in Carolina versus the Panthers. Those are the really big ones to be a part of. Talk less of a system that you have here that technically Tank Dell has never actually been a part of.
Right.
And not having the opportunity to get reps in this can't be helpful for him. And the further along that we go, the less opportunity he's going to have to get in here and do reps with this team, with CJ Stroud, with all the guys that are around him, and prepare him to be ready to be impactful for you.
That last thing you said is the most important thing. If you ask me, well, let me ask you, do you think Tank Dell will be healthy either at the start or near the start, after the start of the regular season? My answer is yes. I think he'll be healthy. The problem is, what has he had? 2 practices, and everything's about timing and fitting in with the other wide receivers.
Is he going to play, though?
Getting the reps. I think he's going to be very, very limited to start the year, simply because of that. Even if you're worried about his health, fine, I get it, because he's not been out there. But if you're not worried about his health, he's still not been out there. That's the problem.
Yeah. To me, if I had to place a bet on it, I'm not sure if he's going to start the season off. Like, I'm sure they probably going to try to wing him on.
You've got him on like an injured report or injured reserve.
Probably
rather to start.
So. Yeah, probably so. That, to me, that's what it kind of seemed like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the tough thing about that, and it's a fair point to note when you get here, is that also you've had this wide receiver room, and I think that this is giving you a level of calm, John, because I think you came in with a level of concern about this.
Mm-hmm.
The wide receiver room has been one where they've kind of impressed this year in camp.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you can start with Jaden Higgins, who has seemingly taken a next step in development towards the potential that you could see in his frame, right? 6'4", a sizable frame, and definitely some speed. And you could see all of that demonstrate itself when he's out there on the field. In fact, I imagine that's one of the really interesting things that I'd like to talk to, I think, B. Scott, when we talk to him at noon about what's happening out there in training camp, or, in this joint practice. Then you also add in Jalen O, who we know is a talented player. We haven't seen him yet, but hopefully today gives us a little bit of insight into where he is, like give us a data point to then be able to judge everything else that comes after. You had a Xavier Hutchinson jump this year where he looks like he's a valuable player, and if he had to be one of your first 3 wide receivers that are out there, I know I personally would not be too upset. I know that he's not a guy that I go, he's going to separate a whole bunch and he's going to be super impactful as far as leading the line, but he doesn't have to, right?
Right.
Jared Wayne has looked pretty good. I don't know to what degree you hold that. You know that Justin Watson can get out here and play whenever you need to. And then Lewis Bond has been impressive for what he is to this point. And I don't know exactly where that lands for this wide receiver, for this team specifically on a game day on a Sunday. But that all of these things is a whole bunch of guys that have shown themselves well. And how do you then make room for Tank Dell, not just in the abstract, but specifically in order to get him reps and opportunities, especially if he's not getting them in training camp when they're abundant for more people to get them?
Well, and let's use, let's talk about what DeMeco Ryans himself said about Thursday. Clearly, Tank Dell is not out there today, or at least participating. And he said if they're healthy, they're going to play on Thursday. So if Tank Dell doesn't play on Thursday,
he's not healthy.
He's not healthy.
It would.
Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Would it make sense
for him to play on Thursday if he hasn't done anything in the last 3 days?
If they want to just give him one, if they want to get, well, I don't know about that because we don't know what he's done on the side. We don't know what he's done in the meeting rooms, all that stuff. Yeah,
I know. I did see another workout video pop up this week, like him going and running routes. Which, I mean, how valuable is that to you right now, right? Like him going and running routes without pads compared to being a part of the system that you're running. I imagine not very. Like that's the type of stuff that's real cool for the spring.
Right.
That's the type of stuff that's real cool for the summer. When we get to this time of year, running routes on air without pads does not move me much, especially if you're not in here doing these. But
you know, if he doesn't, maybe they're gonna sort of regulate just how much live action he gets, and he could play Thursday. But if he does not, and that's something that we're gonna have to put a pin in and pay attention to. If he does not, that by D'Amico's own words, that means he isn't fully healthy. Now, is it worth wondering or asking? Did he have either he didn't recover well enough from some of these other previous workouts the way they'd like to have seen, or setback? I mean, I hate to say these words, but I mean we're here. He's not participating.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I'm nobody's physician, so I would be in a bad place if I start getting into the weeds of this. But like all of those ligament injuries, I mean, it feels like they're solid enough for him to get out and do things. I wonder how much of this is pain tolerance. I wonder how much
recovery
of this is also like stamina, for lack of a better way of saying it, right? Because I remember vividly in that first practice where he gets out there, he was very open about kind of the nature of feeling a little winded after some of this, and how much of this is just kind of general stamina and football stamina in particular. How much of that is that? But ultimately, right, none of the qualification that we can make in there, none of the picking out what specifically it is matters if he's just not out. Like at some point, in order to play football, you got to play football. And the curiosity then comes to, if he's not getting anything in camp, how comfortable do you feel dropping him into what you're doing in the regular season?
No, not very comfortable at all. That's kind of what was my bigger point here. Because he hasn't participated and gotten those reps and the timing, and we know how important that is, and fitting in with everybody else. If he, and the other part of this that's very important is this is the last big week for this first. I mean, they'll do a few things here and there, but they're not going to play in Carolina.
I think ending with the joint practice.
And ending with the preseason game Thursday.
No, I think ending with the joint practice
in Carolina.
Yes,
yeah.
Carolina still. Yeah.
So this is essentially it. They'll have the joint practice in Carolina, and then it's shutdown time, for all the frontline players. So if he doesn't participate Thursday, we'll see about the Carolina joint practice next week. Then how is he going to be ready week one kickoff? I don't see him being ready week one kickoff.
I don't see him being ready week one kickoff, but then the question becomes, is there a way that you could see him coming through week 5, like week 7, week 8? Well, and how is that, right? Because I'm still, and I will acknowledge that this is the sunk cost fallacy is what they call it. You play poker, right? Where you get into a hand and you've put in a whole bunch in the pot, and now we're seeing the flop, and you're seeing this is not going your way, right? Your hand does not look very good. But I done already put in these chips, and I kind of want to see this thing out.
Now I'm in.
That's where I am, and I recognize the reality is that cost that you already paid, it's gone, right? You're putting in more, you're not necessarily going to win out. It feels like we're getting there with Tank Dell, where I wonder, are you ever actually going to get this back out? But I just want to see it. Like I really and truly just want to see it, because I'm still tantalized by the upside of Tank Dell. As much as I give praise to Xavier Hutchinson for the development that he's had, I feel like at his best, which again, can we be certain that he gets there?
Yeah.
Tank Dell has shown me things that I don't know that Xavier Hutchinson could get to. I can't say the same for Higgins. Jalen Knowles a little bit of a different piece, but I know that at his best, Tank Dell could at the very least be the third or fourth best receiver on what we're talking about right here.
At his best, easily the third,
right?
Maybe the second.
But
yeah,
I mean, what is the path to his best is the question that I think I have to ask myself. And
how do they play it?
If I'm being honest, I'm having a hard time seeing like the path to his best now.
So now we can talk about like how do they play it, because I think we're all on the same page. Week one, if he doesn't get something going, Thursday or next Tuesday, I think it's next Tuesday, they're joint practice.
Correct.
Or Wednesday, whatever it is. If he doesn't get something going by then, confidence is low for week one. So how do they play that with the wide receiver and with him on the roster?
I think the encouraging thing that I try and take from this, though, and somebody says Tank Dell is going to get cut.
No.
I don't. This is where I also wonder how the Texans play sunk cost fallacy, because they have supported him in every step of the way. I know that this is the final year of his contract, and I guess there's the possibility that if they feel like he can't do it just put him on injured reserve, right? Like, and just because I imagine that they like doing well by their players, and so just paying him out till the end of his contract would be probably the worst case scenario of what they do here, right? Am I wrong in that?
No, you're not.
Yeah, man. I think the encouraging thing at the very least is in Tank Dell's absence, I have not felt about this wide receiving core that, damn, they just can't get anything done. You know what I mean? Like I felt about this wide receiving. But
you're also not as confident with a fully healthy Tank Dell as you would have been.
Yes, of course. But I also think that some of this has been they've been able to hold their own, and you've got Jalen Noel, who is, as we mentioned, making his way back into things. I think that still gives me a level of confidence in what they're doing, especially because it's when I say the wide receiving core or the receiving core, it's not just the wide receivers. The tight ends have also demonstrated at least the proof of concept that they can get out in these routes and be impactful that way, especially because of Marlon Klein giving you a little bit more. So, yeah, man, it's frustrating, but another day without Tank Dell out there feels like we are crossing the Rubicon, getting into a little bit of a danger zone. Tank Dell. This might be completely dream at this point. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. As we mentioned, joint practice happening as we speak out at the Houston Methodist Training Center. We will talk to Brandon Scott a little bit later to give us a full debrief of what's happening out there. But elsewhere around the AFC South, there was a little bit of news. Keenan Allen will sign with the Indianapolis Colts. So that allows us to go around the AFC South. Are there any teams in the AFC South that we're sleeping on? And is it possibly the Colts? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
All right, let's talk about DNA.
The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Would you rather be single and sit across a table from Joy Taylor at a wedding, or get free tickets to the World Cup final? You don't have to answer, Reggie. I know yours is tickets.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
Lopez, I've never considered whooping the ass of my elders.
I don't blame you either, man.
95.7 The Fan.
Yep, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos, making it sound good. This doesn't sound good, John. Some dispatches from training camp, joint practice between the Texans and the Raiders, and Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver who we've kind of gushed about because he has shown a level of development that you were hoping between years 1 and year 2. He was down after the red zone portion of practice. I've seen it described as he was able to get up under his own power, did not use the cart, headed back into the facility for evaluation. And I'm guessing that would end his day. Like, I can't imagine that they'd be like, all right, everything's fine, getting back out here. I think that they work with a level of caution there. But him getting up, walking off under his own power, I imagine, is a good thing. However, ooh, boy, that could have gotten scary very quickly.
Well, we need to find out, exactly, what they can tell us.
Sure.
I told you this during the break when we saw this. As long as it's not lower body, you got to feel a little better about things. So getting up under his own power is a very good sign.
Yeah. Sounds like CJ's been sharp out there, but that, again, is working off of kind of general conversations that are happening from camp. We will have at noon our guy, Brandon Scott, to give us a little bit more of his, first point of view, or what's the right word? Firsthand, account of what happened out there. There we go. That's the way that you get to it.
You like pick sixes?
Depends on who. Yeah, I was like, depends on who's picking them.
I asked it like that on purpose. Jalen Petrie, pick 6 off of quarterback Fernando Mendoza, who, by the way, Mendoza apparently by most accounts has been looking pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds like the quarterbacks have been quarterbacking out there, including Tom Brady's out there, and supposedly he's dapped up CJ. Do you think that any of the powers transfer via touch?
You want to see how the offense is supposed to work? Look over there, the guy with the sunglasses. That's how we want the offense to work.
All right, but from talking about one wide receiver to another, Keenan Allen, veteran wide receiver, has signed on 1 year, $8 million contract, if memory serves, largely incentive laden to play with the Colts. And so, I mean, this is going to, I think this adds to what they're doing. I have questions as to what it means about what they've done, but are the Colts the AFC South team that we're sleeping on, in your opinion?
Well, we don't talk about them hardly at all. Jaguars for obvious reasons, Titans, a little bit here and there. With the Colts, we've just been like, oh, I don't know. To be determined. I don't know if we have confidence in Daniel Jones. I don't know about Sauce Gardner and some of these other things that are going on. I just feel as if they're kind of quietly going under the radar here. Gave Jonathan Taylor the big contract, so they clearly have confidence on that. Alec Pierce, who knows if he had that other injection in his ankle. He hasn't been participating, but they don't seem to be too concerned. They think he's gonna be good to go by the start of the season.
Yeah, but it seems like he's gonna miss sometime. It seems like he's gonna miss the remainder of training camp.
Sure.
That's what I've basically.
I saw that report yesterday as well. But if Alec Pierce, if they feel confident he'll be here, he'll start the regular season. Then you have Jonathan Taylor happy and paid. And the other thing I was thinking about, Daniel Jones has kind of been a miracle story. He really has. Like, he's participated in everything at training camp and looked pretty dang good by reports, according to reports anyway. It's just an interesting thing. If you look at their offensive weapons, I think, clearly are the best in the AFC, including the Jaguars. I mean, in the AFC South.
Oof, that's interesting.
Jonathan Taylor, who's better?
Jonathan Taylor, no, he's clearly the best running back in the division.
Then
Tyler Warren, I imagine, is one of those dudes that you look
best
up
tight
there.
end, best tight end in the division.
Then
you got the receivers with Alec Pierce if he's healthy, of course. Don't they have Downs?
They do have Josh Downs, but that's an upside play, and it makes me Downs and Alec Pierce come into question for me when Keenan Allen is brought in
and now you added Keenan Allen,
right? And Keenan Allen, I mean, look, it's not the same Keenan Allen. The name can sometimes fool us, but obviously he can be useful. I do wonder how much Keenan Allen being added, especially at this late stage of what's happening here. I know that they had been having conversations, the Colts and Keenan, for weeks. How much of this does it feel like a recognition of Alec Pierce has not been out here, and we need to have another option, considering that it's taking a while for him to make his way back out here, longer than what was previously expected?
No, I think it's part of it, but is there a better, if obviously it's a big if, but if Alec Pierce comes back and you have Downs and Pierce and Keenan Allen and Jonathan Taylor and Tyler Warren, that's a pretty good arsenal right there.
Do y'all feel like those set of weapons are better than what the Texans set of weapons?
Yes. All due respect.
I'm not certain.
Yeah.
I'm not certain, really and truly. I know Alec Pierce as a burner absolutely is solid. Can Keenan Allen serve the same role as Michael Pittman previously did? And I think that it's a possibility with 100% if Josh Downs take a step forward. I think there's a possibility for them to be a similar type offense as last year. And as you remember, early on, it was good, but I think all of that hinges on the quarterback, Daniel Jones, and that I'm not certain about. I think that there was a level of turning back into a pumpkin that happened last year.
There were a lot of injuries.
Right? But no, it really also hinges on this side for the Texans on what does Jaden Higgins look like in all reality,
right?
And how useful is the moving around that they're actually going to do. Actually, let's be honest. Some of this is really how much protection is going to be had by the offensive line to give them the opportunity to do anything remotely interesting down the field outside of just in breakers and sit down routes that are fine for picking up 6 and 7 yards at a time, but not necessarily doesn't really give you the opportunity to have the explosives that make passing offense really viable.
What do you think, Figgy? Because I think, and look, I think the Texans defense can stop anybody, so it's not that. All I'm saying is I think they're being a little slept on. They have the best running back in the division. They have the best tight end in the division. Arguably a receiving core that you can put up against anybody in the division, and I think
that we might be stretching there, honestly.
Those three guys?
Yeah, I think we might be stretching there.
You think the Texans are better than those three as we sit here today? Not projection, not I think this or I think that, but what they've done.
Yes. I mean, Josh Downs hasn't done that much. And Keenan Allen, I think we're doing a lifetime achievement award with Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen isn't the same player.
Alec Pierce?
Yeah, Alec Pierce is a great deep threat.
Keenan Allen and Downs.
But I feel like I feel like Reggie making some really good points. But you could kind of say that with the Texans too, man. Like Jaden Higgins, I think we probably all think he's going to take the next step, but we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that was my point. Like not projected, because I can project as well with Jaden Higgins. I like what I'm seeing. Who doesn't?
Yeah. And then also, I mean, I know Reggie mentioned Daniel Jones. I mean, we got the big question with C.J. Stroud too.
Yeah.
Is he
during the regular season?
I think so. They've been talking about it all over the place.
How many catches do you think Keenan Allen had last season?
Well, I just looked it up.
81.
Yeah.
81. Yeah. I mean, all I'm saying is I think they're being slept on a little bit. I have confidence in the Texans defense against them, and we've seen it. But I think running back, tight end, and receiver room, they are better than the Texans.
Yeah, I think it's kind of close.
Mm-hmm.
I will give probably the edge to the Colts because of the running back position.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's going to help them out a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think that this does help them at least look a little bit more similar to what they were last year, assuming that there's a level of health that we're not certain about, at least for the start of the season. And I don't know, as this continued to go, the Alec Pierce injury has stretched further and further and now seemingly possibly into the regular season, which makes week 3 a little interesting, right? Not just even if he's there, whether he's there or not, but how effective is he when he returns, I think becomes a question. I don't know. I don't have it in me to be afraid of the Indianapolis Colts. I might have to eat my words when we get to week 3. But I don't have it in me to be afraid of the Indianapolis Colts, because the Colts that we ultimately saw when they settled after people did not have a great idea of what to expect of them early on in the season, and it felt like they were running at a maximum of what they were possibly capable of, was not a scary Colts team.
I was gonna say we said the same thing last year. Like we did not expect the Colts to start off 7-1. And their offense was probably one of the best offenses in the league.
You think you're capturing lightning in a bottle again?
Well, I'm not saying capturing lightning in a bottle. What I'm saying is it lightning in a bottle when you look at their production, even though they did, come back down to earth a little bit.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say I'm afraid of the Colts or anything like that, but I'm definitely not sleeping on them like I did last year.
Right.
And I think the one thing that maybe this is ultimately, because I think it's fair, right? This should be still a pretty solid offense, right? I've always liked Shane Steichen, his ability to draw up offense. The question that I then have is, how much am I supposed to care about them when I'm looking at this defense and they're getting even better?
That's
especially
my thing. I like this defense against anybody, but the whole premise of this was, I think we're sleeping on the Colts still because they're not even really mentioned, with the Texans and the Jaguars.
Yeah, no, that part I agree because it's Texans and Jags, and I don't think nobody really talking about the Titans as much.
Yeah,
but I think that's to your point, Lopez. I think we are kind of sleeping on them a little bit, but I don't think it means they're gonna win a division or anything.
Right.
Interestingly enough, like with the AFC South, we just talked about the Colts. I am very intrigued to see what the Jaguars look like in their next preseason game, especially because have you noticed that Patrick McCarry has been injured for them? One of their really important guards, offensive linemen. They've had a few injuries on the offensive line, and I don't know exactly how they come together. I don't know if McCarry's going to miss a lot of regular season time, if at all. But that's an offense that I know is the same as last year, but maybe they don't have as much of an opportunity to take a step forward because their offensive line, like it's been shambled over the last week or so, trying to get guys in. And obviously, I don't think that's a good thing in camp to give yourself a foundation to get better. So some of the offensive upside that we were looking at in Jacksonville might not be there to the same degree because they've been fighting just to get their offensive line together early on.
Yes.
All right, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, we saw yesterday that a passing of a legend in baseball. Tommy John passed away at the age of 83, who obviously had a very important surgery in baseball lore named after him, and that got us thinking to our question of the day. What is something that could be named after you? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We'll talk about it next.
All right, we're talking about...
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Joint practice nearing an end out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Trying to keep you up to date with the things that we are seeing from out there. Sounds like there was some good red zone from the Houston Texans versus the Raiders. Obviously, a lot of offense being spoken to here, because how much do you need to know about the defense, especially against the Raiders? Well, I mean, we can ask when we get a chance to talk to B. Scott, Brandon Scott at noon. All right, so there was a few touchdowns in three straight plays inside the 10. All right, you ready? Play number 1, Woody Marks running right up the middle to score.
Okay.
That's
in the red zone.
Yeah. All right. 2 was C.J. Stroud corralling a low snap. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. And then finding Woody Marks at the goal line for a touchdown. And then Davis Mills hitting Lewis Bond in the middle, back of the end zone, across the middle, to score a touchdown. Which of those is the most encouraging or most exciting or most interesting to you?
Of those?
Yes.
Woody Marks by far.
Which one? There's 2 Woody Markses.
Woody Marks by far.
All right. He cheated the game.
Because both of those happened with the ball in his hands, and he's had a good camp. I think literally from the first day. Remember, he was out there with the first group, first day. And has been out there quite a bit with the first group. Nothing against David Montgomery. He's done more than his share with the first group. But I think this is the old 1-2 punch here that seems to be happening.
Do you feel more confident that, I guess, I think Jane Slater said this about the kind of whole 50-50 thing. I know she kind of said something else, but you think that's a little more accurate now? Or
well,
you feel
Jane
more
Slater
confident?
did say that, but I said it too.
Yeah. No,
why are you like this, John? No, we need to hold on. We need to do a little therapy session.
I'm gonna give you credit anytime you do something, man.
Kidding.
Hey, John.
I'm just kidding.
No. We can talk about this. Yeah. When you were little, I know that you grew up with you. How many? You had a brother. You had a lot of siblings.
You had a house full.
I have 4 brothers and sisters, but there were 9 of us in the house because my cousins lived with us for about 3 years.
All right, where were you in the larger kind
the
of
youngest of all 9?
Yeah, okay, there it goes. No, but I did it. I want the credit. Look at me, mommy. You be doing that a lot.
Yeah, I was kidding.
I don't know, man.
I don't think so, man.
Sometimes you're kidding, but that little 10% on the backside of the kernel of truth in there.
And let me be clear, I only brought up Jane Slater because I know it went kind of wild when she mentioned it.
Yeah. So, look, man, I do believe this is going to be, if not 50-50, 60-40, but Woody Marks is he's going to be a big part of it. And really the whole David Montgomery, Woody Marks thing, I think we've all been, fully behind it from the start. The only question that we've had is depth, and they seem to be, feeling a little bit better about depth with whatever happens with Jawar Jordan and certainly with Whittington.
Yeah, I think the thing that I found really interesting is, obviously, I think I like the idea that they're throwing the ball out to Woody Marks, especially in the red zone, having that opportunity. But it felt very interesting to see that Woody Marks up the middle for a touchdown. That seems to mean, especially against a Raiders defense that's going to have 3 down front, and especially within 10, I imagine they were pretty stacked in there. That sounds like the offensive line might have been moving somebody.
It does sound like that. In fact, one thing here, and by the way, we do have a question of the day. You can text those in, but this is worth mentioning because it's happening as we speak. You're familiar with Ted Wynn.
I am, yeah.
He's one of you. He's very much an analytics guy.
He's better than me, man. Come on.
And this was his just sort of recap of the Texans starting offense in one tweet. Texans starting offense moved the ball easily against the Raiders, opening up some big holes in the run game. Raiders have gotten pressure versus the pass, though. That's pretty much what we've seen and heard from others as well. I do want to get real quick to what you said about the low snap, because that was who was it? Andrews?
Yeah, it seems like that was Jake Andrews. I was gonna return to that a little bit later.
Okay,
so
let's get back to it a little
bit,
so we can do the question.
Yeah,
here.
because I think that there's something to be said about where they are with the offensive line. But we will return to that. I did want to get to the question of the day though, because salute to a legend Tommy John passed away. Was it yesterday or was it the day prior? But recently, at the age of 83. Obviously, well known for his name being a namesake of a very important surgery, at the very least for pitchers, but for other people who have UCL injuries, having that replacement of that ligament. And so that got us asking. Question of the day: what would you, or what rather would you have named after you? 713-572.
I'm curious in you two guys. I gave mine earlier, and some people think it might be a little gross, but it's actually very, very smart and good. All things considered. I think
the thing that I did is very smart.
Rather, like you're working in your yard, you're sweaty, working on a project. Last time, a couple of weeks ago, I was working on my deck, and you get all sweaty and everything, right? Rather than blow your nose into the atmosphere. The old, constructor, what do they call it? I forget exactly what the term.
I wasn't with you at all, to be honest.
I just pick up the front of my shirt and blow my nose into my shirt. I'm gonna go straight to the shower anyway. When I go inside, put the clothes in the washer. I think it's very smart.
I mean, I'm sure you do, because I would hope
that's the Lopez.
I would imagine that you were not doing something that you intentionally believed was stupid, right? I would imagine that if you were doing it, you believed it to be a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't believe it to be a smart thing to do, but then again, it's not my shirt, right?
Contractor's handkerchief is when they blow it into the air. Yeah.
Okay.
The old
Very
contractor's
good.
handkerchief.
Very good.
What's something? But that's the Lopez. I think it's fair.
I think that we've already seen it happen on the show. I think just for the sake of doing it, trying to devil's advocate anything and everything. I think Figgy is the one who is like, I'm gonna do something like Reggie right quick. I think that is me, because I very often like trying to see the other side of things, even in some instances where you probably don't need to.
Yeah, you'll hit us with the "to be fair."
Oh my gosh! Sometimes, what was the one last week? I was like, please don't.
I don't remember.
It
happens so frequently.
It happens a lot, even like during my segment, the mixtape, where we could be trashing somebody for doing something so stupid, and Reggie be like, you know what? To be fair,
I
think we should consider more things. We might end up in the same place, but let's just consider all these other things.
Now, he did murder somebody. However,
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this when it comes to that murder.
Because the thing that I love about that is we're going to end up in the same place. Like, that dude is wrong. However, can we appreciate this little other nugget over here? I would like to talk about that as well.
That is a perfect one for Reggie. Like so and so, basically threw 6 interceptions. Well, the ball wasn't that badly thrown.
No, because man, sometimes the wide receivers are not in the right place. I think we need to consider these other things.
It's funny too, because I could be sitting here talking about somebody that barely made the practice squad.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, man, he ain't good at all, man. He be like, well, to be fair, it's hard to play in the NFL, man.
It is.
I'm like, ain't nobody trying to hear that.
You don't talk about Jamarcus Ingram like that, Figgy. It's not fair.
What's the Figgy?
The Figgy, I've been trying to think of it. I feel like I don't do anything too crazy. I would probably say this. This is the first thing that came to my mind. So y'all know probably the last 6 years I've been coloring my hair.
Yeah.
To the point I think I think I passed up Dennis Rodman on the way I colored my hair.
Yeah.
So I was thinking that lately I just be wearing these little turbans, little scarves.
I've noticed that.
Trying to cover up my head, because for those who don't know, I'm growing my hair out. I'm growing the sides out. And so I'm in the ugly phase right now. So I try to keep this thing covered up. Another thing I was thinking about, y'all know I'm a big wing guy. I love chicken wings. I would love for a nice dry. I'm good for a dry rub wing.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my go-to over the sauce.
Is there anything special like dry rub wing? Is there anything else with the order?
Like Old Bay. Like
I like that. I didn't know you liked
the
those.
Old Bay wings, like flavor wings. Maybe that might be something I try to make next time.
Yeah. I'm with you, because I kind of hate the feeling of I'm eating these wings and I can't do nothing else right now.
Yeah.
And a dry rub at least gives you that opportunity to do a real quick quick napkin wipe, and I'm back active.
And in my personal opinion, I feel like it's more flavor. You get more flavor, especially with that type of dry rub.
I like those too. Someone 979 said arriving to the concert venue early in order to be the first in line, or being at the stage/barricade for every concert.
That's a good one. I imagine amongst your friends.
That's my thing. They all know.
Yeah, amongst your friends, they probably know, like, oh, man, do we really want to go out with Jeff? Because Jeff going to make us be out there 2 hours early to make sure that we're. But I bet they appreciate it. I bet they appreciate when they're like, man, this is a real great experience. Yeah, we made sure we was up front. Let's see. Somebody said from the 713, broke my fibula playing Pictionary. That could be named after me, I guess. No, not I guess. I guarantee you that your friends in their group chat are, yeah, man, that's you.
What was you doing?
That's a whole different question of the day. The dumbest injury ever. Broke his fibula. That's a big bone.
Playing Pictionary is not a physical game.
Did he slam his fist into his?
There has to be a coffee table.
He must have tried to jump up or something. I don't know.
It's Pictionary. It's not charades. It's Pictionary. You're drawing. There had to be a coffee table involved here, right?
Something like you tried to run up to the board or something to draw and broke his fibula.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. That's tough. Let's see. Somebody else.
Mixed results on my the Lopez. Sounds like a working man to me. Thank you very much. Not going to lie, if I have to hear John describing blowing his nose, I'm out.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
You can hear that crystal clear, too.
Fair enough. All right. So there you go. That's a little bit of question of the day here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where there are some other injuries that we probably need to take note of because they might at least impact your fantasy draft if that's coming up. Let's do that next.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off. Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
All right, let's go around the NFL here. Although people were talking about the things that they could be named after them. Someone texted in and said they are like damn near a scratch golfer.
Mhm.
Really good, except at least once around, they will just shank a shot.
Come out of nowhere.
And their friends will always make fun of them for that. And I was like, they call you Shankenstein? I don't know. Like maybe there are other various Shank nicknames that they might call you.
Shankenstein is good.
I feel like that's what I would do because you're good enough to where I feel okay making fun of you. Because it's not like I'm punching down. You're clearly good at golf.
Mm-hmm.
You're just good for one of these every round. Every round. I love that, actually. Like, that's perfect.
I was just thinking of a random one. I just saw Tyler recently, the producer for the afternoon show.
Uh-huh.
And I felt like getting here at the dawn of dusk or super early is the Tyler right there. Because that brother be here before I get here.
Yeah. It's like,
and
man,
his show don't start till 2.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
He be up here. It was a couple times he was up here around 6:30, 7.
It amazes me seeing him. I'm like, what are you doing here?
I love it because he'll just wake up and be like, hey, got nothing else to do. Let's just go to work.
Dog, this is the last place I'm trying to go if I ain't got nothing to do. No disrespect.
Hey, but
I'm trying to hold off as long as possible until I had to come to work.
That's why he's getting stuff done. So shout out to him 100%. All right, let's go around the NFL now. And this one is maybe a little bit of a deep cut, depending on how your fantasy league goes. But there's been some injuries here and there around camps, and we can get into some of them. But this one very much is going to be one that you want to keep in mind going into your fantasy draft. Are you familiar with Jordan Tyson?
Yes.
Number 8 pick in this year's draft to the New Orleans Saints. Looked like he might be able to be the guy opposite Chris Olave for this team. Well, it seems like he's supposed to be out approximately 2 months with a hamstring injury that he ended up suffering last week. And so he could start the season on injured reserve, which, I mean, that's a huge blow for, one of the – I think he was in that top 3 of wide receivers that we were looking at. Understandably, maybe not as great of a class of wide receivers, but it felt to me, John, in this particular draft, that there was a whole bunch of guys that were like good wide receiver 2s, but maybe not wide receiver 1s.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great if you already have Chris Olave because, boom, slide him in at wide receiver 2 when this works. So that one is going to be a weird one. I don't know. When was the last time you played fantasy football, first and foremost?
I play every year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, is Jordan Tyson one where you go, I might want to take a flyer on him late and stash him so that when he comes back, do I have
2
a
months?
wide receiver? Yeah.
Late, very late. Yeah, I would say very late. Even maybe he might slide into, your first supplemental draft.
I have supplemental drafts in fantasy?
Yeah, but after the first 6 weeks or so, I think. Yeah.
I have never seen that before.
Yeah, you can do that, but usually it doesn't get to that because we do, waiver pickups and all that stuff.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that happens. 713-572-4610.
You
Have you ever had a
said that.
supplemental fantasy?
If nobody drafts or cuts anybody, then you can pick off the waiver wire.
Sure.
Then there's going to be a supplemental draft that you can do it that way.
I've never heard of this.
So when do you have this?
I think it's like 6 or 8 weeks in. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And then you just round everybody up. All
Wait,
right.
6 or 8 weeks into the football season?
Yeah. Yeah.
Aren't you halfway through the season?
Not even a third. Not even a third in, hardly.
I mean, don't you? I mean, playoffs start like week 15, don't they?
A lot of keeper leagues do that, so you can see someone who maybe is either injured and you can stash them for the next year.
Okay. Maybe it's a keeper league thing.
Yeah, et cetera. Something like that. Yeah.
That's a little too much for me, man.
That's
exactly why I don't play.
You don't do year over year?
I've played every year. Well, maybe I missed a year or two, but I think I played every year since 1987.
Yeah.
What?
1987.
Were you ever the guy who had to keep the stats?
I was the commissioner for the first 3
Gross.
years. Yeah, might have been 86. I think it was 1987, and I won 3 straight.
Of course you did. You was fudging the numbers.
No, I drafted Jerry Rice.
Oh, well, yeah, that'll do it.
I drafted Jerry Rice, and it was a keeper league, and everybody wanted Jerry Rice. I had Jerry Rice.
And you were like, we are not letting him reach the public. He will remain on my team.
Yes.
That's too much for me, man.
No, I've done it.
One time I agreed to jump into a fantasy football draft and totally forgot. Man, I'm out eating wings with my wife. And everybody started telling, all right, time to go. All right, let's get to it. I'm like, oh man, like I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't want to be that person that just ignored it.
And John, he had wet wings that time, and he vowed never again.
I think I did, to be honest.
He vowed never again to have dirty hands, and he's had a dry rub on his wings ever since.
I'm sitting here on my phone trying to pick players and all this other stuff.
Just like, smudging barbecue sauce all over.
Yeah, I'm like, I ain't doing this again.
1987, I just looked it up. Jerry Rice had 22 touchdowns. They're like, you win.
He's so good at football.
You win.
He was so good at football. All right, I feel like we should continue around the NFL here. Speaking of injuries, though, do you believe that this is injury or not? Christian McCaffrey hasn't practiced like in a week for the 49ers. Now, Christian McCaffrey does have a history of bumps and bruises. Although, with that being said, it is kind of considerable how long he sustained a career with all those bumps and bruises playing running back in this league. Yeah. However, there are questions as to whether or not this is actually injury or this is a hold-in for a contract. What do you believe when it comes to Christian McCaffrey?
I actually think it's part of the injury. I actually think it's part of being able to keep him somewhat refreshed, somewhat.
Well, he says he's calling it tightness, and he hasn't practiced since August 8th, so that's 10 days. I imagine that's probably somewhere around like 7 or 8 practices.
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport is saying that this is not fake. It's actual tightness, not fake tightness, but the timing of it coming after Jahmyr Gibbs gets his money and Bijan Robinson gets his money makes people go, word?
No,
sure?
It's convenient. It is that, but Christian McCaffrey, I mean, you said it. I mean, you always got to kind of just keep him in bubble wrap until you absolutely need him.
Yeah, it does feel like, though, if there was ever somebody that you feel like you could just drop into what's happening here, and he'll be able to pick it up and run with it.
He knows everything.
Yeah, no, that he's been in that system. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not concerned at all about the Christian McCaffrey thing. The only thing I look up and is like, the Niners, this would be year 2 or 3 with having one of their, I think you could argue, major players looking at them going, so we going to get some money done? Yeah. If this is the case. Well, actually, not even if this is the case, because Brandon Ayuk is over there doing that thing.
Yeah.
Like, the Niners have got to be tired of having their negotiations go like this, right?
No, I absolutely, but that's part of the problem when you have a lot of stars on your team and they're not young. They're not on rookie contracts anymore.
Yeah. Mind you, on the text line from the 832, they said Dynasty leagues and sleeper app leagues do indeed have supplemental drafts, apparently. All right, J-Lo.
That's next level, man.
You think I was lying?
Yes. Yes, I did.
I don't think you'll make up something like
that. I don't think J-Lo would make that up. However, it just sounded so absurd. A supplemental draft? Yeah, never in my life. A fantasy supplemental draft.
Hey, I'm next level.
That's
man.
next level, man. I ain't going to lie to you.
That's more than I'm capable for. Somebody said he's just trying to stay away from the electrical substation.
Yeah, he could be. He could be.
He said, let me know when we move to a new
I'm going to be in San Jose, okay? I'll be over here.
Oh, man. All right, some other things around the NFL. Did you see Roger Goodell, Raj, talk to some media in Germany, mind you? And apparently he told this German media outlet that he has no doubt that there will be NFL teams outside the United States, saying, quote, at some point there will be NFL teams outside the USA. I have no doubt this will happen one day. He said there are definitely international cities that could host something like it, but we would like to see an NFL team in such a city first when he talked about the Super Bowl. So like there, and now I did find it interesting that he said there are international cities that could hold something like that, which means that Roger Goodell, who was out openly saying we want to put a team somewhere else, and seeing, in one of those cities, would not be willing to go as far as to say, yeah, I could maybe see the Super Bowl being in another country. So at least the Super Bowl is safe. But what do you think about this? It feels like this has been the way the NFL is pushing, right?
I think it's pretty apparent they want to put a team in a foreign, city. But is that city Mexico City? Is that city Europe? It seemed that he was talking to a German journalist, so you would think that maybe the assumption was Europe. If they go to Europe, I think it has to be more than one team.
Yeah, that's all right.
It has to be 2 teams.
It can't just be one team out there by itself. I think it has to be a few of them. What places?
Which two teams? Then it gets real
you're thinking this is moving as opposed to expansion.
I mean, can you expand even more?
That's a really good question, and I don't really have a good answer for you on that.
Yeah. It looked like the Jags ain't going nowhere no time soon.
No, but I mean the Jags are the popular pick to be one of those.
They're getting the stadium built though, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think they're gonna move.
Not at least for another 20 years. Who are the teams with the worst geography? Not necessarily to say that is the decision making metrics, but I do wonder if that doesn't help you like find the answer. And it feels like everybody has pretty good geography. Like, would it have to be one of these overlap teams?
I thought of it a different way than that. I thought of it as leverage for the teams that won a stadium, for the teams that won a new deal. That we went through that in this city.
Yeah,
and so
San Antonio went through that. That's why they have the Alamo Dome.
Yeah. So I could see the Jets, maybe being a team that goes to Europe. I could see. As you mentioned, Figgy, the Jaguars are getting a stadium, and it doesn't look that apparent, but they're there a lot, so they have to, by default, kind of still be a possibility.
You know what's weird about the Jets as a shout there?
Cardinals.
Well, the Cardinals have a pretty big area that they hold down. Now, they still can end up in a place where, depending on who comes to town, they can. If it's one of the legacy teams, it can look a little bit like a road game. But for whom does that not look like? The interesting thing about the Jets is, they are kind of second-class citizens
I can
in
see
New
the
York,
Jets being,
but also second-class citizen in New York, a city of 8 million plus in the area, in the region. I do wonder, how does that compare to being a team that is run overseas?
I think it compares this way. You have second-class status in the biggest city in the United States, or you have a continent.
But a continent that is not predisposed to this and does not have the generational kind of ties.
But we know it's getting much, much, much more football friendly. And if you put a team there that is in the NFL and you play regular season games, I think the Jets would kind of like that.
I mean, I just thought about like LA has been better about football, but it's not been great. Like, would that be a Chargers play? You know what I mean? Where you go. Now, the geography, again, gets really messy, but you move them and you still have an L.A. hold. I don't know how much. We always make the joke about the Chargers and how many fans they just don't have.
Yeah.
Could that be an opportunity? I'd be very intrigued to see Roger Goodell get into some more depths on this thought process. But, yeah, it's one of those things that it sounds great in theory, but then I start trying to break it down into the nuts and bolts of how you make it happen. And I just don't have a great feel for how you do that.
No, I don't either, but I think those would be the most logical ones. Jets, certainly, Jaguars, Chargers. I think the Cardinals could be a possibility there. So we'll see.
Are you familiar, John?
But do you think they're going to have one or two?
I have a hard time thinking that, because this is one of those things that this is really, really high aspirations. And right now, I think that the service of the international games, especially as they expand that, is stronger than actually just putting a team there. I think that the logistics and the issues, ramp up to a whole nother level with having a base in one of these other places rather than having, these one-offs, even if you're getting to 16 one-offs. You know what I mean?
I think they will. It's money, man. It's the NFL and it's money. But to put expansion teams there, you'd almost have to put 4, but certainly
just a whole division of expansion teams.
Yeah. That seems like that's more of a possibility than maybe moving one of these teams, I guess.
It's hard to say.
Well, so are you talking about an expansion possibility? Are we talking about an entire expansion division, or are you talking about moving a division worth of teams out that way? And
that's another good question.
Both of those aren't easy to make happen here.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Roger Goodell, though, man. Like, this is the type of thing that I imagine that you say that your bosses get real excited about. That even if you can't deliver on it, you can keep saying it and your bosses get excited.
They're happy. Yeah, they're happy. But I think they will. It's too much money out there.
Maybe so. Yeah, and that's the thing when it comes to the NFL is I continually scratch my head as not a titan of industry, and I go, damn, how do you continue to squeeze more revenue and drive up percentages for the NFL? And maybe, just maybe, like, that's it. One of them is clearly expand the market that you're talking about, which is why you get more of these international games.
Yeah.
I get why they're going to that place. We mentioned a little bit earlier that Keenan Allen has signed a 1-year, $8 million deal to join the Colts. I don't know how much of this is just a one-to-one Michael Pittman replacement, but I feel like you do that earlier on in camp if that's the play there. I think that there might be a large part of concern for Alec Pierce's injury, the speedster who is, who got his money this offseason and who seems like he might miss a little bit of time into the season, might miss week 1. And then I also wonder if there's a little bit of whether it's a vote of concern for Josh Downs, who is a slot guy who they are talking about maybe moving out to the Z wide receiver and doing a little bit more. Maybe this is we've seen a little bit, and maybe this is a too aspirational of a thought on Josh Downs to just do that solely.
Could be. I would tend to lean more with what the discussion was we had earlier. Like I think they're just sneakily getting some things done there. Keep in mind, Keenan Allen, I believe, is 35, but last year had 81 receptions, which, had he had one more reception, would have led the Texans in receiving. Dalton Schultz had 82. So, no, he's still productive. I think they're sneakily...
There was also a Chargers team that couldn't run the football.
There he goes. There he goes.
To be fair.
So now you don't want me to add no context to anything that we say here?
Could the Texans run the football?
I mean, no, but the Texans couldn't do anything offensively.
Yeah. Like, all I'm saying is, if you think washed or whatever, he was one off of what would have led the Texans in receiving.
And I don't want to call him washed, but I do think there's a declining happening for him. So, but we'll see. We'll ultimately have an opportunity very early on in the season to see him up close and personal. And finally, are you familiar with the name Sierra Wright? Sierra Wright.
Vaguely. Why? What's going on?
Well, there's one of two things. Maybe you are really deep in the sticks of Big Ten football. Actually, there's three things. Maybe you're in the sticks of Big Ten football. Maybe you've kept up with the Cincinnati Bengals, or maybe
yes, I am familiar with.
Maybe you've watched a little bit of some films like Space Jam 2 with LeBron James.
I knew that name, and I was trying to play it.
Saturday, Sierra Wright announced, or rather, the team announced that Sierra Wright, who is defensive back, low on their depth chart, mind you, undrafted free agent, was leaving the team to, quote, pursue other opportunities. Now, supposedly, he left to pursue a role in a movie. He's had a little bit of an acting career, 23 years old, and he's had, I think, 7 film credits, and the biggest of those being Space Jam: A New Legacy, where he played Bronny James in that film. I think the character was actually named Bronny, but at least he played LeBron James' son in the film. Shout out to him. Like, he's not the first one. In fact, he's not even the first cornerback to do this. You remember when Prince Amukamara went and started, or was it Prince or was it Nnamdi Asomugha? I forgot which one. One of those cats went to do a little bit of film work. Now he got a little bit more of an NFL career. I love this as I was never cut from the NFL. I just went to go pursue my acting career.
I like it. Good for him. I mean, he did the old I'm done, man. Remember that, Figgy?
Was it Devontae Davis?
Yeah. Nah, man, I'm done.
I'm young, man.
I'm done,
young boy.
I'm gonna go acting.
Now, the timing might have just actually been because there was a role right now.
Yeah.
I just love the idea that there's a possibility that he was like, hey, I see what the writing on the wall is.
Yeah.
Like, I see what's happening
that's
here.
absolutely a possibility.
Let's go pro in something other than football. You know what I mean?
It was another guy. Remember Chester Rogers? I want to say he was acting. He actually played a small role in the movie, not the movie, but the TV show BMF. So he doing a little acting too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, we were talking a little bit about some errant snaps, so to say, out at practice. How do you feel about where this offensive line is right now for the Texans? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency. Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. A Tuesday in the great city of Houston, and an even better day because a joint practice for your Houston Texans versus the Raiders. That is in the books. And when we get after practice, we love to hear from the head coach, especially on a day like today, to see what he saw. This was him talking to the Simmons media just a few moments ago.
Yeah, really great opportunity as we've been looking forward to the joint practice versus the Raiders. As being out here today, it was a really good day. Both sides are really competitive football, physical football. Both sides making plays. So a lot of positives from us on both sides. Also a lot to learn, a lot to clean up as well. I think we got out of the joint practice right now exactly what we wanted. Really good competitive work, different schemes to go against different players, and it was really great work. So proud of the guys for today. I really liked the way we ran the football. Thought we stuck well onto our blocks and we finished well. Our running backs, they were the highlight of the day for me, the way they ran the ball physical, low pad level, really finishing runs. They did a really nice job.
What do you think overall adjusting to seeing a different front versus the type of front that you guys have?
Yeah, being standing there behind the offensive line, just hearing the communication, getting all the guys getting on the same page, really proud of starting with our centers for the way they communicated, also for the quarterbacks and everybody echoing the calls to make sure we're on the same page versus a different front. Really happy that we were able to get some 5-down looks so we can really stress our communication, and it worked well for us today.
How impressed have you been with Woody Marsh's confidence, especially with his role in the passing?
Yeah, Woody has shown confidence, back since OTAs. Right, seeing him, running the football, looking faster, quicker, but also in the passing game, excelling. Very defined at the top of his routes, which is cool to see. It's tough. He's a tough cover because he's so quick. He can beat you deep and also beat you underneath as well. So he's doing a really great job.
Coach, what do you think about just the pace of practice today with both sides playing the ball?
I thought the practice was very efficient on both sides. We got done with some periods quicker than we would normally do, so I thought the tempo, the pace was really good work. No update at this time with Higgins. They're still evaluating him for a leg injury.
Yeah, with the offensive line, Blake Fisher, how did you feel like he looked like he was holding his own against a really good player, Max Crosby?
Blake did a nice job today. Crosby, a really great player, gave us some tough looks. The thing about Crosby is he stays after. He's not just going to, go one rush and just stop. Like, he has great effort. He plays great effort, so you have to strain, you have to finish at the tackle position, and our tackles did a good job today.
What have you seen so far from Evan Brown, especially for the role he can now allow you to be a little bit more interchangeable with other offensive players?
Evan's done a great job being versatile. Starting at the center position, he does a great job communicating. Then he can also bump over to play either guard spot. So very versatile guy. As you need a guy like that. When you only have 8 guys on game day, you need a guy like that who can be versatile. And Evan has shown that he can do that for us. So excited to see where he continues to grow. I thought CJ did really well today. Some really nice plays all day, really great decisions. Again, the same thing he's been doing all camp. So proud of just his competitive spirit as well. When he was out there, you start barking back and forth. Yeah, he's doing that, but he's still holding his composure and making plays as well. So I'm proud of the work that CJ did today.
Can you talk about your relationship with Clint and what it was like to kind of be out here together today?
Yeah, it was real easy working with Clint. Known Clint since he was, a teenager when he's out here with his dad at practices. So known him for a long time. What I love about Clint is just a really cool, calm, quiet spirit. Guy who loves the Lord. He's a great family guy. So just really cool talking to him, catching up. It was easy to schedule practice, very like-minded in our approach to the game. So really appreciate him and the Raiders organization for the way we handle practice today.
About the tempo and the pace of looking early on. Can you talk about also some of the tempers flaring and your team being able to finally hit another team?
It was a much needed day for us to go against someone else. I thought for the most part it was a pretty solid practice when the tempers flaring. We had probably one little dust up, but we resolved that very quickly and guys got back to work. Everybody's true professional here. Their side of the ball, our side of the ball, everybody worked as professionals, did practice the right way, exactly how we orchestrated it. So, man, we didn't have any fights or anything today, so I'm proud to come out of a joint practice without having any fights.
You mentioned the running backs being the highlight of the day for you. Was that sort of a focus going into the practice, or did the flow of the practice sort of dictate?
But the flow of the practice dictated that. I didn't come in expecting one thing from any particular group. Just we put the ball down, lined up, and we win, and guys they truly just got after it. So it was cool to see those guys, the way they ran the football in a physical manner. That's what I like the best.
It seemed like there was a few plays where they tried to get up forward and try to push pressure. How do you feel like CJ handled that, or offensive line handled that, receivers handled that? How do you feel like they handled when they try to throw sim pressures or just throwing some heat at you guys?
We got some different looks when it came to the pressures that they were presenting to us. They got us a couple times on some pressures, and we picked up the others. So it was, I'd say about 50-50 on the pressures, but I like the way our O-line battled, picked up the twist games, the stunts. They really battled and finished, allowing CJ to step up in the pocket to deliver the ball downfield. All right, thank you, guys.
There you go. DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, talking after this joint practice between the Texans and the Raiders. And I was very appreciative that a lot of the questions in there were about this offensive line because this was going to be a very interesting test for me. We talk a lot about this offensive line and how their development is necessary for this team to go where they want to go, this Texans team. This was the first time that they weren't just facing up against a really good Texans defensive line that is, that is the cream of the NFL, right? How do you feel about them, especially hearing some of the things like that last thing that we get where DeMeco Ryans talking about the pressures and the sim blitzes that the Raiders showed at this team, and even DeMeco himself, who is, I guess, incentivized to be more positive in the way he talks about this at the very least, and maybe just in the way that he looks about it generally, says they were about 50-50
they got
picking
us a
up
few
pressures.
times. He said they got us a few times. I'm actually more, I guess encouraged is the word, more encouraged than discouraged, simply because it seemed like, he called the run game the highlight of the day. How many times you heard DeMeco say that was the highlight of the day? So I thought that was good. Their run blocking was good, but you're right. Pass protection still seems to be, something that they're going to attack. But here's the good news. He was very clear that CJ handled it all the right way. And, even if he did get sacked a couple of times, whatever the number was, or would have been sacked. So yeah, I think more positive than negative, simply because the running backs seem to be really performing well. The offensive line, did better on the run blocking. But there was this that sort of stood out to me.
Okay.
When he said, talking about Evan Brown playing center and guard, being versatile, and said starting out at center, and then he said you need a guy like that.
Yes.
You're only going to have 8 on game day.
Yes.
Well, we know 6 off the top of our head. If he's 7, the starting 5 and Trent Brown. And so,
you just love putting Trent Brown as a backup right now, don't you?
It's what we're looking at. But the starting 5 and Trent Brown, so he would be 7 if he flat out said we need a guy like that, especially if he only carry 8 on game day. And he's talking about the regular season. So there's 7.
No, I 100%
There's 7
agree.
right there.
This actually brings me to a point that I felt like, especially, and I heard kind of people generally talking about over the weekend out there at practice. It does feel to me like they already kind of have a knowing of what's happening with their offensive line, much more than last year. Like, it feels different than last year, where all of the experimenting and moving guys around was more of, let's just throw things at the wall. This does not feel like throwing things at the wall. This feels like, how can we manipulate a few small things to get more intel on these various positions, whether it's center depth or whether it's the right tackle, I think is still some level of figuring out, but specifically swing tackle. Can Trent Brown play on both sides so that we have more than one guy that can back up Ariante Ursery at left tackle. And this is one of those places where I think that there's a level of figuring out. Evan Brown has been, I think he's been more prominently featured, I think, than I would have imagined in practices to what I've seen. And Jared Patterson's been getting a more run than I would have imagined at center.
You're right.
Which I think continues to push the thing that has already been there, where Jake Andrews can only play one position. He can only play center. D'Amico Ryans has talked about it. Hey, when you have a roster, versatility is chiefly important. It was the first thing we mentioned about Evan Brown. And it doesn't hurt, or it doesn't help, rather, whichever way you decide to view it, that even today at the joint practice, there were multiple times, reportedly, that Jake Andrews had a snap that did not get to the right place. Something that we saw in this postseason pass that kind of falls to the wayside when we're thinking about some of the reasons why that offense didn't do well. The snaps weren't all that great either.
Yeah, look, so the question becomes, if we're going to agree on those 7, and would you agree with that?
I think so. I'd agree that those are 7 that you probably need.
So how do you get 4 into 1 on game day? Now, I know you can keep more on the roster.
Right.
But like on game day, how do you get 4 into 1? Those 4 being Jared Patterson, you mentioned him, Jake Andrews, Blake Fisher, I suppose. He was getting some reps. And then you have Nwewu.
I don't think Nwewu is a game day guy right now.
I don't either, but that's still, getting 4 into 1. I think of all those 4, if you're power ranking them, Jake Andrews is probably 4th.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
Yeah. Because, again, I think that some of this is just numbers to cover, right? If you have one guy that you feel like you have depth on the interior of the offensive line, 3 positions, left guard, right guard, and center.
Yeah.
Evan Brown can play all those positions, but he can't play them at once, right? So, God forbid something happens where one of those guys goes down. I know I could put Evan Brown in there. I think you would need another interior guy that you would put in there, and I think that that's very quickly where you start looking at.
Jared Patterson?
Is Jared Patterson that guy that also has a little bit of flexibility and versatility in there? Because Fibechi Nwewu, who I think that obviously, I think he makes the roster, don't get me wrong, but I think that you can definitely see some more of what he does well, or what Jared Patterson, goodness gracious, does well. But maybe not. Maybe on a certain day it is Nwewu that is active, but I feel more comfortable with those guys and the versatility that they demonstrate than just having a center as your second, or as one of your guys there.
And then the other thing, just to take away and put a bow on it, the Higgins thing, he said no update with Higgins. If you weren't listening earlier, went down. It seemed like, it didn't seem like he got off under his own power. But he did say, just in passing, still evaluating his leg. So that was my thing. I don't like those lower body injuries, but we'll see.
Yeah, we were talking about the offensive line, so I do want to wrap up with this. I did find encouragement that it sounded like they did get actual movement. D'Amico Ryans characterized it in the run game of they got hat on a hat, which is something that it felt like that they could do more consistently in what we've seen this year. But the idea that it felt like they were actually moving people to some degree. Now I'll ask to what degree when at noon we talked to our guy Brandon Scott, who was out there for the entirety of this joint practice, to get what his thoughts are. But appreciation to D'Amico Ryans talking after this joint practice. That sounds like good work, and largely I think it sounds like a little
bit of a question on the pass blocking, but that's picking nit. Actually, it's not quite picking nits. It's a little more than that, but it's overall pretty good.
A fair concern. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including there's drama, family ownership drama around the league. We talk about that next.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off.
D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 95.7 The Fan Style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin'?
Yeah, that's right. Let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. We begin by reminding you, as we've been talking about all morning, almost exclusively so, joint practice, Texans, Raiders. Sounds like just to be oversimplify rather, J-Lo. W for the Texans.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I would say definitely a win type day for the Texans, both sides of the ball. You heard D'Amico Ryans talk about it. There's always going to be things that we can parse out, and we will, with B. Scott joining us here in about 15 minutes. And he had his eyes on the practice the whole time. But, yeah, definitely a good day, all things considered.
Yeah, we'll get into the details of it, but some of the big newsy items in it. Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver out of Iowa State, second-year wide receiver, I should mention, who has been trending upwards very clearly in camp with a little bit of a knock. Seems like he went down in practice. He did walk off the field of his own volition, it sounds like. Went in and is currently still under evaluation for what D'Amico Ryans described as a leg injury. No further information there as of right now, but obviously fingers crossed and prayers up if you decide to go that way when it comes to Jaden Higgins, because can you imagine what this looks like if you have any level of significant injury to Jaden Higgins?
No, you don't want to. First of all, especially with the other bit of news today that I know you were going to get to, and that is Tank Dell did not participate in the practice. So we talked about it earlier. Who knows exactly when and how he might be available for week one. It's worth mentioning. This joint practice was huge. D'Amico Ryans said as much. Been really looking forward to it, he said. And they got a lot of good work out of it. And then they have the preseason game day after tomorrow. And then they have a joint practice with the Carolina Panthers. And then they're probably going to pretty much shut down, the first group of players.
Yeah, it'll become a lot more about rounding out the back end of the roster, which, to be fair, this Texans team does feel like it's very fortunate. And maybe the fortune is not the right way because they've done the work ahead of time. But so much feels like it's already in place and you're really having conversations and considerations about a small group of dudes. So maybe they don't shut it down as much because they don't have as much to try and figure out. But regardless, this is the hotbed time of camp where it really feels like you're doing the strongest and most important work. And unfortunately, over the last 3 days, Tank Dell has not been a part of that work, which was weird because it felt like you had reached a high point of his during training camp on Saturday when he actually gets in, not just in independent or individual drills, not just in routes on air, not even in one-on-ones. It was in team for a few plays, and then we haven't seen him for 3 days. So it's a real yo-yo of emotions that we've had, especially with all of the Tank Dell, like the dreams of Tank Dell that you have, thinking back to what that 2023 season looked like, thinking about what he's capable of doing, but also understanding this is a number of months since a very gruesome injury for him. Those are, I think, the big things. Did I miss anything that felt like a major story line that we saw at least coming out of camp? Or will we just kind of cover them all when we get to B. Scott?
Well, let's get to B. Scott because it's clearly offensive line, running game, all that stuff we'll get to, and in defense as well.
Yeah, it did sound like the running game did show up pretty well against the Raiders defense. All right, some other things that are popping. Shout out to Ethan Pecco, who he has been called up to the Major League squad for the Astros. They had a rare Monday off yesterday, and now they have a 3-game set versus the Angels, and Pecco will handle one of these games.
Looks
in
like
this 3-game
tomorrow's
set.
game is what it'll be. Peter Lambert scheduled for Thursday. It looks like Christian Javier today, 7-10 against the Angels. So I'm guessing Pecco comes in against Walter Urena, and that would be tomorrow against the Angels.
I don't know what to do with my expectations for Pecco because it could be very easy to then place really high expectations on him or relatively high expectations on him as, are you the hope to come in and give us something in the rotation? I've kind of tempered that by going and looking at, he's been 4-6 this far through the season in the minors, a 4.57 ERA. Now, admittedly, the Angels, not something to write home about when it comes to their bats. However, I'm also like, I don't want to do too much here. He is their number 9 prospect in their system, and this is an exciting thing to be able to see what the young man has got, what the possible upside is. I just don't know that you're just going to drop him in and it's going to be like, this is incredible. Now, if he gets his, 95-mile-per-hour fastball over, he has his slider in the low 80s, a cutter in the upper 80s. If he's able to work all that together and it looks really good as called behind the plate, cool. I'm happy about that. I don't know that this is like a capital A answer for the Astros, but it's cool to see another guy come up and possibly show you what the future could be for the Astros.
It's optimism, right? It's optimism and hope because you gave out his numbers there. I mean, you can't have those expectations. And maybe that's part of the issue, dating back to the trade deadline. But you are optimistic, you are hopeful. He does have that, the stuff, so to speak. But we'll have to see. And good thing he's facing the Angels. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I do want to harp on that.
Yeah.
I am glad that this is where they decided to make it. Like they did try, much like when you're looking at a rookie quarterback and you go, "What's the soft landing spot for him to start?" This does feel like
we've done it. We've done it with Mendoza,
right?
In town.
And mind you, I don't think there is one for Mendoza.
Yeah, exactly.
So whenever he starts, if it is this season, it's going to be one of those. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see what you got, big fella.
Yeah.
I do think that this is a very nice landing spot for Ethan Petco. So I am happy about that. Which honestly, it's only going to suck for me because even if he does well, I go, all right, well, that was a good landing spot. Now, what does it look like when you get to some of these the more challenging teams? But regardless, this is going to be a series that I really want the Astros to sweep. Help give yourself a little bit more space because you're currently.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, the loss versus the Mariners did not give you much room in what is a crowded, even if kind of not so great AL West race right now. But as we mentioned, Christian Javier on the bump for you tonight in the first game of a 3-game set at Dyken Park. 7:10 first pitch as you would expect. Some other things that are popping. Did you see the family sports drama that is happening?
It's fascinating.
You mean Succession?
Yes.
Succession, yeah.
Yes, the sports Succession that's happening in basketball, interestingly enough. So we made mention of, was it Mark Walter, one of the guys that has a lot of ownership stakes in a lot of places, and his story is kind of getting really interesting as well, as he's in the process, I guess, of selling his ownership stake, majority ownership stake of the Lakers to a group. He also, interestingly enough, is supposedly looking into selling his ownership stake in Chelsea FC, the soccer team in
he's
London.
Cashing out.
Yeah. Which
has
to do with the investigations that are happening to him and his business, which I've read about and I don't need to get into, but it's funny money on the insurance side. At least I characterize it as funny money from what I could tell. Just
it's still money.
Yeah, it's the funny business with the money, I guess is the way that I should say, not the funny money necessarily. But the side thing with the Lakers is that yesterday, all out of nowhere, we saw that the Buss family would be selling. I think they have like a 17.5%,
17.8 or something like that.
Ownership stake that remains in the Lakers after they sold off the majority ownership. If you're familiar, Dr. Buss was the one who helped make the Lakers the real Lake Show, right? That whole feel in LA. Well, his family, the children have been doing full succession things. We know that the brothers that were running it for a little while had to give way to Jeannie Buss. She found a little bit of success in running the team. Well, it seemed like that potential sale of their percentage, Jeannie Buss very quickly had a lawyer put out a letter that said, "Oh no, we're not selling because due to the Buss family trust dictates that I am the sole, decider when it comes to whether or not we're selling." And I say no. So now we get to this place where I don't know what portion of this minority stake in the Lakers, whether it is selling or not. And we are having a 1 versus 5 brawl on who is the deciding factor in this family. And this is what happens when the children of a founder or the children of of an established owner of a team don't all see the same way, all see eye to eye. As you find this level of drama, and I think this is going to continue on into the future for the Lakers.
This is what happens when you have drama in the billions, as this is the case, or just a couple thousand, as happens. I'm sure some of our listeners, have had this kind of drama with their siblings.
No, I get the house. No, I get the house.
I get the TV.
You've had it, Figgy.
I get the couch.
And it wasn't in the billions, was it?
No, hell no. It might have been less than 1,000, to be honest.
Exactly. And then there's the whole Shams thing. Basically, they're saying that this afternoon, Shams Charania of ESPN falsely reported that the 6 Buss siblings voted to sell 17.8% ownership in the stake in the Lakers to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger. And I think what they're getting at is he's getting his information from someone or someone's whose first name all start with J, and that's kind of bothersome. But
families love doing that. They love doing the theme, don't they?
I hate when people do that.
What's funny is I kind of appreciate families doing it.
Is it a W? What is it? A WP?
WPS? I don't think so. No, I think everybody loves a theme in a weird way.
Yeah.
The only reason why I dislike it is because then they get into prominent situations where both of the people or a couple of people have positions, and I have to remember which one is which.
Yeah.
Hello to Matt and Mike LaFleur. Hello to Jim and John Harbaugh. Thanks for all of that.
Yeah.
Thanks for nothing, parents. But this is tough because there are more people than Jeannie Buss, but Jeannie Buss has the larger profile. I think we all know the story.
She is the governor of the organization.
Of at least the trust, their portion of this.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is I think that the trust bylaws and dictate that they only need 2/3 of the votes in order to invalidate the trust. Now, I don't know what legally happens after that.
But she's got a lawyer that says, oh, no, they don't.
Well, no, but you can invalidate the trust itself.
Yes.
She is the deciding factor when it comes to the trust in general. But what happens if the trust is no longer intact? What happens to those shares? Are they divided evenly? I don't know how that goes.
She's got an attorney that says otherwise, and that's where it's going to go.
And so I imagine that this will be litigated in front of us in the courts, and this is just a reminder that things can get ugly when the family feuds, especially with this amount of money. And especially, I would have imagined that we were beyond this once we got past like the majority ownership side of this, right? Because I remember this infighting with the Lakers back when, very soon after, Jim Buss passed, and then you had was it Jimmy? I forget what the names of the sons are.
Yeah, one of the J's.
But a couple of
it was Jim Buss, right?
Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah, the sons were running
him
it
out of there,
and they weren't running it very well. But then Jeannie comes in and runs them up out of there. Like I know that there was butting heads there. I would have imagined that with them selling off the majority, it's like, hey, here's a whole bunch of money. Everybody should be good. But I guess if there's still money out there,
it's important to her, and she's fighting it, and it's going to be very, very ugly. And again, when these types of things happen with siblings, the fight goes to court, and sometimes
they all got their own lawyers,
and sometimes it gets ugly. And if you think I'm saying what you think I'm saying, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was just talking about the Lakers. I don't know about you. And this person from the 713 who said their sister tried to sell their deceased parents' house without them. Yeah, man. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. It sucks here because now it has to do with lots and lots more money and the directions of large sports franchises that are now of the interest of not just the family, but all those people that love the sports franchise. But there you go. That's just some of what's popping here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk to our guy. Brandon Scott was out at the joint practice, and he got his eyes on everything. So we would like to get his firsthand account of those things. We will do that next.
95.7 The Fan has officially... sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday in the great city of the world. Hopefully you are having a good one wherever you are and however you're listening. Thanks for making us, myself, J-Lo, Figgy Fig, and B. Scott a part of your day. That's right.
There we go. A little early in the week, baby. Let's do it.
Ain't even a Friday. But you know, when we got our guy with eyes on the joint practice, maybe one of the biggest days of training camp, we need to get that insight.
Skechers on the ground.
That's right. I don't think he's wearing Skechers.
These are Dunks, baby. I'm a Nike guy. Come on now.
That was real disrespectful.
Out here with Dunks, baby.
I don't know what B. Scott would have to go through before he was wearing Skechers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've got dad energy for sure. I ain't going to try to act like
New Balance? You got New Balance on the ground?
Balances.
Yeah.
I had New Balances at one point.
New Balance are getting a new lease on life.
Yeah, they are, surprisingly.
The youths are about it.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm a Nike guy.
Yeah, it's like people are like, hey, man, we only got so much time. Tell us about practice.
Yeah.
Let's start with the scary moment. Jaden Higgins gets knocked up in some ways in this practice. Can you tell us what happened from your viewpoint?
So that was another thing with stuff happening on both sides of so y'all got to try to envision this. There's two fields out there. There's actually three, but they're operating on two fields. Defense operating on one, offense operating on the other. So I did actually miss the Jaden Higgins moment, but the word is on Jaden Higgins that it's a leg injury and that there wasn't an update necessarily from D'Amico Ryans, but we all saw him walk off on his own power. So I missed the play, but I saw him get up and walk off on his own power. I saw a couple of guys out there limping around a little bit, but still walking, like Wyatt Teller, who I think we'll get to that in a little bit once you ask me a little bit more about practice.
Yeah.
But Wyatt Teller was another guy who hit the ground, one of those pile up, so to speak, and he hits the ground, gets up a little gingerly, but is able to walk off on his own accord. When we talked to C.J. Stroud after practice, he said that he's not too worried or too concerned, hoping the best, obviously. But it doesn't seem like we're talking about anything catastrophic. Now, might they slow play or load manage Jaden Higgins, depending on exactly what the injury is and the severity of it or lack thereof? We'll have to wait and see. But it did not seem like a grab your chest kind of moment.
Yeah.
As important as he is of a player, right? Because look, we're talking about the number 2 receiver on the team and somebody that we're expecting to be not just a major factor in the offense, but just individually to take a major leap from year 1 to year 2.
So let's go to where you were talking with Wyatt Teller on the offensive line. Two things. Number one, there were some people talking about this on Twitter, and I don't know if it's true or not. You were there. You tell me.
Yeah.
Wyatt Teller did take some reps off, it seemed like, at certain key moments, and then just the offensive line in general.
Yeah, so I was listening to you guys about 2 segments ago mentioning how the offensive line felt like it's about as set as it's been at this point in camp. And I thought that too until I went to this practice, and I was wondering what exactly is going on, particularly from center to the left side. We understand Ariante Urshi is going to be the left tackle, but my takeaway is that Wyatt Teller does not necessarily have that left guard job just sewed up the way we thought he did when he signed and at the start of training camp. So we're seeing a lot of the mix of Evan Brown getting a lot more play at center and Keelan Rutledge getting a lot more play at the guard positions. And so that's something that I think it's something to watch out for Texans fans to see, like, Keelan Rutledge is going to play, but I don't know if we're 100% positive where he is going to play.
But was that before or after he got dinged up?
Before.
Okay, that's key.
This is the entire practice. This is the entire practice where Wyatt Teller, he's not just taking reps off, but out there with the second team. Like, I saw way more Wyatt Teller with Davis Mills than I saw Wyatt Teller with C.J. Stroud, which to me was indicative of something. What, I don't know, but indicative of something.
And that's been the case over the weekend. Can I tell you my take on that?
Tell me.
I think that is more of a versatility play. I think that you look at it and it feels like, and tell me if you think I'm wrong here, it feels like Keelan Rutledge, they're getting to a point where, like, oh, he is the best center on the roster and he might be the best guard on the roster.
Yeah, so that's funny that you mentioned that, because I'm standing out there with Ron the Show Hughley from The Drive. We're standing out there watching practice together, and he asked me a real interesting question that I hadn't really thought about until he asked it to me, and I'm curious what y'all think. Is Keelan Rutledge their best offensive lineman already? Now, obviously, he hasn't, a drop in the NFL yet. But when we're looking around, he's the one that stands out the most. You're making that versatility point, which is valid, but it's also just a quality issue as well. Like, is he just literally, to the exact point that you just made, is he their best center option and their best guard option? And if so, if he's their best guard option after they've paid all of this money for the guards, right, brought back Ed Ingram and brought in Wyatt Teller, is Evan Brown sort of the compromise, right? Just trying to get your best 5 out there. If he's suitable as a center, and so far it looks like he is, then might you go with the highest upside on the interior and with your guard positions with Keelan Rutledge out or displacing one of those other guards, and it looks like it could be Wyatt Teller.
I think it's a possibility, but really what I think that they probably are more solid on the idea of Tay at left tackle, Teller at left guard, Keelan Rutledge at center, Ed Ingram at right guard, and which of the other 2 right tackles they get in there. I think that what they're doing now is, with the opportunities that we have, especially the more precious snaps where it comes to first team offensive line, second team offensive line, now we know what Keelan Rutledge, we're getting a feel for what Keelan Rutledge can do at center. Now let's figure out which of these backup guys on the interior do we feel good about. So we could get Evan Brown in there and Jared Patterson in there and Jake Andrews in there that we wouldn't if Keelan Rutledge was playing center right this moment.
Yeah, it looks like, and to this point that you're making, it looks like that Jake Andrews is going to be the odd man out because the backup interior offensive lineman, if not the starting center, is going to be Evan Brown, like a swing interior offensive lineman, if you will. Their depth piece at center, guard, and we'll see what Keelan Rutledge ends up doing. But it looks like he's going to start somewhere. It's just a matter of where exactly. And I do still anticipate that it's going to be center. Kind of to your point, I've got a tough time envisioning that they're paying all that money to Wyatt Teller and he's coming in with as much pedigree as he is, and that they're going to go away from that, right? Like, because now what is the purpose of Wyatt Teller? A depth piece? Like, I got a tough time really imagining that. But I got to go with what I see and what I'm looking at, and I'm watching Wyatt Teller get most of his reps with Davis Mills, which to me, if you're out there in a joint practice against a different team, you're trying to get the most looks and your best looks against a team that you're obviously going to play in a couple of days, but this is your first joint practice. You would expect that your best 5 is going to be out there against their best front.
And that's why you've got me thinking about D'Amico Ryan's own words, Nick Casario's own words, best 5.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the best 5, and I'm trusting what you saw out there, what was being reported, Evan Brown at center, Wyatt Teller at guard, that might just be, your best 5 in terms of, week 1. Makes me really interested to see what happens on Thursday night, because if we see the same iteration of this, then all of a sudden we might be talking about that.
The chief question that we're trying to get an answer to, and hopefully we get one by the end of the week, is what do they think is their best combination? Is it Rutledge at center and Teller at guard, or is it Brown at center and Rutledge at guard? Because that looks like the either or if there was going to be one.
I lean to the former, but I guess regardless, coming back to today specifically, it sounded like we had Emmitt Smith and the Great Wall of Dallas out there. Can you confirm or deny that was what was happening out here with them running the football versus the Raiders?
Yeah, so count this as another time that dare I agree with the coach, but he said that the running game and the running back specifically is what stood out to most, or his exact quote was that was the highlight of the practice today. Yeah. And I thought the same thing watching practice before we talked to him. It was, and I talked to Seth about this, Seth Payne, after the practice. I'm like, man, I don't know what to make of the Texans' success in the run game against the Raiders. Is it really them having the success, or are they going up against a Raiders front that's just Swiss cheese? Because talking to Raiders media out there, they'll tell you, hey, it hasn't been looking good as far as stopping the run on the Raiders side. So, and look, the Texans are only going to play the guys that are out there in front of them. Yeah. But in trying to evaluate, you just take it at face value. The Texans did look good running the ball, both David Montgomery and Woody Marks.
Were they actually moving dudes? Because I know that they can get hat on hat. They were actually creating space off of the line of scrimmage.
Yes, just look at the line move. Which direction does it move in? Does it move back or does it move forward? That's the easiest way, especially if you're not isolated on one or two specific players. And their line was clearly moving the Raiders front routinely, I would say.
As you know, it's in all our contracts. We have to talk about C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
And that just got put in.
It seemed as if C.J. Stroud had a good day, but there was also some pressure in terms of the pass rush.
Yeah, so C.J. Stroud was decent, I thought. And, look, they were sharp. He even mentioned after the practice that the routes were clean. And so the passing game overall looked clean. The issue more than anything, I would say, was less of C.J. Stroud, not to belabor the point on the offensive line, but it was, to quote DeMeco Ryans, about 50-50 with how they handled pressure.
Yeah.
So sometimes they handled it well, sometimes they didn't handle it so well. And so that's something, if you were going to nitpick, you would say they've got to definitely clean that up, how they handle pressure and just going from there. But I thought C.J. Stroud did a good job with obviously the ball placement, with how he handled pressure. I thought C.J. Stroud, for the most part, looked pretty decent in this practice today.
I want to return to C.J., but offensive line is where my mind continues to go.
As it should.
Did you notice, as we're talking to B. Scott here about the joint practice between the Texans and the Raiders, did you notice what type of pressures were working? Like, did it seem like it was, oh, there's those games again that are hitting them, or was it the sim pressures?
That was it.
It was the games or the sim pressures, or both of those?
It was the games.
Okay.
It was the games, the
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, and
because that was the thing that whooped their ass last year.
Exactly. They couldn't handle it. I mean, they couldn't handle, and this wasn't the issue today, just to be clear, because you're not max protecting in a practice like this because you know that they can't kill the quarterback. But it did seem like if this was a real game, they would have had to have gone to max protect. And that's an issue. It was an issue last year that at times, especially earlier in the season, they couldn't max protect with them just rushing, the other team rushing 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
So like you're rushing the minimum, they've got the maximum out there to protect, and the numbers game is in your favor and you're still not winning up front. That was a discouraging part. I don't necessarily think that was the case, but they definitely would have had to go into some max protect.
I do want to ask you about this, and it still has something to do with the C.J. Stroud, but more so, the only tight end I really heard a lot about today was Brock Bowers. Did the Texans tight ends do anything?
Yeah, I saw Foster Moreau catch a pass early on in the scrimmage, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really see as much from Marlon Klein today.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting to see a little bit more, but CJ described him, I thought, appropriately as raw but talented, which, is not a surprise for somebody that's only been playing football for, however many years, for 6 years or so. So, I mean, you can kind of take that with a grain of salt, but no, it was Foster Moreau, and I'm talking about just a very, very little bit. We don't expect Foster Moreau to factor into the passing game a lot. He can obviously do some things. He's a veteran, but we expect him to be more in the run game as far as what his value is going to be. So, yeah, that if there was a disappointing part, it would be that the tight ends who you expect to be a much more featured part of the passing game, they were not necessarily that. Now, I do feel like the practice dictated, both because of the Raiders defense and because of how the Texans were handling pressures up front.
Mm-hmm.
The practice sort of dictated, the flow of it dictated that they would run the ball more because that's where they were seeing more success.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's just more of a game flow, practice flow type of thing, an opponent specific type of thing. From where I sit.
So we've talked a lot about what happened with the Texans offense. Let me ask this before I even get into it. How much were you able to check in on what was happening with the defense?
Very little, and that was only because I was much more fixated and I guess intrigued by how the offense would handle a different look. Like, I expect the Texans defense to be able to handle its own against a Raiders offense that, if we're being honest, Brock Bowers and Ashton Jeanty is a good player, but they just don't have a whole lot going on for them on the offensive side of the ball. But let's not downplay it. The defense did stand out for
2 pick sixes?
2 pick sixes for his part. One from Jalen Petrie against Kirk Cousins, I believe, and Mendoza's was Jalen Petrie picked off Kirk Cousins for a pick six, and it was Kamari Lassiter at the end who picked off Mendoza for a pick six at the very, very, very end of the practice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about by that point, we're in the tent ready for DeMeco because they've already kind of broken the huddle.
Mm-hmm.
But Kamari Lassiter, to kind of punctuate practice, if you will, gets a pick six. And Will Anderson talked about this, how they started off slow. He thought the defense started off really slow against that offense, and then they kind of picked it up as practice went on. But defense about as advertised.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to ask defensively is, did it feel like Brock Bowers got off on them? Because that's the only thing is, with this defense, the very few things that I can maybe ask, how did they do? Like, stopping the run and then handling a big-time tight end are the only things that come up as maybes, you know?
It did feel like Brock Bowers got off on them.
Okay,
but we do also have to understand who Brock Bowers is. Like, give respect and credit where credit is due. look, he's a really good player, and so that's a tough cover, and he was that for them today. But that would be like the same thing. That would be the same thing as saying, hey, Trent Brown, or I'm sorry, Blake Fisher struggled against Max Crosby. Well, of course he did.
Did he?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You don't know. Yes. Yes, he did. And thank God that Max Crosby is not allowed to kill C.J. Stroud out there. Because if this was a real game again, if it was a real game, he would definitely have gotten to C.J. Stroud a time or two, or again, they would have had to chip, double team, max protect, get a little bit creative with their protections.
All right, so this is just a quick head count on guys that we know, just making sure that they did what they did. Nico Collins did what he was supposed to do?
A lot.
Okay.
He had no less than, I counted, 4 plays that were Nico Collins-esque, whether it's down the sideline, over the middle of the field. Of course, Nico Collins is somebody that they're going to seek out and feature early and often, and they did that, and he was effective.
David Montgomery?
David Montgomery looked nice. I thought David Montgomery looked nice. I thought Woody Marks, dare I say, looked at it. And I know you probably were going to get there.
Talked about it.
Woody Marks looked even better, I thought. And
sounded like he was running with some fervor, some physicality.
Well, and so I think the play that you're talking about, because there is a play where a Raiders defender bounces off of him. It wasn't necessarily truck stick. It was just, instead of you trucking me, if I just kind of try to hit you and you just stand there and I fall. Yeah. So you don't truck me, but you're so big and strong, or whatever the case may be, sturdy, if you will, in Marks's case, where it just did not affect him. So it's a loud thump, but the thump went the other way. You know what I mean? And it wasn't a run play, just to be clear on that. What we're talking about was actually a return, a kickoff return with Woody Marks. And man, he just kind of cradled the ball, didn't lower his shoulder or anything, just absorbed the hit, and poor Raiders defender did not have anything for it.
Dalton Schultz?
Dalton Schultz did do a little bit, but it seemed like they were just more so focused on the run game. So it wasn't a lot of Dalton Schultz, but he was out there.
And then I want to isolate 2 specific offensive linemen, the right tackles, Trent Brown, who I imagine might have been playing a little bit.
He did play a little bit of left.
And then Braden Smith.
Yeah, so Braden Smith, look, Max Crosby.
He's a man.
Fair. You know what? Fair.
It was just noticeably unfair when Max Crosby lined up against really any of the tackles. I don't think I'm breaking any news here when I say that Max Crosby is a better football player than any tackle that the Texans are going to be able to muster up this season. I think that was a fair assumption going into practice, and definitely a takeaway post-practice.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate you lending us your eyes and your brain as well.
Yeah, man.
After a joint practice between the Texans and the Raiders.
Yeah, man, it was overall a really good practice, and I would say the fact that the run game was a positive. You know, like, you don't want to see them not handling pressures well, or hear 50-50 pressure being the case. You would like it to be a lot better than that.
Yeah.
But from the run game standpoint, the area in which the offense probably had the most to prove and the most to improve, I think that they're looking pretty good in that regard.
All right, there you go. Little B. Scott takeaways, B. Scott's thoughts from practice between the Texans and the Raiders. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you, guys.
speaker to play 95.7 The Spot.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on 95.7 The Fan.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we all do this. I think I can speak for all of us. We have certain things that we get to be known for, or kind of our, sort of our, I guess, descriptors of the person we are, and little bits and stuff like that. At this point, Dan Orlovsky is just leaning into the bit, right? Like he's known as kind of a off-center type of guy with some of his habits, et cetera. Did you see what they did for his birthday?
No. Who was they? NFL Live?
Yeah, NFL Live did for Dan Orlovsky's birthday.
No, I missed it.
They brought him out a couple of pieces of – it's his birthday today. They brought him out a couple of pieces of chicken breast with no seasoning and no condiments with a candle stuck into it. And he was so excited. And
that's got to be the bit.
He ate the chicken, on air because he doesn't eat birthday cake. I mean, that's just leaning into the bit at this point, right?
Well, the birthday cake itself, I actually don't think that's that bad of a bit. I know plenty of people that are just like, cake and fine.
Well, he's one of them.
The bit, the thing that gets me is just the idea that it's the unseasoned chicken for him.
Unseasoned, no condiments.
Because I actually think it's a fairly normal. And you could
unseasoned chicken for your birthday cake?
No, to just not be all that big on birthday cake.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that's actually fairly normal, especially certain types of icing.
Mm-hmm.
That some of the icing is like heavy and really sweet, and people are like, "Nah, I'm good on that."
Yeah.
The weird thing to me is just his other habits when it comes to food, where he eats like a 4-year-old. He eats like a moody 4-year-old, where he's just like, "I don't need all this extra seasoning. What is this? It's weird."
Mm-hmm. What was the other one he did? Was it no? No, that was Al Michaels. Doesn't eat vegetables.
Oh, doesn't eat vegetables. Which I still don't. I still don't think that's good for him. Like, what are the vitamins that he has to take in order to make sure that he actually gets the nutrients that his body needs?
Yeah, I think the other weird thing. I don't know if you mentioned it yet, but I think the weenies and mac and cheese or something like that.
What was it? You're right.
It was like
a lot of them.
It was like some mac and cheese and hot dogs together, or something like that.
I try not to commit him to memory.
I'm sure there's a lot of truth to that, but that's kind of my point. Like,
you think he's playing it up?
Now it's just a bit. Now he's just leaning into it.
I think he's leaning into it, but I think there was enough that was true that was already weird enough.
Yeah.
So that I don't know how much he's stretching the truth. I just think that he's more open with these things because it's like, all right, we're already in the bit.
Mm-hmm.
But he seems like a bona fide food weirdo.
He's a different kind of cat just in general.
No, it's crazy because I want to say this white people stuff, but I don't even want to say this on white people, man.
Don't do that to them.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't even think they deserve that. I don't even think they that wild.
Yeah,
our white brethren don't deserve that. Not even close.
Exactly.
Not even close.
These are my confessions.
This is. I was about to say anathema, but then you would have to play the drop about me using.
Well, now you did.
Big words.
No,
I did.
First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
I didn't do it. I said that I was about to, but I stopped myself.
What is it?
But nah, this is probably just like terrible for me as a sports talk radio host. Trademark.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to admit, I've had a really hard time watching preseason football this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Everybody else been watching it?
I know.
Yeah.
I've had a hard time. I'll put the game on and I'll just find myself. You know how sometimes you're watching a game and then 3 minutes later you're like, wait, what was I doing? Every time that I put on a preseason game, that's
a lot of it.
Yeah, but I mean, I've done this before. Like, this ain't my first time watching preseason football. It feels like this year more than any other year, I'm having a hard time like staying locked in on the preseason games.
I think you're just ready, man.
Ready for?
You're just ready for the regular season.
Maybe that's the case.
Yeah,
Maybe.
So what is your definition of locked in on the preseason game?
Well, I mean, where I actually know what's happening.
Like watching it as far as like how you watch the Texans?
Well, it's not going to be that, right?
Or just kind of, looking.
Well, keeping up with, hey, what's happening in the game? Like, I'll be having the game on. I'll look up and I'm like, I have no idea where we are, right? Mm-hmm. If you just caught me at one point in my apartment, and you were like, Reggie, what's happening? I'd be like, does the offense have the football? What's happening? Is it kickoff?
Nothing wrong with that.
It's not that.
It is the preseason.
Yeah. No, it's not that. I think that's how everybody watches.
Really?
To be honest.
Yeah.
You're telling me that
preseason that ain't your team.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not just on. Like this is to levels of baseball. That's not my team. That's just on. And if I hear something, I look up. Which I think is problematic because that's the point. At the point,
That ain't problematic.
What do I have the game on for then?
Well, you just pick up what you can. If something big happens, you take notes.
And what I'm telling you,
that's how I watch them.
What I'm telling you is that nothing is filtering through osmosis. I'm just like, oh, I missed it.
Yeah.
I missed all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to believe that you that out of it though.
But I'm telling you, brother,
because
like,
all you gotta
it's shaking me to my core. I'm like, the game is on, and I've got none of this.
Yeah,
you'll be fine.
Because
You'll be all right.
Yeah, because if I
you'll
call Reggie and the game was on, I'd be like, hey, what's going on? You can see who got the damn ball.
Yeah.
Or you might not know who's in that quarterback or something like that. They might have did a switcheroo.
Can't talk right now, Figgy. It's Jets
no
Titans preseason.
Did they play?
I don't know. I just saw their logos on the screen.
I was like, buddy, I don't remember. It's I would say in one ear, out the other, but that's something for auditory as opposed to visual. I'm like looking at it, but I'm not. It's not. None of it is sticking in here.
Yeah.
And I feel like I need to like jar myself. Maybe it'll help the preseason week 2.
Yeah.
When we get more of these, players that might actually matter.
True. Yeah, this is true.
But yeah, I would hope that. Oh well, Carnell Tate's there. Like, what is he doing? Like, that some of those things would grab me. None of them are grabbing me, and I feel like it is something that you're not supposed to admit as somebody who talks about sports and not just takes in.
I freely admit it.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, we talk about preseason, man.
Freely
So
admit
like,
it.
ain't nobody gonna look at you as a bad person.
Also,
because you ain't breaking down Jets and Titans.
Well, I also, I got this sports sicko badge, that I gotta keep up. But apparently, I'm not enough of a sicko to care.
By the way, that Hall of Fame game was kind of popping, man.
7 million people watched. That's more than the NBA plaifs.
Dog,
is that what we traded off? We traded off a really good Hall of Fame game for maybe not as much.
Yeah, dog, I was standing up like seeing who if they was gonna pull off the win.
Yeah,
I was like, damn, this game is good. And you would have thought I think the Panthers won, right? You would have thought they won the Super Bowl, man. The way they celebrated, it was kind of cool.
They hang the banner. Hall of Fame game champion.
All right, so my confession is I think I'm y'all know I've been doing the whole grilling thing.
And you've been kicking butt.
Yeah, I've been feeling really confident. But I gotta confess, man, I'm a little nervous now because I feel like all eyes are on me.
Yeah.
Because I did a little reel and posted it on my Instagram and all that stuff. Been getting a lot of good feedback from it. But shout out to my guy Sloan, who he be out there doing the tailgates and all that stuff. I want to say his tailgate is the dad's sons and daughters tailgate. Okay. Like that. We've been there before, man.
Yeah.
He got some really good food. But he ended up messaging me or left a comment saying, oh, now when I see you around these tailgates, I'm going to put your ass on the grill.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I don't know because they some damn good cooks.
No, you did. In fact,
I'm a little nervous now.
Figure, I mentioned this to you yesterday. Reggie wasn't there, but I was like, I watched your video, like trying to take notes, so to speak. See if there was any feedback I could. And I'm like, nah.
No notes?
Nah, he did
Look
everything.
Look at that, Fig.
He did everything the way I would have. Yeah, I would have done it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit nervous now when I got actual cooks. Like, hey, man, I'm going to put you on the grill now.
You did everything right as far as I saw.
Yeah.
What if we found out that Figgy is like a savant?
Yeah, all of a sudden he's like Mozart. He just like sits behind a piano and it just happens.
Wait till I challenge Lopez to a cook-off.
Well, that's going to be a problem for you.
I get to judge it.
But I still give you all due respect.
Hey, look, I'm not nowhere near doing that. I don't think I'm ever going to do that.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for lunch tomorrow, man.
Never know.
Let's try it.
Yeah, but man, I'm a little bit nervous. And honestly, this is another confession real quick. I'm kind of proud of us because just like how I'm getting into the whole cooking thing, I think Reggie getting into the whole social media content thing too, man.
He needs to.
He needs to. Because when y'all went to what was it, Terry Black's on Friday, Reggie did a nice little reel for it, man. And he came up, I ain't gonna say come up to me, but you hit me up and was like, hey, how did this look?
Yeah.
And it looked good. Just like how you gave me feedback, Lopez, like everything looked good. Reggie did a good job.
I appreciate it.
Nah, it was real good. It was clean. And I think we stepping out of our comfort zone.
It's like when you're married for a long time, you start looking like each other.
Okay. Do you think that that's the case with yourself and Jen?
I don't think that's the case with us, but I've seen couples that I'm like, damn.
That's a true thing.
Damn.
Yeah, because y'all start making the same facial expressions.
Yes.
It's the same laugh
That's
and all
not
this
us,
other stuff.
but thankfully. But
so you think as a show
like her?
we're starting to merge
everything's
together,
getting
huh?
intertwined.
Would you rather her look like you or you look like her?
Oh,
There's one right answer, buddy. There's one right answer. Look, I usually will let you put your foot in your mouth.
Don't do it like I did the other day. Don't say it. Don't say it.
You will usually put your foot in your mouth, and I'll let you do it. Don't do that one.
She need to look like me.
Don't do that.
Of course. You know Lopez gonna say that.
Who said I was going to say that?
We could see it in your face. All right, there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Let's do a little something for you, though, right now. Would you like to go see the Texans face off against the Raiders?
I would love it.
If you're healthy, you're playing, is what D'Amico Ryan said this weekend. And so this is probably the best preseason game to go to. So you'll want to be caller number 10 right now to 713-572-4610. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets in the hundreds level to watch that game, courtesy of the station. It is Texans. It is Raiders. It'll be Thursday night at Reliance Stadium, and you could be there again. All you got to do is be caller number 10 right now, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, it is a Tuesday. Still a few weekends until we get to college football, but there's always college football to talk about. Let's do a little college football on a Tuesday next.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk about Low T Center right now. Start feeling better.
602-2222.
All guests on 95.7 The Fan join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Hope your Tuesday is going well. A joint practice in the books for the Houston Texans. They faced off against the Raiders out there. And there was definitely a lot of good. In fact, I think if you just wanted to simplify it to a win or loss for a practice, sounds like it was a victory for the Texans. One of the big notes that I have really latched onto and been happy to hear is that they could actually run the football, which admittedly, the Raiders weren't a particularly good run-stopping team last year, and I don't know that they are really set up to be a great one this year. The thing that I will say at the very least is, how many games did you see the Texans run the ball particularly well, even against a bad defense?
Yeah. They
so
had their trouble.
For them to look, dare I say, dominant running the football, seemingly that's the way that it was described.
That might be a bit much, at least, but they were very successful.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. To be very successful, even against a team that is not maybe like in the bottom third of run stopping. If I'm just going to project forward, I still think that is a good thing. Obviously, you're going to need to be able to do that consistently against teams that are better, right? Because those are the teams that you anticipate fighting up, running up against, especially if you go deep into the playoffs like you hope to. But not a bad starting spot, because I can't imagine last year looking at any point in the preseason and going, that's
very
a team
successful.
That's a team that was very successful today running the football.
And shout out to Jacob. Did my son win the tickets?
No, he did not.
Somebody named Jacob.
He can't win the tickets. Shh. We're not letting your family win nothing. Nothing around here.
But Jacob, shout out to him for winning the tickets. More tomorrow.
Yep.
We'll have more to give away tomorrow.
Of course.
And we can fill up that joint.
That's right. That's right. We want to make sure that it's loud and proud in there, even if it's a preseason game. All right. Let's do a little CF boat, as we like to call it. College football on a Tuesday. Getting you ready for the college football season, because once we get to college football season, this is where we will try and talk about a little bit what's happening around the nation in college football. And I think we both have a couple of things in the money space. It does feel like college football is now so much more conversation is about money than there ever was, and how it is distributed. And what's funny is you pulled up the AP poll. We got that yesterday,
week, or was it
yesterday,
rather? Yeah.
And within the AP poll, 12 of the teams that are in the AP top 25 are spending more than $40 million on their roster this season.
That's 12 teams, more than $40 million in the top 25. 6 in the top 10 are spending more than $40 million. And the 2 that are just under $40 million that are in the top 10 as well, Ole Miss and Georgia. So basically, we have a bar. You spend $40 million, that'll get you into the game. That's 8 of the top 10. If you can fudge a little bit on the $40 million, they were just under that number for Ole Miss and Georgia.
Well, that's this year, funny enough, and I wonder how does that change year over year. Obviously, we'll see that in time. But, I mean, that is a number that is set, which is interesting. To that end, and maybe not in the exact same way, Oregon is high up there. Oregon was second?
Number 2
in the AP poll. One of the things I'm interested is where are they going to go in years future, because we know it's been kind of one of those things, if you enjoy college football, you've always kind of kept up with where the money is, and obviously the money was oftentimes more talking about facilities and then, let's be honest, brown bags and handshake deals. But now that it's more explicit, we can talk about it even more openly. You knew who the big boosters were, who the people were funding. Like, we know Indiana, Mark Cuban has a huge hand in making sure that they have the money necessary to go win a national championship.
Yeah.
Well, who is that for Oregon?
That would be Nike.
Yeah, it's Uncle Phil. Like, Phil Knight of Nike, the founder of Nike, and obviously a dude who has more money than God at times, it seems like, is the reason why Oregon constantly has all the fresh jerseys and stuff, and is able to continue to recruit even better now. Have you realized what's happening with Nike just generally in the
It's kind of making the rounds yesterday, wasn't it?
Nike, and let me make sure I get these numbers right as I tell them to you. Nike's stock price has fallen 77% over the last 5 years. 77%. And just in the last 6 months, 40%.
That's the number that was outstanding to me.
It is
40% in 6 months.
It is a real downturn in the way that they've gone about things, and we're nobody's athletic wear company reporters or anything, but this is notable in that space. But now it comes to college football, because there's a lot of these teams that are Nike schools. Like, how does that change over time? But specifically Oregon, they're how they go is tied to how much money Phil Knight has to be able to put in this. And not like he's going to go broke, but I think that those are big changes in numbers that I wonder if this does affect Nike in the Big Ten, Oregon in the Big Ten as it moves forward.
I think, yes. I mean, anytime, a company like that is so integral in what Oregon does, drops 40% in 6 months, that's going to have an impact. I don't think the billions it's just fewer billions now that Phil Knight has, but he still has billions. But I think it's something to definitely watch. I think the funny thing about all this is Nike isn't even. I mean, it's an Under Armour world now in college football, isn't it? And
who runs? I think Adidas still has. Adidas has been picking up more.
I know Adidas has the Aggies and a couple of others, but. I think Under Armour's a real big popular one right now, and I can't.
They had a little run. I don't know if Under Armour. Let me see if I can really tap into which schools are.
Well,
where.
my bigger point as it pertains to college football is, I mean, it's hard to predict what kids really fall in love with, generally speaking, and these teams, these shoe companies, just the ones that can stay ahead of the curve are the ones that are going to, clearly have the biggest impact in the college game, not just football, in the college game.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting thing. The money of college football continues to be more prevalent, as you mentioned. $40 million seems to be the mark for like really contending. I do wonder for the teams that aren't quite hitting that number, what is the aspiration for them to be able to get up and make that move? Because it always felt like, John, and tell me if you think this is correct. If you saw a team that was outside of the Blue Bloods or the teams that were supposed to be in a place, it was because you knew that they were cheating and maybe there was an infusion of money. Is that something that can happen with them on the up and up? Like is that something with like the school that I always think about is when Ole Miss is really good. Mm-hmm. Now obviously they're good again right now, but when Ole Miss is really good in any time, like let's say a decade and a half ago, you're like, okay, well, there's something happening here.
Sure. I see. Like the old SMU thing back in the day.
There's a little something funny happening here that has created this circumstance.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of a wink thing.
The likes of those schools, which obviously are going to be different than they once previously were, is there going to be a pathway outside of just we had some booster with a crazy influx of cash that was jump in here for a year or two?
I don't think it'll have as big an impact.
Like, that's what I feel like
there might be some way to circumvent rules and, whatever. But the biggest impact is now money. And, interestingly, Texas Tech was not among the top, and I thought they would be, but I'm sure they're up there, but they're not among the top teams that are spending money. You spend the most money, you get the most players. And that's why I feel, this whole NIL stuff and putting it above board is good for college sports, because now every team that has the resources and wants to use those resources can get in the game. Indiana, there you go, best example.
And I think that you can draw in more funds, seeing as you had to have a certain disposition if you were a booster that wanted to put money in the game, right? Now, unless you can put money in and not feel like as slimy about the college football game of this, and so I feel like some more of these schools are finding more opportunities for money coming in. Some other things with the CF boat going on right now. Texas is in an interesting place this year where I think Texas has Steve Sarkisian just generally has a lot of pressure on him. I think the pressure has ramped up because of the way that they've handled this all season. You realize Texas went and just grabbed a lot of teams like second and third best player. Like they
were one of the biggest spenders.
They were big spenders and they just went and grabbed people up. This is something that Texas always had, is the money, and now it should impact them even more. It has to show up, and they had a real scare injury-wise that I think would have put a real dent in that. Even though I still think that there's high expectations. Left tackle Trevor Gooseby left practice yesterday with a knee injury.
You've seen the update?
What's the update?
There were, everybody was wringing their hands about what that could mean, because he's a top 10 projected tackle player in the upcoming draft, and an all SEC guy and all that. Now they're saying it was a bone bruise, so that's a big sigh of relief for the Longhorns. Presuming he can get back, and it is just a bone bruise.
But this is the thing, and I'm happy for Texas that it does not seem like there's going to be substantial loss of one of their best players. I don't know what it would take for the ire to not come down with how they've stacked this thing up this year.
Oh, you mean the pressure to win?
Yes.
Well, let's hear about that because I actually think there's a lot of truth to this. But it is funny, when you hear, basically last year we were kidding about Texas. This year we really mean it.
Yeah, man, I zero in at number 5, and I just don't understand how people can't get Texas right now. I mean, last year, everyone overhyped Texas. It was not the right time. It was Arch Manning's first season as full-time starter. They had 4 new guys up front on the offensive line. They had all kinds of questions, in my opinion. This year is the year that Steve Sarkisian should win the national title. And it's so much more difficult to do these preseason polls with the transfer portal and everything. But when you look at Texas on paper, I don't know how you can't think this team is number 1 or number 2 in the country.
That's
and then
good, Figgy. That's but the gist of it. Heather Dinich on the Pat McAfee show. And I actually do, in all honesty, I do think Texas is got a lot going for it, especially if they can stay healthy, which, now we know the Gooseby, at least reportedly, with just the bone bruise. But it's just funny because it's like every year, you hear the same thing, and that's what made me laugh.
Yeah, but I think this year,
this year you do really mean it.
Well, and it's not even like this year is the year that they get it done. It's a whether or not you get it done. Like this is the year that the consequences come through on this.
I could see that. I could absolutely see that.
Think
yeah,
that's the case. One more thing here.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Because I put this down on the dock, and I'm curious if you would agree. Alabama is a lot closer to missing the college football playoff than winning a championship.
I mean, I would have to agree with that. Like the SEC is not nearly as much of a given as it once was in Saban years, and I don't know.
They're not the same Alabama.
It's not. And Kalen DeBoer, I do still think is a good coach. However, they have lost, and I think I could say this very comfortably. They've lost the thing that you could always say as a given with Alabama was that they were never going to beat themselves.
And they lost the trenches a little bit. They're not the same. Last year, their offensive line, I think pass protection was 129th, which is not great. They have some guys coming back, but they just had a running back go down in practice yesterday. One of the guys that's competing. I think their trenches are now, not necessarily, what they used to be. And oh, by the way, Alabama not among those teams that have spent the most money in college football this year.
Yeah, I'm very – and what's funny is Kalen DeBoer just got an extension this offseason as well. So I feel like we're creating a cauldron of stuff that could make it to be very interesting to watch Tuscaloosa this year.
Yeah.
But we'll see with this year in college football. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud, the quarterback of the Texans team, seemed to have another good day out there at practice. He talked after practice, and I would like to hear that next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Trees and Lewis.
KILT AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. I know that we were talking about Texas, and a little bit harsh, to be honest. Somebody was like, "Oh man, I love hearing John Lopez's unbiased Texas Longhorns opinion." Obviously, tongue in cheek, because as you.
No, he was serious.
No, he was. That was tongue in cheek. He said, "I want to hear." He said, "I want to hear T. Mills' opinion next." No, he just thinks that you're being an A&M hater.
Did I not compliment Texas?
And to that point, what I wanted you to do, can you say again the thing that you just said? Obviously, without the one word that you used.
Oh, what did you say?
I said, man, Cam Coleman is nice.
I said he's more than bleeping nice.
Yeah,
he is really good.
But that is where my particular, I guess, fervor came from.
Hey,
with
I
Texas.
want the Aggies to win, man. But I don't let that, just like we talk about with the Texans, I don't let any of that stuff get in the way of honesty.
Texas on their offense has at least 4 transfer starters that are going to capital P play, with another few that are probably going to be heavily rotated in, like a Raleigh Brown, who they had transfer in. Who was it, from Arizona State? Is that? Yeah, man. It's time to ball. It's particularly on offense. Hey, you can't be out here being Mr. Offense Man and having solid offense. Nah, this offense needs to absolutely capital B ball.
Yeah, and you know, when you're the Longhorns and the Longhorns head coach, and you get these kinds of expectations back-to-back years, you do have to produce. I literally said I agree with Heather Dinich on her assessment of the Longhorns. I just was laughing at the fact that it's every year you hear that.
Yeah,
every year.
But this one's different, though.
This time we really mean it.
That's right. All right, you're in the loop here. Let's talk about C.J. Stroud, who was out, obviously, at the Texans joint practice with the Raiders. Sounds like, due to reporting and from hearing from Brandon Scott, who came in and talked to us at noon, that he looked pretty good out there. Let's hear from the man himself when he was talking at the podium.
How you doing? Yeah, I thought it went great. I thought we made a lot of plays. Of course, all those things you can clean up. But I thought, we moved the ball very well, ran the ball great, threw the ball great, took care of it for the most part. Of course, at the end, got to do better there. But I think overall we had a really good day.
You think you have 2 weapons in the passing game with Woody, Montgomery, maybe more so than you had in the past?
Yeah, I think they're both great out the backfield.
Max Crosby is not going to hit you, but you see his presence. Is that good to play against a player like that, to have that chance?
Yeah, he's great. I think Max is one of the best in the league. I get to see 2 of them every day. So,
CJ, what's the value of this thing, particularly for you guys as a unit, all 11, going against somebody else, and then maybe particularly seeing that offensive line here go to work today?
It's value anytime we touch the field, but it's always good to go against, another opponent. Camp gets a little bit. It can just be like seeing the same guys every day can be hard. Running the same plays. But I thought today we tested it against them pretty well. I thought everybody showed up and did their job. I thought he's been great since he got here. I think he's gotten stronger, and I think his vision has gotten good or gotten better. But I think he's been doing great.
I guess finally getting to show who he is out there and make plays. Just knowing where he came from the situation with his brother and
who's this now?
Jared Wayne. Yeah, he's having a good camp, and just knowing where he's been able to come from. He was really hurt, of course, about the tape, but to now be in a different place. What have you seen, from him?
He's been doing great. I think Jared Wayne has been one of our best guys we've always had since I've been here. I'm super proud of him, just the work he's put in. And I think he's been able to show up this camp, and I'm super happy and proud of him.
Is there any adjustment you have to make when it's a different center in there, or do you kind of trust all those guys the same?
We all do the same things, but yeah, everybody's different, but we the protections and the run game is all the same.
Learning how to play center right now, but has been one of the big highlights of camp. What do you else give him leverage?
He's doing great. I think Cole is doing a good job coaching him up on what is being asked of him, and he's been able to show that dog that's in him.
What do you think about Fernando Mendoza and the college career he's had and what he's trying to do now?
Yeah, I think he's a good player. I think he'll have a lot of success in the league if he continues to be himself and put God first. And of course, what they put around him matters. And I think he has a great coach, a great play caller. So I think he'll do good.
There's a few plays where they brought heat, but you guys are able to answer some of it. How do you feel like the way you guys answer pressure and teams saying heat or sim pressure, things of that nature? How do you feel like you guys have been able to progress throughout camp in those scenarios?
I think we've done a good job at it. First is IDing it correctly, and then my part getting the ball out. I thought our routes were clean today. And I was able to anticipate, but I thought it's gotten better.
CJ, having been in the system for a year and kind of knowing what you know now, was there a lot of mental reps in the offseason of just going through the process of running the offense? Because everybody we talk to says you just seem more confident in the offense.
Yeah, I think it's year 2. That happens. I think no matter what system you're in, if you're going to do it year and year, over and over, you're going to get better at it. So I feel like I've gotten better.
What does that look like? Like in the off season, are you just kind of like mentally going through the process of everything too, like above and beyond just throwing with your guys?
More so, it's like working on yourself, your body, and footwork and those things, and then you come back to OTAs and when you start, getting into the deep of like the scheme and whatnot.
CJ, you've been working hard on the connection with Jaden Higgins ever since last year. How tough was that to see him go down, and just your thoughts on Jaden overall this camp?
He's doing great. I think he's been able to put some great days, consecutively, and I think he'll be fine. But I wish the best and hope he's all good. But he's been doing great.
You guys look like you worked on the quick game early and then attack downfield more as the sessions went on. Was that something conscious, and is that something you guys want to do with this offense, maybe attack downfield, particularly with Nico today?
That was kind of just like the practice we had. It was early on. It was 2-play sequence, so we were allowed to get back on track, like second and long. So you're not really going to be taking shots like second and long. So just playing the drill the right way and trying to just take care of the ball and get us in a better third down. But yeah, we want to be aggressive and take opportunities if they're there.
During the red zone period, there was a play where you threw the Woody and called it back. After the touchdown, and called it back. The next play, you throw a touchdown to Schultz. Would that just speak overall to how resilient you guys are going to be offensively, and like that just being a message of next play mentality?
I didn't know they called it back, but yeah, I think that's part of the game. You're going to have penalties. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have turnovers. It's all about getting back up there and trying again. Because if you play scared in this league, you're scared of making mistakes, like you'll just be dead in the water. So you have to take risks, and even when you do make mistakes, you got to just go to the next play and keep playing.
He's been able to make plays throughout camp. What have you seen from him, and how is the relationship with you all kind of formed?
He's getting better. I think he's somebody who is very raw. Somebody who is very talented, but needs a lot of just work with just his mental, and I think he's taken that step. I'm proud of him. He's been working his tail off at it, but when he knows what he's doing, he's really good at it.
How did you feel like the offense handled this communication, and how did you handle this?
Probably did great. We worked on it, and our coaches did a good job preparing us, but a lot of times just get on the same page and getting the IDs right. I think we did really good at it. All right.
CJ Stroud, quarterback of the Texans, after their joint practice. What caught your attention there? Because there's something that's coming to mind here, but I'm still working on how I want to say it.
In terms of shots downfield?
No, just generally CJ Stroud's disposition. Like, in my brain, and maybe this might be a little much, I might be also weighing a little heavily. You remember when we were talking about preseason game 1 and CJ Stroud having the interview on the sideline with Shelby Coppage on the broadcast, and
almost dismissive.
It almost felt disinterested in the conversation. In my brain, I asked myself, and I'm not sure if I have the right answer just yet. Are we entering kind of a Marshawn Lynch era of CJ Stroud where I'm not here, I'm here so I don't get fined? Like I don't want to say that he was dismissive of any of those answers, really, because I think or questions rather, because I think he did his best to answer them. Well,
a little curt on some of them.
Yeah, a little bit short with some of them. Very much whenever he had an opportunity to talk about another player on his team, is great. I think he's great. And I don't think that he's like lying in that, thinking that obviously the guys are doing good work out there. But I don't know. It feels like and I say this not as a criticism of him, and maybe more of a criticism of the collective, the royal we, of everybody on the outside, where I think that we might have put him in a place where he is trying not to get too high and too low, and he's trying to kind of maybe just pull himself a little bit back from some of the emotion, for lack of a better way of saying it, at the podium.
I think that's fair. And I don't know if it's necessarily like he's mad and, I'll show you and I'm going to be curt and I'm going to be brief and, you get what you want. I think he's more or less just kind of putting up a wall, just kind of protecting himself a little bit, not saying anything that would be, too much or too outrageous or whatever. He's just very like, I'm going to do this. And I don't think it's like, I don't think it's anything like he's trying to fight with anybody. I think he's just sort of putting up a wall.
Yeah, and someone on the YouTube page is getting towards it. He doesn't trust the media anymore. Y'all have talked negatively about him the entire summer. I don't blame him. I didn't say that I blamed him either. Like, there's been a lot of negative conversation about him. Just kind of noticing that it feels like that's the case. And I'm not even sure if that's completely accurate, right? But it does feel that way. And again,
it hadn't been just the media.
Again,
I think everything, he's just kind of protecting himself.
Not blaming him, taking my due responsibility within it. We might have lost some of the exuberance of CJ Stroud in these facets, but still, I think he gave us some interesting things within that. One of those being, he seems kind of dismissive of some of the conversations about his personal step forward. Like, a lot of this has kind of still been put towards, just generally working on yourself year over year. It's year 2 and that's supposed to happen. How does that hit your ear? Because I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just curious to me.
I think part of it is he's basically said this a couple of times in different ways. I'm still me. I'm still the guy that has done really good things in this league. It's almost like an I'll show you kind of vibe, right? Like, I'll show you guys. I'm not going to say a lot. Deeds, not words. I'm just going to say what I need to say. I'm going to be courteous enough, but I'll show you guys. It's not combative. That was the word I was looking for. He's not combative.
Agreed.
He's just like, you'll see.
Yeah, it don't seem personal to me.
Yeah.
It seems like this is a him thing where he's like, you know what, I'm gonna be all business.
Right.
I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna say the right thing and just maybe go out there on the field and do my thing.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And again, just noting it, like, there's enough people that are responding back like, what do y'all expect? Didn't say I expected something different.
Yeah.
Just saying
just an observation.
It felt like it was notable.
You could kind of see the difference from his rookie year because remember, he used to go up there and pretty much say a prayer at the beginning. Now he just kind of get right into it.
That's
it's
a
like
good
his
point,
own business.
Figgy.
Yeah, like every year it seemed like he kind of dialing back a little bit more.
And then, that off season, calling himself a killer on these podcasts and all this other stuff and really making the rounds and being very open about just any question. I think it's just
it's not just the media
he's
thing.
Just dialing it all back.
Yeah, it just seemed like he kind of, taking a step back like a personal thing.
Right.
Well, as much as he has been kind of, I don't know, reserved on like making a note of a big change between year 1 in this system to year 2, Xavier Hutchinson seemed to have a little bit more towards to say that yesterday after their walkthrough. This was Hutch talking about CJ Stroud and how he's looking to this point.
Yeah, I think it's, he's always had the God-given talent. I think anybody, like I said before, anybody in this room can tell that he's a special quarterback. But really with him, it's really just been, his confidence in the offense. He knows it a lot better. Not saying that he didn't know it before, but you can just tell that it's a lot more comfortable. And, he's understanding everything. He's understanding, how we want to play. And I feel like that's something that's really shown in training camp as well. And then also, too, just his leadership. He was always a great leader, but you see him stepping out a little bit more and getting out of his comfort zone. And I think, with a quarterback who is comfortable with being uncomfortable, I think that's a huge thing for us because, no matter how it's shown, like, he's going out there and he's being him. And I think when someone can be themselves, you can respect it. It makes you want to play a little bit harder for him. You don't want to let him down. That's your QB.
It's going to be something to continuously watch this year as the season ebbs and flows. The only, I think, very fair criticism of CJ Stroud his entire career has when it goes bad or it doesn't seem like he's getting the run that he wants, the plays that he wants called, you can see it on his face. It kind of spirals a little bit here and there. Even when he's putting up good numbers last year, we always talk about, well, his regular season was good. Yeah, but we still saw a lot of that, like the facial expressions and the demeanor. So that's going to be the question and the thing to watch.
Yeah, I'm encouraged, and I've been fairly high on CJ Stroud just generally. I'm encouraged that, and this is a little bit of a stretch, but like it does feel like the general nature of his demeanor is one that feels like it's going to serve him this season, whether or not like at the podium that shift happened, which it feels like it might have. It does feel like just generally he is doing a great job of like handling himself well, and that's what it feels like Hutchinson was talking about, especially when you see like the confidence in what he's doing out there on the field. Of course, time will tell, but a day against a different team, a different defense, seems like it provided, passing marks for C.J. Stroud specifically out there on the field. But honestly, passing marks for the offense in general, outside of picking up pressure was the one where D'Amico Ryan said a little 50-50 on that, and that's not the numbers that I would want for the offensive line, but generally a good day for the Texans.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We can return back to a little bit of Hutchinson later possibly, but it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so it's a current online debate that's happening whether you should drink. Are you allowed to drink non-alcoholic beer at work? So
wow.
713.
I like this.
Yeah, so I kind of want to get y'all thoughts. I have no idea what to think of this. Plus, some disturbing news about a local cop that was attacked. Got to get to that.
Okay, we'll do that next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment.
Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On 95.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Mixtape. In the Loop on 95.7 The Fan, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Don't face the insurance companies alone. Put the Sheriff team in your corner. Visit callthesheriff.com.
When?
Today. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. I appreciate you stepping in on there, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, like a little alley hoop or something, man. But real quick, shout out to my guy Marcus from the Breakfast Club, man. I'm rocking the shirt. He actually listening right now.
Oh, shout out to Marcus.
Yeah. So salute to you and your great establishment. I feel like I'm the brand ambassador for them because every time somebody come in town, I'm like, man, you gotta go to the Breakfast Club. So salute to Marcus and the team over there as I start the Mixtape in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Somebody posted this on social media, and it kind of got me thinking on whether you could drink a non-alcoholic beer at work.
I love this question.
So let me know what you think. 713-572-4610. So I guess apparently everybody is split on this because they put out a poll, and it is directly at 50%.
Wow.
So 50% of people think there's nothing wrong with it. The other 50% think it's totally bad. So I want to know, maybe we could break that tie here. What do y'all think? And kind of pull the curtain back a little bit. Me as a producer, I'm not allowed to drink while working. I think y'all can.
We can, which is, I've never understood that as a rule.
Yeah, I guess it's more important for y'all to drink and then say whatever rather than me back here screwing up.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
Maybe saying whatever.
I don't know how that rule goes. And I'm sorry, if I had the rules, Figgy, you'd be allowed to drink on the job.
Drink
too.
all you want, Figgy, if we were in charge.
I don't have to drink on the job. I'm not that desperate to be trying to drink or nothing like that. But will it be fair for me to have a non-alcoholic beer?
Okay.
Do you think I get in trouble for that?
Go ahead.
Would you get in trouble and then would it be fair? I think are different
Two different
things.
questions, 2 different points.
I don't see the reason why a non-alcoholic beer would it be any different than like having a soda.
I see why it's split 50-50 though. I do, but I am with you.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask y'all this. If y'all hopped in the Uber and you see your driver, he 3 non-alcoholic beers down. He got them in the front, and he just going to town. Would that worry y'all a little bit, or you have no issue at all with that?
If I knew it was non-alcoholic, wouldn't worry me in the least bit.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's like if I can see that it's a 0.0, I'm like, all right, I'm not tripping.
Yeah.
The problem is obviously like the appearance, and that's why I think that there's probably some workplaces that are like, even the appearance of impropriety is problematic for us. We can't have it look like this.
Yes.
But if I know for certain that it's not, I don't see what the issue, because the actual problem that we're talking about is the drunkenness. The non-alcoholic beer takes away the drunkenness and the substance.
Yeah.
At that point, you are having a beverage, right? Whether it's a Sprite or a Fanta or a High C or a Heineken 0.0.
Do you still have to be over 21 to get a non-alcoholic beer? I have no idea.
I don't think so. Help us out, because I've never wondered about that.
Yeah, the only time I had one, I was at a tailgate, and I picked up the wrong doggone beer.
Yeah.
And I was sitting here drinking it, and like, hey, that's a non-alcoholic, right?
How long did it take you?
It was like 2 sips.
Okay.
Yeah.
It tastes like beer, to be honest.
Well, that's where I was going with this. I could see, you're right, Reggie. I mean, appearance would be not good. Even at any workplace, not just ours. Like you're in a sales meeting, and like you hear the beer open.
And honestly, taking a step further, a lot of people say it don't look right because What if you was a school bus driver?
Right.
And you sitting there going to town on a non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Or a pilot.
Yeah.
I guess just stuff like
that would be great. Like, welcome aboard. He's raising his can.
Hey, my anxiety will go through the roof. If I'm jumping on the plane and my man crack open the beer, a non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, hold on, man.
Now that's kind of my point. The look is bad. Some people might even argue, and I don't see this as I wouldn't necessarily disagree very much. It's sort of an entry sometimes.
Oh, you got gateway drug?
Yeah, like a gateway
here.
kind of thing. But on the other hand, some people just love the way a good cold beer tastes.
The taste of beer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't get it personally.
No,
But more power to you.
Depending on the situation, whether I'm coming off the water or barbecuing or after working in the yard, boy, there's nothing like a good cold beer, right?
Yeah.
Give me that 0.0 right quick.
If you want,
Yeah, some people maybe just like the taste. But I thought this comment right here was hilarious. Somebody made a comment and said, why wouldn't it be? Pretty much, why wouldn't it be, I guess, a bad thing? He said, here in Germany, drinking real beer at lunch wouldn't be inappropriate either.
Wouldn't be what?
Wouldn't be inappropriate.
So drinking a real beer, so why word fake beer?
That is true.
And I guess this is the point that you come to where if you drink enough of them, you can still get to a bad place because most non-alcoholic beer still has like a trace amount
It's very, very,
of alcohol
very
in
little
there.
bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think that understandably, this is just is it easy? This is probably easier if you don't, right? Like the having to explain of this all might not be worth in order to do it. But I feel like technically, if it is explained, I don't see what the issue is.
I agree with you.
It's funny. I remember I just kind of thought about this, how I got in trouble as a kid. So I had like a bottle of soda and I put it in a brown paper bag like I was I was drinking a 40. Police rolled up on us, kids.
Yeah.
We were kids.
Yeah.
And he like, throw that bag away. Stop doing it. He was pissed.
Did you lift it out and show him?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
And so I guess he was
throw the bag away. I thought you meant the whole can and everything.
Throw the bag away.
Yeah, that's
because it was looking like a beer. Yeah, so I guess that will.
Hey, I'm old enough to remember candy cigarettes.
Which is probably a good thing that we stopped doing that, huh?
That was a good decision.
Me too.
Those didn't even taste
nasty.
good. Yeah, they didn't even taste nasty. Yeah, candy. The real misnomer wasn't the cigarette part; it was the candy part. Like this ain't candy. What are you doing?
That was nasty.
Yeah.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. So some disturbing news right here. I'm gonna cut the music down because this was really, really sad. This is a attack on a local police officer. Very scary what officers go through in the city and all that. Here is ABC 13 News with this story.
We have some video we just have to share. Take a look at this local police officer right down there. He got into a run-in with an angry bird, and it was all caught on camera right here. Now, this was recorded outside the Southside Police Department last week. The officer standing beside this truck right here when this bird just keeps dive-bombing him at least 4 times. So as you can see, he pulls back a fist right here, ready to throw some hands each time the bird swooped down, but the bird was just too quick from what you could see on video. And apparently officers have to be ready for just about anything.
Man, attacking our officers, man.
I love when I haven't heard the story and then I look it up as you're talking. It's hilarious. He's like he's squaring
he put
up.
up his dukes.
Yeah, he's squaring up like he's like.
I'm gonna pull a Reggie right quick. Y'all ready?
Yep.
What did he do to the bird?
Yeah. You think so?
Depending on the bird.
No, I thought it was a nest. I bet you it's a nesting bird.
Yeah, depending on the bird.
It's a nesting bird.
Did he get the nest or something?
Well, he's near the nest.
Some birds are jerks. Don't get me wrong. Some birds are just flat out jerks. But I also think there are a lot of other birds that don't really do this unless they have reason.
Yeah.
I think the cop, or maybe this is one of those that uniform did not help you. Maybe there was just another cop at some point that was a jerk to the bird, and the bird is now like, bleep all y'all. Every one of y'all, I'm on you, on site.
Hey, salute to him for putting up his dukes.
He was
man.
he was really going at it. No, look, I'm looking at it. I'll bet you anything. There was a nest right behind that truck.
And the bird was like, "You're too close."
Yep, you don't mess with my babies.
Man.
Don't mess with my babies.
Yeah, pray for our officers out here, man. They fight crime and birds. It's a mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. So Shedeur Sanders, he's fighting for a starting QB job with the Browns. Also looking for a barber.
He is.
Yeah, he's looking for a barber. And here is what he did. So, his brother Shiloh is pretty much a streamer now.
Mm-hmm.
He be all over the place making content and all that stuff on YouTube. They decided to make this a competition. So this is called Shador's Legendary Barber Competition. So here's a clip from this, I guess, competition. And you're going to hear Shiloh kind of being the host, asking the guy. It's kind of like a little panel.
Okay.
And you got like a guy, I guess a barber, pretty much saying his price and what he do and all this other stuff. And you're going to hear Shador in the background saying, damn. You're going to hear this, but here's the clip of him, I guess, them looking for a barber for Shador Sanders.
What would you charge Shador for house call?
At least 175.
Damn!
You know what I'm saying? It's gonna come with everything though.
What it come with?
It's gonna come with the vibes. It's gonna come with
All right.
Vibes.
My man said it's gonna come with the vibe.
That was his first answer. He didn't start with a warm towel, not a clean shave. He didn't start with none of that. He didn't start with a scalp massage. He started with it comes with vibes.
I mean, you're getting me.
What
You're
a
getting the
scam.
vibes.
What a
Yeah.
scam.
Yes.
Also, 175.
We all did it at the same time. Oh, get out of here with the vibes.
I do
the vibes.
I do. If you are listening and you know of or you're one of these celebrity barbers, I am curious as to like when you start going over $100, like what is the justification?
I will say this. I like to look in the comments, seeing what people saying, if this is insane and all that stuff. It was a lot of people was like, hey, that's actually cheap for a house call. So I think the actual house, and for those who don't know, a house call is when a barber drive to your house
And
to give
brings
you a
everything.
haircut. Yeah, he give you a haircut at the crib. And a lot of people were saying 175 is kind of cheap. And they were kind of calling
Not
out
in my world.
They was kind of calling out Shador because, looking at Shador and being the son of a Hall of Famer who got money, they were like, man, this shouldn't be anything to you. What you saying damn for?
Yeah.
So I'm not in that tax bracket. So 175 is insane for me. But a lot of people saying that's kind of around the price for a house call.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not in that world. So
Also, how do we
that's
feel about the people that are setting the price based on the fact that the person got it? Like, not on the fact that this is what my service is. It's like, it's what
that's
you
the
got
whole
it.
thing. Yeah, that's the
I
whole
could charge you $500 and it wouldn't cost you. Just pay it.
Oh, Shador Sanders, 175.
Oh, you make this much? It's 10% of your
Colonel
salary.
Sanders, 85. You
pretty much paying tithes at this point,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
All right, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. That is the mixtape. You can catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up at the Figgy Fig on social media. Coming up next, let's recap the day because there was a big deal that obviously we haven't got any update on. What happens if worst case scenario is there with Jaden Higgins? We do that next.
The preseason continues Thursday night.
necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Thank you, Figgy. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. It's J-Lo, it's kind of wild to me how quickly, especially in football, a name that is well regarded can change it to a name that kind of makes you, I guess, groan, for lack of a better way of saying it. The Giants have made a couple of moves today. One is signing running back Najee Harris, and the corresponding move is releasing Juju Smith-Schuster.
Just like that.
I mean, in a couple of years, it doesn't feel like that long ago where Najee Harris was a very interesting running back in Pittsburgh. And maybe it feels a little bit longer. I don't know if it's exactly the same, where Juju Smith-Schuster was also an interesting wide receiver there. And a handful of years later, like both of them feel like ships passing in the night in the midst of training camp that honestly don't really say much to me about a team's capability of winning.
You know, and I'm looking at it now, because I don't want anybody to think that I'm doing this off the top of my head. I had to look it up. He really only had one real good year, Juju. He had a couple that were decent. He did one Pro Bowl year in 2018 and has kind of skated off of that ever since. He's had good years, but nothing like that.
Yes, similarly kind of with Najee Harris, who had the Pro Bowl year in 21, the rookie year, and then after that, it was just kind of, 4,000-yard rushing season, so I don't want to make it seem like he was nothing. But you go, okay, this is not quite the same. And then last year, just injury with the Chargers kept him off of the field.
Crazy.
So
it happens fast, man.
It really does. Also something that happens fast, injuries. Injuries can change what you're looking like. Ask the Chargers, who they were in the they were in the center market, much like the Texans were. They ended up signing Tyler Biadasz away from Washington, and now only God knows what that looks like, as Biadasz had to be was injured rather at practice today. I don't know to what extent, to be honest.
Carted off.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say carted off because I thought that was the case, but I have to be careful.
Yeah, he was.
With that language.
Reportedly.
Yeah, so that's really tough for a Chargers team that felt like they were going to, although weren't they the ones that drafted a Slaughter, the other center? And I think out of Florida.
Yeah.
And they were planning on having him play guard. Like this, depending on what the level of injury is for the Chargers, they might just have that young man go back to his more prominent position rather at center, and maybe that's the way they fix it. But that's a tough thing to have. Thankfully, the Texans haven't had anything to that degree. However, today out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center, a scary moment for the Texans as Jaden Higgins seemingly got injured. We didn't get anything for really solid on how the injury came to leg. Yeah, we didn't get much on how the injury came about, but D'Amico Ryans let us know that he is still being evaluated for a leg injury. That's about all that we have. He did walk off of his own power, and so you want to use that as some level of, good sign, but you can't say definitively. I ask you, John Lopez, the scary what if. What if this is something of real magnitude? What do the Texans do in that hypothetical situation?
I mean, not to be overly dramatic, I feel like you have to at least bring in another receiver, at least one.
Come on, Tyreek Hill.
Look at you. You went right there. You went right there. No, they're real good at bringing in guys and kicking the tires, the kind of the what ifs. They had a cornerback, yesterday or Friday, something like that.
Oh, you mean Bryce Hall?
Yeah,
Bryce.
It was yesterday.
Bryce, not Bryce.
It was yesterday. They're real good at that. If Jaden Higgins is out for any amount of time, I feel like they need to. Simply because they're still a little bit uncertain on one, and a lot uncertain, it seems like, on Tank Dell. The one being Jalen Noel. Now you got Jaden Higgins. You want to make sure that you have the warm bodies there.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the case, but would this feel to you like one where, again, I don't know what the extent would be. Like, what would the extent of it have to be for you to consider somebody that's not just like a camp body, but somebody that feels like you would try and answer that for like regular season type play?
I think if he would be out for the remainder of camp, you got to bring someone in. Just simply because Tank Dell, we don't know if he's going to, what he's going to do for the remainder of camp, just because he was held out today. If Jaden Higgins, if they say, hey, it's an ankle, I'm just, throwing something out there, and it looks as if, it's going to be 2 or 3 weeks, I think you need to bring someone in. That's two receivers that really won't get a lot of reps, really won't be, in the flow with the offense for a long time. And so, yeah, I think you do need to bring someone in if that's the case.
Yeah, it would really be disappointing if it's something major, like if it's something that keeps him out for more than, let's say, a week or so. I'd be real disappointed in it just because of how strong he has come on this season to this point, and it feels like he still probably is going to be a huge part of what makes this go, because if you have a dude who really, it was starting to feel like you would have to get hands on him as a defender in order to really make him, not dangerous on any given route. Like if you did not get hands on him, it felt like he was going to create separation. He was going to come down with the football. Like I was starting to get that level of feeling with him, which that is not nothing when you're talking about a wide receiver where you go, if I don't get hands on him, he's going to do something to me.
Yeah, no, he's been huge. He's been one of the big. You write a couple of names down, like these are the biggest movers and shakers of training camp thus far. I think Jaden Higgins is probably at the top of the list, right?
Yeah.
So
and it would place, I think, assuming that, or if that was really the worst case scenario for Jaden Higgins, which again we still don't know what happened with the injury that happened to him at joint practice, and it was just signified as a leg injury, and they're looking more into it. It would put a lot more pressure on Xavier Hutchinson, would it not? I
think it would put a lot more on Xavier Hutchinson. I think it'd put a lot more on Jared Wayne. Jared Wayne has been playing. He's another one of those names that you'd put on that list of stories of training camp. Thank goodness he's had that kind of camp, and they seem to have that kind of confidence in him, because he does give you a little bit of a luxury there.
Yeah, and I think that Lewis Bond would end up in a very interesting place as well.
Yeah.
I like all the guys, but it just feels like you can't replace that specific quality of feeling like a player can impact a game that it feels like Higgins is walking into. The closest to that feels like, in a weird way, it would be Xavier Hutchinson, which I did want to go back to what he was talking about yesterday after practice, because he has taken a notable step. And I think this was an interesting question about what has changed for him from last year to this year. This is what Hutch said.
After the season last year, I had to kind of look myself in the mirror a little bit. I didn't finish the way that I wanted to finish. That's no surprise to anybody in here. So really just I had to have those tough conversations with myself, especially with Ben McDaniels, our receiver coach, and just really what I needed to get better at. And I feel like as a receiver, just I needed to get more suddenness, and I needed to get more control of my body. That's something that I worked on in the off season.
I just love when people can be that introspective on their shortcomings. It's easy to say, yeah, I'm good and I'm good at this, but on your look in the mirror and talk about your shortcomings. I think Hutchinson has had a much better training camp than, maybe I should say, than I expected. Not that I didn't expect him to be on the team, but I kind of thought this is him.
Agreed.
This is what he is. Something of a possession guy, has one out of every 3 games you notice him. Not necessarily a consistent receiver. That's just him. Well, maybe he's a little more than that, thanks to his own introspection there.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know how much I can lean into this, but the idea that he's finding a new level, when I think that we had both felt like there was a level of plateau to his game. How much can you extrapolate that into, does this team have the capability of elevating other players in the similar way? Because it feels like that's been a quiet subplot of what's happened at training camp, is that all these guys seem to be elevating what they're doing. Honestly, it's kind of been a thing that this Texas team has done quietly amongst their rookies. They come in for OTA, rookie mini camp for OTAs, and then by the time they come back for camp, they are better versions of themselves. So it feels like it's not insignificant the way that they're able to, give their guys something to work on and see them come back and be better a couple months later when it's time to get into training camp.
It does speak to what the Texans are doing just as an organization from the top down, the whole culture thing. But it's really up to the players.
Certainly.
It's the players. Like certain players, you can talk about they need to do this. They can talk about they need to do this or that all they want. And it just doesn't happen. Maybe it's a between the ears thing. Maybe it's they're just not motivated, or physical thing or whatever. But I think that speaks to just that individual player being able to hear the criticism or the tips and going with them, and just developing them.
You're listening to KIKKFM, KILT AM, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. I'm actually very interested in talking to the fellas today, as I know that Ron, I believe Clint was also out there at practice. Or no, I'm very interested in seeing what they saw, if they had an opportunity to see what the injury was and just their general takeaways. But trying to get a feel for what the Higgins thing is and what it was out there. D&M Auto Leasing gives us an opportunity to crosstalk, and Ron the Show Hughley's here. Ron, did you happen to get an eye on when Jaden Higgins came down with the knock?
Yeah, I was right down there with it, and of course I was looking away as soon as whatever happened. Mm-hmm. But I didn't think there was many people around him, so that's what made it nervous. We're all talking around like, did he run into somebody? Was it non-contact? But all of the after effects. So he's sitting there, and he grabs something. You're looking, all right, and then he like turns on his side and he grabs the knee. And that's the same thing. That's the thing we all. Oh man! And then it's not just the knee grab. Then it's the head back, and then he takes the helmet off, and he looks like, and he's still grabbing the knee. And then you're like, oh man, and everybody's just kind of looking. But then he
got up.
Well, then the cart comes, so they're wheeling the cart around, and I'm thinking, okay. But then he got up, and then it looked like he was grabbing the back of his leg, and not the knee anymore, like the back of his leg,
like a hammy or something.
And he walked off what looked to be as normal as it could be. It was not a decisive limp. Like, it was not a huge thing. But he walked right on inside. He never came back out, which you're not surprised about. But the way that it started, from his reaction to the way that it ended, I've seen this before. Just because you walk off doesn't mean you're completely out of the woods. But from everything that it looked like, I felt a lot better about it from his initial reaction to the end.
Boys, I didn't see it, and I don't feel good about it at all. I'll be honest with you. I mean, that's the one guy in this training camp that has, I would say, on the offensive side, but beyond the rookies just being like, hey, these guys are real humans and good football players. Like, beyond that, this is the one guy that you look at and you go, okay, this offense has a real chance to take the next step. This offense has a real chance to have a legit threat beyond Nico Collins. That is Jaden Higgins. The chemistry was obviously coming. It looked like I told Show the other day, like, it just looks like his attitude is, hey, Nick Caley, throw more at me.
Yeah,
throw more at me. I got this. I can handle it. And to lose that piece of this offense at this point in time for any amount of time is a setback in a big way. That's concerning, man.
Well, let me ask you and Show what we were talking about earlier today, because Tank Dell was not out there, and if he's not out there on Thursday, they have maybe.
Well, he's not going to be out there.
I don't think so, but just to be fair, if he's not out there on Thursday, they would have maybe one more serious practice with the frontline players, and that's the joint practice in Carolina, and then they're going to pretty much shut everything down. So if Tank Dell is not getting any more reps when they shut things down next week, in essence. And then you have Jaden Higgins, who knows what his status is. Going into week 1, you might not have receivers getting reps at all. Outside of Nico.
Noel isn't doing anything either.
And Noel's, well, he was out there today, I believe.
He was out there, but not really.
Not really doing a lot?
No.
So the receiver room, all of a sudden, like, hey, we just want to get these guys some reps.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to say, J-Lo, that I told you so. I've been saying it for a month plus now. When we talk about the pass catchers, all of them, and when we talk about the pass catchers, anybody that can legally catch a pass in the game of football, there's a lack of explosion and change of direction and twitch and yada, yada, yada. And every time you ask somebody about the wide receiver room, Tank Dell's in the top 3. And I thought, boy, that's a pipe dream, guys. I hope I'm dead wrong on this. But him coming back is one thing, but coming back as the guy that we once knew is a whole nother thing. To be the one guy that has the best change of direction, the best twitch, he finds it easier than most to separate. Like, that is a long shot, man. And I still think we're there. He's coming, and he's moving in a positive direction. But boy, to think that he's going, to your point, J-Lo, to think that he's going to be able to fix or to help this team right out of the gate.
Just dial it up.
Hey, man, especially in that first 4 weeks we talked about, Chief.
Yeah.
Them are some offenses now. I don't know. I don't think Tank is one that we can bank on right now.
So, all right, if we end up in the worst case scenario, which I don't think anybody is hoping for by any means, you got to go out and find one of these dudes, right? Like I don't think that you're looking at like Xavier Hutchinson to step up and create more from himself. I don't know that are we looking at Lewis Bond and Jared Wayne to do more of those things, or is it like, hey, DeAndre Hopkins, would you like to come out and do a little something with the team? I was gonna say Brandon Cooks because he's out there. I don't know how y'all feel about that one in particular. He does have familiarity with the type of system.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they would probably go within. I think the Higgins thing is going to be a big determination. Like if it's length of time, if this is multiple weeks where the start against Buffalo is in jeopardy, then I think it's a different thing. If it's not, and he is still on track to play in that game, then I think they'll probably try to hold it together until they get their guys back. But if Higgins, like Clint said, if this is like what we just looked at yesterday with the running back Breece Hall, he's 2 to 3 weeks. Like if this is something like that,
and on top of Tank,
and
then who knows with Jalen?
Then that's
three dudes.
A different thing. Yeah,
yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you what they're going to do, boys. Is this doesn't strike me as a bunch that calls DeAndre Hopkins, and DeAndre Hopkins doesn't strike me as a guy that's like, yeah, let me come in for a month and get some work in while Higgins gets healthy and Tank gets healthy. I think to your Reg, I think you just said it. I think I think they really like Justin Watson as a fill-in role, back-end role. Hey, get in there and do your job. Obviously, they like Xavier Hutchinson. It's really like who do they like in the Xavier Hutchinson role, right? They trust him. They trust Justin Watson. I think at this point they trust big boy 89. How'd he do?
Jared Wayne. He did well.
Yeah, like how'd he do? He's had a hell of a camp. Like I think that's the direction they go. All those guys that were vying for the Tank Dell spot if he weren't healthy, that fifth wide receiver, if you will, I think those guys come into play in a big way right now, and I think they trust him.
Yeah, I don't doubt that they trust him. It's just that particular everything that you're doing offensively felt a lot more comfortable because it felt like you had another one of those guys that defenses have to account for, not just cover. And it feels like if worst case scenario is there, which I'm not assuming, but we're just kind of hypothetically that you don't get back in what we're talking about, or at least it's a little bit harder for me to see you getting that back with what we're talking about with these other guys. Yeah. All right, fellas. Looking forward to breaking that down. I know that you guys are going to shout out.
Hot one out there, boy.
Hey,
you got
J-Lo.
Yes, sir.
J-Lo.
Yeah.
OG Sauce. I don't know if you heard us yesterday, but the OG Sauce passed old father-in-law's test with flying colors on Sunday.
Baby. Yeah.
Hey, and he's a hard critic now. He typically would say, hey, tell you, buddy, it ain't worth a damn. If it were, his immediate question was, where's the closest place I can get more?
Well, there's a few places. Texas Star Grill Shop. You can go to K&M Ace Hardware. You can go to Belleville Meat Market. You can go to ogsauce.com. Actually had like 2 or 3 orders come in today. So
today?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
ogsauce.com. He's a path of least resistance guy in his older age. I would be willing to bet you that it's if you can drop it on his front door, he'll pay extra to get it there.
Wait, he doesn't have to pay a damn thing. Just give me his address.
Come on, baby.
There you go. It pays to know people.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, and you listener, you know these fine dudes on the station.
He ain't got to pay a damn thing.
That's right. OG, I'll catch you tomorrow for a Wednesday show. Again, appreciation to Dean and Maudley for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
He wants to do it so bad, y'all. I can see it in his eyes. Look at him. He wants to execute that sucker so bad. I know it, man. I think he goes to the restroom or goes to one of those closets and really gets it off the way he wants to, Tyler. I think he goes in. He gets in there, gets it closed, and makes he looks around. The drive is live.
Drive is live.
It's live.
I was wondering what he goes down to that podcasting studio.
Yes,
I was wondering what the hell he was doing down there.
It's got to be
soundproof.
The drive is live, sucker.
Drive is live.
Ice. Sorry. Welcome in. The drive is live. As you are with us, you can be with us on YouTube. You can be with us on Twitch. You can be with us on the text line, phones, everything. We appreciate you jumping in. A lot going on today. I was out there. I made some hot dogs and burgers with Cal McNair earlier today. 5th year in a row.
How'd that go, man? I typically like to man the grill a bit and steal a little bit of Cal's one of Cal's sides from some social media influencers. But how did yours? How'd your time out there go, bub?
5th year. Shout out to Hannah and Joanna.
Wow.
Got me a towel right off the bat. First one to get the towel too. Snuck it up on me. Put it right on the back of my neck. That came through big time. Came through big time, man. We made some hot dogs. Myself, Sean Pendergast, Sarge. It was good times. Good times with Cal. They're flipping them burgers and dogs.
Did you get us a weekly? Did you get us a weekly hit from the owner? Did you get Big Cal, Pinky Ring on the list for tea?
No, I didn't. I did not.
Ain't no static here.
Larry and Stafford said he'd come on every week, though.
I bet he would, baby.
He offered his weekly. Just in case.
Hold on, Joe.
It's a good time out there tonight. Good time out tonight. I wish Tyler would have been there in the stands for the Raiders player who turned to the stands and double bird them.
Man, I was planning on being out there today. I even wore my shorts and everything so I wouldn't sweat. But then I decided to make some cuts.
I think it was number 5. I really believe for the Raiders, number 5. I think Eric. What's that? Eric Stokes. I think Eric Stokes turned around and double birded.
I mean, what could they have possibly said to Stokes to get him double birded up?
I don't
wow.
know, man.
Well done, Texans Nation.
Yeah, it's gonna be a heated Thursday preseason game. And with that being said, you got a chance to win some tickets a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour here on the Drive on 95.7 The Fan. Your chance to win some tickets to that preseason game coming up a little bit later. I'm so excited. I know you are, and you should be. And you should be. All right, let's get to D'Amico here, Clint, and he spoke about his thoughts about the joint practice they had with the Raiders.
Yeah, really great opportunity. So we've been looking forward to the joint practice versus the Raiders. As being out here today, it was a really good day. Both sides are really competitive football, physical football. Both sides making plays. So a lot of positives from us on both sides. Also a lot to learn, a lot to clean up as well. I think we got out of the joint practice right now exactly what we wanted. Really good competitive work, different schemes to go against different players, and it was really great work. So proud of the guys for today.
All right, and I think I would say, Clint, I agree with most of what he had to say. And based off what we talked about yesterday, Clint, in terms of, hey, what should the offense look like after a performance against this type of a defense, the Raiders defense? And I would say what I said yesterday was they should clearly get the better of the other one, right? The offense of the Texans needs to be able to have good success against defenses like the Raiders, right? They may not have great days against, the Seahawks or teams like themselves or the Ravens if they get better at the Chargers, but against teams like the Raiders, they should have some success. And I'm not going to ask them to dominate. And I would say, Clint, what I saw today was the Texans' offense get the better of the Raiders. They ran the ball well, especially in the red zone, tough running, made some plays, minimal mistakes. I'd say the biggest issue probably was the pass protection, but CJ seemed to be pretty comfortable and not making any major mistakes. He threw the one pick. That's what led to the double birds by Stokes to the crowd. He threw the one pick. But really, I would say the offense had the performance that they needed to have today.
Well, yeah, look, I think, and this is all no shade, no joking. I mean, for C.J. Stroud to go out there in a situation where the competition's elevated, where there's more eyeballs on the quarterback, where it's going to be talked about nationally, and for him to go out there, command the line of scrimmage, not turn the ball over, and have some level of success, although it's not fair to view it through that lens, I think it's a huge positive in the right direction. You left a joint practice, the first of the season, you left a joint practice with a really, really good taste in your mouth. I've been talking since the last preseason game on Thursday about how important, how real it is that whether it be a heated practice, whether it be a joint practice, whether it be a preseason game or a real game, really everybody, but particularly for the quarterback. When you leave that practice, it's unbelievably valuable for that player to have had success and feel like he had a big day. And it sounds like C.J. Stroud, for the most part, I'm not worried about a late interception at all. I mean, it was one of those kind of interceptions where
will route to the running back to Woody Marks.
Yeah, I mean, you don't throw it every single day. It's not one of those like flip it, just bonehead mistakes. It was, the defense made a play. You were throwing the ball to a running back. Not a major, even if it were a miss, not a major ordeal, nothing to be concerned about. For C.J. Stroud to go out there, number one most important thing for the Texans, for C.J. Stroud to go out there and come out on the backside of a joint practice having – maybe I want to say gained because he's always had confidence, but maybe recovered a little bit of that confidence and a little bit of that swag that he had early on. That's big time important for this football team. Just to start with the quarterback before we dig into the other pieces, the other A topics, if you will, the offensive line, the injury, all that kind of stuff. C.J. Stroud right now is somewhere watching film and is pretty excited about what he put on that tape.
No, and he should feel good. Now, again, I do not want to over the top this thing, but Clint, as you have talked about, and we've talked about, this is probably, now I hate it, but this is probably what they love. There was nothing spectacular, right? There wasn't any. The wheel route they tried was going to be attempted a big play. There was some, 15-yard gains, I'd say, throws to Nico, a couple across the middle, but nothing great, no huge plays in this. But as you said, running the offense and getting the ball to where it should go and getting the ball to the people it needed to get to and making quick decisions. I think to me, he did everything that Nick Caley would want for his quarterback to do.
Well, look, I mean, if we're talking – I said this before, and most people get offended when I say it, or at least defensive. This is probably the easiest offense in football to defend for multiple reasons, but there's a lot of offenses come at you, and everything is set up to either get their best player of the football as many times as they possibly can or to apply pressure – and get vertical and take shots and take risks and to apply pressure to a defense, right? They're wired to do those things, create mismatches, get the ball down the field, get the explosive plays. To your point, Ron, I think this is what you were saying. This offense is about let's go out, let's stay ahead of the chains, let's be clean, let's be efficient, don't turn the football over, let's score points when we get in the red zone. And if you can accomplish that, then I think – you're probably going to get a little skull and crossbones. I guess this would be a bull horns maybe for the back of your helmet. Remember those days, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Man, there was nothing more proud than walking around with that helmet full of helmets to skull and crossbones. Chief.
Ours were cats, like little
whose
little cats, because we were the Wildcats. They were like little, like the Power Cat. That was our.
I need you to find a picture and show me. I mean that like
K-State Wildcats. You're a K-State. They're
power okay.
Cat. We got little ones. We got little ones that you could build up.
Those are clean.
Not
now.
like the marijuana leafs that that Ohio State has. But
the Buckeyes.
Yeah. They've been smoking weed over there for a long time, Figgy. A long time. All right, can I get to a little good, bad, and the horny football horny? Football horny. Can I get to a little good, bad, and the football horny on what I saw today?
Oh, all right out the gate, huh?
Let's get it right out of the gate. All right.
Well, hell, come on.
The good for me, Clint, and listen, I can tend to get myself excited. I'll answer it before some of you did. Yes, I let David Johnson get to me. Okay? First year in the building, I did. Shut up, Aaron. I let you, if you'd have been out there in that COVID practice where they only allowed 11 of us and we all had to be 20 feet from each other, and you saw David Johnson turn it up like he did, catch the ball. Mind you, go watch the first 3 quarters, maybe not the fourth, but the first 3 quarters of that first game of the season against the Chiefs. I thought that David Johnson would actually be something. He wasn't. All right, I've had some misses, and I maybe get excited a little bit. Hey, man, that Woody Marks, man.
Today was the day, huh?
Hey, that Woody Marks, boy. And I walked over to Seth, and I said, can he be the Temu version of Darren Sproles? like getting the ball to him in a bunch of different ways. He caught a touchdown pass from CJ today. He ran a tough, and this is a legit one. He was tackled and got the ball over the goal line, ran a touchdown in the goal. He caught a punt, and probably if you were out there, had the play of the day where he just trucked the cat. Number 34 for the Raiders might as well just took his stuff and gone on home. He just got ran the hell over by Woody Marks. So I am excited, really excited about Woody Marks and what he potentially can be, Clint.
Ron, I hope everything you've described off air, and then I heard it just for the second time right there on air. That is the Woody Marks that I personally think is the best version of Woody Marks. And as I've said many times, I think it's the best version of the Texans running back room. But when Woody Marks can be remember yesterday when D'Amico was talking about Jalen Noel?
Yes.
And he said,
that's
we
exactly
got
what I was thinking.
Get him touches in multiple ways and the carve out a little package. I just think that it's great he can do the other things, no doubt about it, not minimizing that at all, right? But boy, it is just for whatever reason it's this could move into the horny category real quick for me if I saw it.
It almost was. There was something else that took it though. The bad guys, Wyatt Teller struggling. Wyatt Teller, and we'll get to I think what maybe the story of the day was, but Wyatt Teller, he just got his ass kicked on multiple occasions. They had the fake officials there. I guess they're real, but he was getting held. He was getting called for holds throughout, and he was not getting called for holds against ones. So the Wyatt Teller situation, I know they brought him in for a veteran situation. It's now there's a bit of understanding why the Cleveland Browns, who were looking for offensive line help and absolutely redid their entire room, let Wyatt Teller move on. So starting to see that it was rough. And it's been probably rough for the last few days for Wyatt Teller. All right, the horny for me, Clint, the football horny for me is the young guys. Hey, they ain't scared. That listen, there was a guy out there for the Raiders who we knew coming in had a little bully tendencies to him, and that's Max Crosby. And Max Crosby is a guy that he's on your team, you love him. If he's not, you hate him. He's the person you heard on the field the entire time. He's got his jersey tucked under like the old Miami Hurricanes would do, where all you could see was all his tattoos. He's talking the whole way. And, I mean, the first person to get into it with him was Marlon Klein. And Marlon Klein, the rookie, is going back. Now, he had an accent when he was doing this, but it still came through. He was going at it with him to a point where Max just yelled, "Who the F is this guy talking to me? Who is this to be talking to me?" And he didn't shut up. He was going back and forth at him. And then him and Keelan Rutledge just flat out got into it. And there's a push, and they're grabbing each other's face masks. It looks like the bench is cleared, and they had to be separated. And I just love they went after it was Max Crosby, and neither one of them backed down 1 inch. That got me football horny, and I feel like it would have got you there too if you were right there, Clint. It was good to see them young dudes backing up on that side of the ball because they have needed that.
It absolutely would have got me going. I mentioned it yesterday when you talked about what do you want to see. Of course, I would like to also see it during run plays, like between the whistles. But Ron, there's no doubt about it. The nastiness typically pisses off the opponent. It sounds like our rookie tight end and our rookie offensive lineman both know how to accomplish that. Didn't take them long. First joint practice out of the gate in 11-on-11. They're stirring it up, kicking the ant bed. I absolutely love it. This is what I've wanted to see for a long time. Now, if we can just get a whole offensive line unit acting as is, that would be beautiful.
Yeah. All right, coming up, the one of the big updates we'll let you hear what D'Amico had to say. Jaden Higgins, went down with an injury. We'll let you hear what D'Amico has to say in his update. And the Astros are making some noise as a new starting pitcher is going to be up. We'll tell you all that information coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I've had a ton of experience with paint contractors in my time. I always tell you guys about my flip houses and
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
God, I recognize this song. I don't have the band. I recognize. Damn it.
I recognize it too, but I can't
pinpoint it.
Clint?
No, he ain't got it.
Huh. Yeah. Good luck. If you got to ask me, you know you're in a bad spot.
Is this the Foo Fighters?
Yes. What if I say I'm not like the others?
Yes.
There it is.
I pulled that off? Come on.
Did it. You pulled it off.
Come on now. Don't you put me in a box, damn it.
Never.
Don't put me in a box.
Not once, not never.
All right. I do want to get to the Astros because they are making a move, and you want to talk about desperation. This is the show of it, and I don't blame them, Clint. I really don't. But before we get there, one of the big, I think, newsworthy things that occurred was Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins, and it kind of happened in front of me. Clint was in the back of the end zone, and somehow had an injury. It looked like initially he was grabbing his knee, but then he looked like the cart was coming out, but then he got up, looks like he was grabbing the back of his leg and walked into the to the facility with medical staff. But his walk didn't look like it was a huge limp, but obviously we don't want to kind of guess what was going on there. But here was D'Amico after the practice talking with the media, giving an update or the latest on Jaden Higgins.
No update at this time with Higgins. They're still evaluating him for a leg injury.
There's a leg injury there, Clint, and I know for you, to me, I think you were there. I think the feel is so much different from what it initially looked like. And when you see the cart coming and the head get thrown back and the grabbing of what looked like the knee, but it seemed to be a lot better moving forward. But I know it's a scary thought anyway to lose, potentially to be without him if this is anything long term.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the one guy that you know can make big plays at this level. He's the one guy in training camp that when there's a need for somebody to step up at the pass catching position, any of them, doesn't matter, any pass catching position, I think he's been the brightest spot in all of training camp, and it's been pretty consistent, right? I mean, Nico Collins, rightfully so, has been kind of under the radar.
Just chilling.
Somebody Dalton
asked earlier,
Schultz,
how come we haven't heard from Nico a lot? He's chilling.
Dalton Schultz has been pretty low key. I think that with the exception of obviously Marlon Klein making a few big plays and wow plays, I think Higgins has been the story of camp really day in, day out, and so that progress alone is important. But then when you look at the offense, and we've said it before, we've talked about it every day. The fact that he's been the move guy, Ron, he's been the guy that seemingly has taken on more responsibility this year than he did last year. Man, that's to lose that guy, or for that guy to be hampered at all and miss any practice moving forward, for that progress to be interrupted is unfortunate, man. So hopefully we get the news back that it's not something that's going to be longer term. Hopefully it's something pretty quick and he's back out there.
Yeah. All right. Coming up here, I do want to get you to the Astros. Remember, Baseball Talk on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. The Astros do get started tonight at the Daikin against the Angels. They will play the Angels and the A's, two of the worst teams in baseball. This is a chance for them to really try to increase their 2-game lead over the Rangers right now. But they are obviously, we saw that Christian Javier is pitching tonight, and then there was, again, Clint, the old TBA for the Astros, and tomorrow starting in Peter Lambert is the third game of this series. It looks like, Clint, we know who is going to pitch game 2 of this series, and that is the Astros, according to Brian McTaggart, are calling up their number 9 prospect, Ethan Pecco. to start Wednesday's game against the Angels at Daikin Park. It will be his major league debut. And I just want you to hear the desperation of where they are right now. Because his AAA numbers for the season, Clint, 15 starts, 4-6 with a 4.94 ERA and 74 and 2/3 innings. Now, 71 strikeouts against 28 walks, but he's got an ERA nearing 5 in AAA. And this is where the Astros are, and that they feel the need that they need to bring this guy up, which, again, Clint, I don't know that I disagree with him, because I'd rather see this than see what Emite's going to do again. I'd rather see this than to see what Homer Mike's going to do again, right? And this is where they are. They're bringing up this young kid to see if he can have some success up here as a starter.
Well, here's the question. I mean, does this move you at all from a Astros in 2026 perspective? Like, when I hear this, yeah, I'll watch, and it'll be cool to see a top 10 prospect in the organization, a guy that we've talked about briefly, to see what he's got in the tank. Sure, it'll be great. But is this really something that in the next, what do we got, sub 40 days left, 40 games left? I mean, is this really a move that inside of 40 games, if this guy pitches really well, that he could factor into what the end of this year looks like for the Astros? I asked that question so that I can answer it myself. I still feel like tonight is so much bigger. I still feel like Christian Javier and Wisniewski are the two that have to step up in a big way. So while this is cute and it's a nice sideshow,
damn, you didn't call it cute.
I wonder. Well, I mean, I just wonder how much it actually factors into what the Astros are going to be able to do this year or not. I mean, what do you? I mean, do you view this as something that could potentially help them down the stretch?
I mean, I think potentially they're just trying, man. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing about this that screams, yo, this right here will help. Like, you know, a guy, you don't see the guy who's got an ERA at 5 in AAA then move up and show to really kill it at the major league level. Usually those guys are seeming to have major control of that level before they bring up young guys like this. That's the weird thing also. I hope they're not throwing stuff against the wall that potentially bringing him up here before he's ready, because they're in a pennant race and they don't want to throw Emite, understandably, Mike Burrows, understandably, Ronel Blanco, understandably, out there, so they're going to move to this kid. I hope he's ready, but no, I would not bet money that Ethan Petco is going to have a major impact on this team moving forward. We'll see. And as you said, the hope is that he kind of goes off, but I don't know. It's an interesting decision by the Astros, but at least one where they are, you can understand. All right, coming up as we continue, I think this is the story of practice today, and I think it's going to be the story of things with the Texans moving forward. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just don't know what to make of it, Clint. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you're out there and you're dealing with a hair loss issue, I tell you.
big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers! If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, being standing there behind the offensive line, just hearing the communication, getting all the guys getting on the same page, really proud of starting with our centers for the way they communicated, also for the quarterbacks and everybody echoing the calls to make sure we're on the same page versus a different front. Really happy that we were able to get some 5-down looks so we can really stress our communication, and it worked well for us today.
All right, that's D'Amico Ryans talking about the offensive line. Obviously, they have and will continue to be a big conversation piece with this team. But, Clint, to me right now, there was a lot today, and we've talked about it, from the overall performance of the offense. Again, I'm not going to lie to you, Clint and Tyler. Every time I glanced over there, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter were just in the backfield. I wasn't really moved to go watch them. I know Jalen Petrie picked off Fernando Mendoza. I know Kirk Cousins seemed to be struggling. So the defense did what we believed the defense would always do. And to me, it was about the other side of the field. And Clint, to me, the story of the practice is the offensive line, and not really as much as their performance, because I think they were good today. But I just don't understand what this means. I have heard from follow the money. Look how much such and such got. I've heard from, hey, man, they may be just trying things with guys that they've not seen in certain positions, and they want to. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, Clint, with, hey, who played the most snaps with the first unit at right tackle in the scrimmage? The scrimmage that they were pushing to be very much like a game situation. This is 2 days before the dress rehearsal, 2 days before it feels like the one time we will see the ones together. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, Clint, with Blake Fisher got the most snaps at right tackle, and yes, Trent Brown and Braden Smith were dressed and playing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. I don't know if it's a good thing. I don't know if it's a bad thing. I think he actually did pretty decent against Max Crosby. I think Max got him for a pass rush where there would have been a strip sack or sack. But I think for the most part, he held his own, did pretty well. I just never thought that Blake Fisher would be running with the ones in a joint practice with Max Crosby on the other side with Trent Brown and Braden Smith and pads. I don't know what to do with Clint today that Keelan Rutledge did not take a snap at center, and that Jake Andrews probably took the most snaps at center, and the first team they ran, it was Evan Brown. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with Clint, that Wyatt Teller never took a snap with the ones, and Braden Smith with about, I'd say, 6 periods that the ones went against the ones. Only one time was he out there with the first unit. I'm not saying it's good or bad, Clint. It is just still, it is April 8th or August 18th, and I don't think we know, based off what they're showing us, what the starting offensive line is.
Oh no, they're not showing you at all. I mean, you can't even. try to read between the lines and get there. I mean, to me, this is the story of the entire day.
Yep.
Is that, they trotted an offensive line out there as the one unit in Thursday's preseason game, with the exception of Trent Brown at right tackle. And then you come back in 2 practices later and a couple of rest days later, now you've reshuffled the entire lineup, so much so that Blake Fisher's getting first-team run. I don't think – I'll be honest with you, there doesn't appear to be any rhyme or reason, so there's no really reason for us to try to figure out why, the who's, the how's. The reality of it is this. You've got a left tackle and you've got a right guard. Like, beyond that, and you've got one of your better offensive linemen in Keelan Rutledge. Beyond that, I don't know that, we're sitting here a week away from real prep starting against the Buffalo Bills, and we're in a very similar situation to what we've seen in the past here with this offensive line, of them not knowing who's going to play what position and what string they're going to go with, and it seems to change on the daily. That is the bigger thing here. Is we're looking at a spot now where Keelan Rutledge has played more left guard in the recent practices than center.
Absolutely.
And it's the ripple effect, right? It's if he plays guard, then all of a sudden you've got a Brown Andrews competition at center, right? I mean, so it's one of those where don't try to predict what they're going to do or how they're going to do it. Just responding to what we've seen the last 2 or 3 days. This O-line is I would say 2 players removed from finding simply the best 5. Forget who's the center's going to be and who the left guard's going to be and who the right tackle's going to be. Just they're 2 guys removed from even finding their best 5 at this point, with just a handful of practices left before the real preparation starts. So looks a little bit more like what we've seen in the past on multiple fronts, but definitely the musical chairs front for this offensive line.
Yeah, again, and I don't know. Like, I don't know what this actually means. As someone texted in Space Age said that the Texans purposely do this to keep everyone guessing, in my opinion. Like, I don't think they play games. They will play games like this close to the start of the season, and in a situation where, like this right here, Clint, this is the most important week, because this is the week that they have a joint practice with another team that D'Amico was taking very serious, and the week in the preseason where their ones are going to play in the closest thing to a dress rehearsal. Like, I'm not guaranteeing you and telling you that Blake Fisher's going to be the starting right tackle. I can't just look at it and just say, oh, man, they're just having some fun with him lining up and him getting the most snaps at right tackle on a day where they're going against Max Crosby and they're having a scrimmage this close to the start of the season. Like, he's going to be your starting center. As you would say, CJ did not touch his ass one time. Like
that's the problem.
You know what
Ron.
I mean? This can't be just for ish and giggles. Like, this is there's something there is something to where I don't think they're just doing this to throw people off the scent. What scent? They can't afford to throw anybody off the scent. They need to get these guys reps together.
Well, you hit the nail on the head right there. That was a solid rant, Ron.
Appreciate that.
I'm telling you, that was good. But you hit the nail on the head with today's CJ Stroud. So no preseason game on Thursday, the only live action you've had. Now you've got a chance to joint practice against a lesser team, to where you can actually, you would hope to be able to settle in and create some chemistry and some familiarity with your offensive line. And you took snaps from 2 different centers, neither of which were Keelan Rutledge. So now you didn't play in a preseason game, so those reps are by the wayside. Now in a joint practice, Keelan Rutledge played a different position. Now we're talking about ultimately the dangers, Ron, of this. Give me the 5 best offensive linemen. You know what I mean? Give me the 5 best offensive linemen, no matter if it comes at the expense of my quarterback getting quality reps with a rookie center that's never done it before against an opponent in a joint practice. Like, finding the top 5 is just seems to be, and I don't disagree with the premise of finding your best 5. It's the way they seem to go about it. Just seems to always make you scratch your head because the ripple effect of finding your best 5 right now means your starting quarterback has taken several snaps from 3 different centers this season.
Yeah. No, someone just texted in, if the O-line was good, why are y'all complaining? This is not even just a complaining. I'm just telling you, I'm just trying to understand. I cannot let you know who the starting 5 of the offensive line is going to be on August 18th, right? Again, I'm not telling you.
Let me tell them, Ron. Let me tell them. You're trying to be nice on this. Let me tell you why. Because they went out and spent $10 million a year on Wyatt Teller, and he doesn't look like he can be in the top 5. They went out and spent $12 million on Braden Smith, and it doesn't look like he's going to be in the top 5.
Yeah.
Right?
And Blake Fisher is somehow in the mix. I never saw that coming. I don't know if Blake has gotten a lot better. Maybe he has. I just never in my mind did I think Trent Brown and Braden Smith would be healthy, and that Blake Fisher, 2-3 weeks from Buffalo, is getting the bulk of the reps at right tackle in the joint practice against Max Crosby. Yeah, that was missed.
No, it's not a complaint. It's just a conversation. There's a conversation there to be had about Keelan Rutledge being your first-round pick, looked to be a plug-and-play center, has done everything the coaches asked him to do, and looks like he's coming along center pretty well. All of a sudden, for the last 3 days, he's been bumped over to guard. It's not complaining. It's a real conversation about what's going on up front with this offensive line. The offensive line looked good today. How many fans out there are real comfortable with going, hey man, Fisher's going to be your right tackle? Not Braden Smith, not Trent Brown, but there's a conversation there to be had of what's going on up front with all the rotation in what seems to be critical practices closer to go time.
Yeah, life came at us fast. I thought last week after that preseason game we had it. I thought not that there's anything wrong with it, Ron, but we all thought hey man, we're Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, first-round pick. Hey, man, Ed Ingram. We got some plug-and-play dudes here, man. Let's have a good camp and let's roll. But
that's not how this thing is unfolded. So it's worthy of covering and picking it apart. No question.
Yep. All right, coming up, I think this is a story based off this person's absence. We'll discuss and let you know more about that coming up next as we continue right here live on The Fan.
All right, y'all. Tom Ball Ford. Tom Ball Ford. Have you ever heard of him? Well, if you hadn't, I don't know what rock you've been living under.
Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. A lot going on here as the Texans, they had themselves a joint practice ahead of their second preseason game. ESPN is here all over the place, right? Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, your former teammate Clint, will be on the call coming up on Thursday. But it was good to see a joint practice today. A lot going on from that as we talked through the first hour. And the Astros, they are back at it as they took a day off and looking to finish off this homestand. They got 3 against the hapless Angels, and they've got 3 against the awful A's. So they've got a chance to kind of put a little bit more distance between them and the Rangers as they have a 2-game lead right now. But that starts tonight, calling up their number 9 prospect, calling up their young guy up here as well to pitch in tomorrow's game against the Angels, game 2. So a lot going on and a lot to get to. And Clint, as I said, man, a lot happened at the preseason. I'm sorry, at the joint practice against the Raiders today. We got to see Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza. We got to see Max Crosby. We got to see the Texans go up against some guys. We got to see Brock Bowers in company for the Raiders. But one person we didn't get to see, Clint, was Tank Dell. And I think at this point, and I know you have been kind of pushing towards it, preparing for it, and at this point, Clint, like it would just take a complete just turnaround based upon Thursday, which just seems impossible for Tank Dell to start to get on the field and get on the field, Clint, in time enough to where you would think they would feel comfortable with him as an actual viable part of their team against Buffalo. Because if he's not going to play on Thursday in their dress rehearsal, which, Clint, he's not been on the field for any kind of physical contact, I would assume that would have taken place prior to him playing in the game on Thursday against the Raiders, which they still haven't gotten to that point. I think it is time, and I think many of you have, but I think it is time that we just look at what we're seeing here. And what we're seeing here, Clint, as you've talked about it, is he may be somebody that they're going to probably use the next 4 weeks into the season to try to give him more time to get himself ready.
Well, look, it doesn't look good for Tank Dell, obviously, to your point, but I will say this: the injury to Higgins today opens up the door for guys like Tank Dell to come back within the next few days and really get a lot of run and get a lot of opportunity. It makes the guys like Jalen Noel obviously much more important. Those guys getting back. I thought it was a really long shot for either guy, given how Higgins is performing. Given how much they trust Xavier Hutchinson, and given how much, again, by the way, we heard D'Amico Ryans in full yesterday right here on the drive. We didn't even talk about it, but D'Amico once again mentioned some characteristics of playing wide receiver for this team that didn't seem to fit Tank Dell once again. But the dynamic in the wide receiver room changes in a big way when Higgins goes down. Even if it's just for a week, somebody's got to fill that role, right? Can Tank Dell, is he in a position to get back and take those reps and take advantage of that opportunity? Is Jalen Noel a guy that they can get back and take advantage of those opportunities? Or is it more of what we've seen where Xavier Hutchinson, here he comes to the rescue, right? You could always bank on him, and he's the guy, and then all of a sudden you backfill with guys, again, that were really all vying for that fifth option. The Jaden Higgins thing really opens up the door for Tank Dell. If this is real, if
it's a serious thing, like you think that the Higgins injury can play a role into them maybe getting Tank ready faster than they maybe want to?
No, I don't think it changes the timeline. But if there's look, Tank Dell did not start the season training camp on a PUP list for a reason.
Yeah.
Right. And if right now, there's an opportunity for, receivers, again, that aren't Justin Watson or one of those guys kind of that's churning in that 6, 7, 8 receiver spot right now. If that opportunity presents itself and Tank is ready to go, the timing could be absolutely perfect for him. No, I don't think you risk the young fella because all of a sudden you're in need of a receiver. Yeah. I just think the urgency for the program, for the organization changes when Jaden Higgins goes down. You look up and you go, Higgins is down, Noel is down, Tank is down. Who's going to be your number 2? Xavier Hutchinson. All right, what if you want to go 11 personnel? We're at a spot where going 11 personnel. Remember last year when Nick Caley talked about losing a tight end here? He lost a tight end in was it opening week or in the preseason?
Yeah,
Brevin
Jordan, who, by the way, still isn't back.
There you go. And then you lose Cade Stover early in the season. So now you're having to go Blake Fisher as a 6th offensive lineman, and you're having to specialize in that. Not that we're to the 6th offensive lineman spot, but with this wide receiver group, you got 3 guys that you were planning on banking on that, let's say Higgins is, let's say it's a week. I think I would be excited as hell if they said he's only going to be out a week, he'll be back. That would be really good for me to hear.
Yeah.
But those 3 guys that you were really banking on this year, Ron, are out. Like you're in a spot where can you go 11 personnel week 1 against Buffalo if you have to? Right? I know you literally can, but would you not rather go a lot of 12 personnel and have 2 tight ends heavy? So we're at a point where these injuries at the wide receiver position could absolutely affect, what personnel you want to specialize in early in the season for this football team. We're on the verge of that being a reality if this lasts beyond a week.
Yeah, guys like Jarrett Wayne come into
there you
play as well. But the Tank thing, yeah, someone just texted in. I think with Tank Dell not having physical contact, basically looks like he is going to start the regular season on the PUP list. Like that is where I would lean. I would be at this point, again, knowing they're not doing anything tomorrow, and then they just have a game on Thursday, knowing that he has not taken he wasn't even there today to participate. He was on as D'Amico said, on his own time, and on his own plan. I would assume that he'd be back, and then if he plays against the Panthers, we'll see, but that would then, again, would be a huge jump start from where he is now to where he is then if all of a sudden next week is when he starts getting physical contact. I don't know, and I'm right now to the point where I would be probably more shocked if he is on the roster against the Buffalo Bills at that point. Like just based off where we were. I would have thought he would have had to been getting physical contact, participating in all, of the team drills to have a chance to get back week 1. If he, if that was with the plan, he'd have to be doing that by now, and that's not something he's doing yet. So, yeah, I don't know. Today was a big thing to not see him participating at all. It kind of you're just running out of time at this point with Tank Dell. All right, Clint, I just cannot. I am. Like the most flooring thing to me today, again, I'm not saying it's good or bad, it's just the whole Blake Fisher thing. Like you could have given me a guess on so many offensive line combinations, and I would have never, ever thought, Blake Fisher, he mixes in with the ones. By the way, here is D'Amico. Here is D'Amico Ryans talking about what he saw from Blake Fisher, who, again, got the most reps against the ones for the Texans.
Blake did a nice job today. Crosby, a really great player, gave us some tough looks. The thing about Crosby is he stays after. He's not just going to, go one rush and just stop. Like, he has great effort. He plays great effort, so you have to strain, you have to finish at the tackle position, and our tackles did a good job today.
Yeah, of all the things that we have talked about all offseason, Clint, this here, Blake Fisher – at this point on August 18th, getting the run that he got today, it is the most surprising thing to me that has happened all offseason. Right here, this is the most surprising thing to where maybe it's me, maybe I'm gullible or whatever, and I'm sure people will let me know. But, I have to take Blake Fisher serious as an option against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
I don't want to be there. But
I'm not there yet. I think Trent Brown would have to be injured for Blake Fisher to get a shot at right tackle. I think their experience with Blake Fisher, with Trent Brown and what he's been shown to do. Worst case scenario, hey man, we're going to give him a little more attention with a tight end, maybe with some chips from the back. And we're going to go to battle with Trent Brown. I think that's the way this thing unfolds here. It would have to be really bad for Braden Smith, and Trent Brown would have to not be able to go for me to feel like they're going to roll with Blake Fisher.
So you're not even ready to give it take it serious yet.
No, not at all. They sacrificed my man is what I think. This was all about. I don't believe that
Really?
they wanted to. I don't believe they wanted to push Trent Brown or Braden Smith out there against Max Crosby consistently. So they said, "Hey Blake, go get it. Let's see what you got."
Well, he played decently.
Yeah,
he played a lot better than I thought. See, don't say that to me, Clint.
Don't say what.
Don't
why
say
else
stuff
would
like
you?
that.
Why else would you not want to see one of your
but-
top two tackles against Max Crosby?
But why are we playing games like that? Why don't we get our five out there and get work? Who cares? You're going up against Will and Daniil every day. Who cares?
Yeah. and that gives you a good picture of probably what would happen against Max.
Okay, but come on, man. Ursery's going up there every time. I don't know, man. I'm not saying that might not have been a thought process, but it's just like people texting in, they're using Blake for trait bait. I'm sorry. The Houston Texans offensive line is not in a position right now, in my opinion,
yes,
to
agreed.
just take valuable moments like this off to just throw Blake Fisher in there for trade. Who the hell's thinking about trading for Blake? What are you going to get for him? That makes it
hey,
make
best
more
sixth
sense.
offensive lineman in football last year. Most reps anyway.
So you don't come on, Tyler. Are you think I'm tripping a little bit taking this serious? Blake Fisher as
it's all serious, man. This is football. This is an offense that was ass, as Area 45 says every late night. You got to take it all serious. I need to see Blake Fisher getting reps and doing well in them.
Guys, these guys are capable of doing anything, as you know, up there at that offensive line. They're not afraid to stick anybody up there.
Possibilities are limitless.
You talk about a hell of a miss. If Blake Fisher is where you settle at right tackle, you didn't just miss on Braden Smith. Hell, you missed on Trent Brown again. That's a tough pill. I'm not ready to go there yet.
Or it could be, Clint, that Blake has just taken the hell off, man. And has had
stepped his game up, baby.
I'm gonna tell you, boys. I legitimately thought he should have lost 20, 30 pounds and played tight end would have been his best bet to stick on this roster. But clearly, they drafted a tight end in the second round, so that wasn't an option. I got to see a little bit more. No, all joking aside, I'm not ready to say that this, and not even forget the playing. Forget. I didn't see it, so I don't. I'm out of pocket, being real critical of this. However, even as bad as they've been on the offensive line with how many misses Nick Caserio has, I really highly doubt that they watched Blake Fisher his entire career here, decided after last year they were going to go out and sign not one but two right tackles, and then they're back landing on Blake Fisher. I find it hard to believe that they misevaluated the whole right tackle situation to that point. I don't know what the reasoning is behind Blake Fisher all of a sudden getting a bunch of run, but I find it really hard to believe that he's a better option than the other two guys that we paid this offseason.
I'm telling you, man, those two weren't hurt. They were playing too. They were getting run. They were just getting run with the twos. Now, I will say Trent did get the second most snaps with the ones. He probably had 2 different series with the ones. But so like if we roll in here and that offensive line and Blake Fisher, 57, is starting in this game, and he's starting along with Ursery, Ed Ingram, and Keelan Rutledge. I mean, at what point? That's got to be the dress rehearsal. All right, and I will shut the hell up here. On Friday, we come in here, and it's the same 5 guys that started last week against the Chargers, and they were just having some fun. I mean, I just that's hard this late in the game not to take that serious. It's just hard for me. All right, coming up, it is Tuesday. We do a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
Something big is coming on September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means Texas to California to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember this date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. Get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers can sign up with code SPORTS610 to spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. That's code SPORTS610 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim. Issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms DKNG.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off, and you can't have a launch without a rocket.
Congrats to you guys. That's awesome. Don't big league me now because you guys are over there on the fan now.
Don't worry, Roger. talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcast, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Listen up, H-Town. Now is the time we separate truth from trickery, fact from fiction. It's Real or Fake on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It's a Tuesday, a little Real or Fake, right here live on The Drive as we've had ourselves some fun today. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can participate and jump in here with a little Real or Fake. I say a statement, you let me know if this thing is real or fake. Real or fake, Clint Stoerner. Deshaun Watson will start the most games at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns this year. Real or fake?
I'm going to say real. Look, I think he will convincingly win the starting job from the beginning of the season.
Hot dog, it's real.
Yeah, it is Pinocchio. Isn't that who that is? It's Pinocchio. I think it is real. Is that not who it is? Is that not Pinocchio?
It's not the paper boy.
Well, that's Mickey's talking. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever it was, they were real.
It's either Mickey or the perv old man from Family Guy. I'm not sure.
Oh boy, either one of them, I agree with them. Unfortunately, Look, I think it's real, Ron. I think Deshaun Watson wins the starting job, and again, I don't even think it's. I think they're just going through the motions right now to be respectful and out of. To be honest with you, they spent so much money on Deshaun, but I think he stays healthy longer than he has in the past. So I think it's real. Deshaun Watson will start most games this season for Cleveland.
All right, Tyler, real or fake? Deshaun Watson will start the most games at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns this year. Real or fake?
Yeah, I can see that happening. I'm going to say real. Him and his tiny towel will be out there under center for the majority of games in Cleveland, I am afraid to say. But yeah, I can see it.
In his defense on the field, I think they usually have smaller towels that they have on the back of.
Well, Deshaun's 24/7. Yeah.
Even though you could debate, show that just for principle, he should have a big towel hanging out of the back of his pants.
He should not go.
He should not go with a little towel ever.
No, ever. Yeah. He should. You're right. He should have a towel where, it's potentially getting in the way of the back step of the center.
You know what he should do?
Hey man, you just got to go with this, guys.
He should just have the big center that's as wide as his center. I mean, the big towel that he tucks in his center back pants. It covers up his whole center's butt, just the top of it. Yeah, he should probably err on the side of caution when picking the size of towel. Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to say fake. Someone else text that in. I think he is going to start the season. I think at some point they're going to get to a space where, all right, it's not going well because, Clint, I just don't think it will go well with Cleveland.
A fake.
I don't think it'll go well with Cleveland. And they'll want to see Shedeur. And people will start pushing for Shedeur. And I think he starts the season. I think he probably starts the first month. But I think eventually Shedeur probably gets it. Because Shedeur is going to start some games this year. Well, I don't think that the Browns are about to go on a run here and Deshaun's going to be the comeback player of the year or anything like that. So I do think he gets in. And we got to look at it. I mean, Deshaun has been injury plagued since he left here. So that could probably creep up with him as well. So I'll go fake on this one. All right, Tyler, Tank Dell. We talked about him in the last segment. They got 2 preseason games left. They got the one against the Raiders Thursday, and they got the one against the Panthers. Tank Dell will play in a preseason game this year, real or fake?
Oof. Unfortunately, especially for all the Coug fans out there, I'm going to say that this is fake. We will not see Tank Dell in preseason action for the Houston Texans. If anything, I think we're on a track where we're going to see the season get started with Tank Dell on the IR or the PUP list, is my best guess. I don't think he sees preseason action with the offense with these Texans, so I say fake.
Yeah. Clint, real or fake, Tank Dell will play in a preseason game this year.
Yeah, I think it's fake. I mean, that's, what are we, 7-8 days from that last preseason game?
Fake news.
Yeah, I think it's fake. Look, I don't think there's any way that within in one preseason, off tomorrow, preseason game, off the next day, so you got one day of action the next 3 days. We're bumping up against cut date here already in the next week or so. So next couple of weeks. So yeah, no, I don't think there's enough time for Tank to get healthy enough to where he's full go tackle, risking getting his legs cut out from underneath him. Hell, he damn near has literally multiple times. I'm talking about tackled that way. I don't think it happens. I think it's fake.
Yeah, I'm going to say fake. I think a week ago you may have been able to convince me, but it seems like they've like dialed it back a little bit here the last few days, and then he's just not even out there active today. So yeah, I'll go fake as well.
It's fake.
All right, Clint. Coming today from Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL. He said at some point there will be NFL teams outside of the United States. He said, quote, "I have no doubt this will happen one day." So with that, in the next 10 years, Clint, there will be an NFL team outside of the United States. Real or fake?
I think it's fake.
Me too, man.
It's easy to talk about it. It's easy to talk about it. I understand why you would hype it because you're opening up the NFL to the entire world. But I think when it comes logistically, I think it's just impossible. In order to play a game of any sort, you're talking about double-digit hours worth of a flight. I guess there could be one in Mexico, and they say, "Oh, but I think what they're talking about here is Europe somewhere. I don't think this is a Mexico Canada question. So yeah, I think it would have to be I think it's in theory, it's a good story to tell, but I don't think it's real. No, so I think it's fake, Ron.
Tyler, real or fake? In the next 10 years, there will be an NFL team outside of the U.S.
Yeah, Roger got pretty bold with that today, but I'm also saying fake. Just for all the reasons y'all laid out. I don't see it happening. Maybe they'll prove us wrong. And if it does, it's got to be England, right? Like the first international squad's got to be over there in London.
Yeah, but like what Clint said, the travel stuff is hard.
It's fake.
That is hard because even if teams like Jacksonville stays over there 2 times a year, but they're back-to-back weeks. Like I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe someone help me. How far is it from like New York and like Boston? Like how far is that flight to London? It still feels like more than what Seattle has to do, like when they go all the way to the west, the East Coast.
New York City to London town is 7 hours.
Yeah, that's aggressive. Like that's from there, right? Not even thinking about if the Texans had to go there.
I've flown from Houston to London. That was about 13.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, that you can't ask NFL players to do that. And people keep saying Canada, Clint, but I think they would have done that by now. Like I think they would have probably. And Buffalo will fight like hell for Toronto. So they better. I mean it better be like Vancouver or something like that. And I think the Seahawks will probably fight like hell for that. So yeah, I don't. Like someone just texted. Go ahead.
The play though, Ron, right, is ultimately like international, like opening up new markets for the NFL. I don't know that Canada and Mexico check that box.
Yeah,
I'm with Tyler. It would have to be Europe somewhere. It'd have to be London. I mean, you're talking about. To me, it's that's the kind of power move they're talking about, which we've already seen. I just don't see logistically how that can happen, man. That's crazier things have happened, but I'm dead set on fake.
Yeah. All right, coming up, man, we got to talk about this dude, and I I may end up giving a standing ovation in the next segment. I'm that impressed by this player for the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, the day that my wife and I found a credit union, our financial lives were changing.
22. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. You can find us on YouTube and Twitch as myself, Clint, Tyler in the building, having a good time today. Astros, they're getting back on the mound tonight as they will take on the sorry Los Angeles Angels, and they should handle this team. This team seems to take a dump on themselves every time they play the Astros, and it is a bit scary because Altuve feels that he can just do whatever he wants to do in these games. Pop up to second base, tag up, and go. I mean, you just do whatever you want to do to these guys. So
Nix is all nervous.
So, damn, Dusty. I'd feel, you know what? I didn't mean to go here. You know how much better I'd feel about this team if Dusty was a manager?
You ain't lying.
Hell. I mean, you kidding me?
Like, I mean, just like.
You think Dusty would pull Yordan Alvarez in the 8th?
No.
For a pinch runner?
No.
Well,
just in every, like, in every sense, like, they all have guys. And again, a lot of this isn't Joe's fault. But I would feel so much better about this group if he was a manager.
Come on, Joe.
Like I would just, the one biggest thing is I think I would feel so much better about the way Dusty would navigate his way to get to Josh Hader. Like that would be the number one thing to me.
I don't even need to rank them, Ron. I mean, I would just feel so much better. I'd sleep better at night. I'd
sleep better at night.
I would come in with a better attitude, which I know isn't saying much. I could improve every day. But yeah, no, Dusty would do me some good.
Text line told me to let that go. No! I will at least hold on to it for the next 5 minutes.
I'm doing the World Series.
I think he would have told that interpreter, "Sit your ass down. I'm going to go talk to Imai." I feel like he's picked up at least some of the language.
Hey, read my lips.
I mean, but no, I bet you Dusty's got a little bit of the language. Dusty.
I don't know. I think he's got some Spanish.
He's got a lot of Spanish. I mean,
I don't know if he's got. I don't know if he's got.
Come on, man. Dusty's been around, man. He figured he'll get what he wants, what he needs to say out of there. He will have worked on his Japanese just for the moment. No, sit your ass down. I got it.
Get on the mound,
Sorry. Anyway, I didn't mean to get there. All right, Clint,
give him a little Dusty ease.
Give him a little Dusty. Give him look him right in his eyes. He'll come out there with them damn pit gloves. Now, damn it, I got a brisket and a pork butt down here, and you messing this up. Staying together. All right. I gotta say, and this has kind of been the hallmark of the day for me. I don't know if this is good or bad, but I feel like it's close to accurate. Clint, Keelan Rutledge, he may already be this team's best offensive lineman. Now, I don't know how great that is. I've watched. I don't think I've seen anybody else that plays center better. Like in terms of what he's able to do, especially when he gets off the ball. And I watched him at guard today and the last couple of days. He's looked better at that than anybody else. Like, I think he's the best guard and center on the team. He may be, he's at least their top two. Like, he's at least their top two linemen on the team right now. And to me, and it is, I don't know how good or bad that is. I'll give it to Nick Caserio. I'm clapping my hands for Nick because Clint, I wondered about this move, but it absolutely fits everything that they were looking for. They needed, and Buddy can play too. Like it's not just Clint that he's not afraid to get in Will Anderson's face or not afraid to get into Max Crosby's face. But today, Clint, boy, when they let him pull, and he's coming around that corner, he is coming for anger, with anger, and coming to hurt somebody, and is doing it. And he is moving people. That They have had some misses. Nick Caley, Nick Caserio, especially since Caserio has been here, they have had some misses. That does not appear to be one of them.
No, it doesn't. Look, you can talk the O-line draft picks of late. Now we can't go too far back, but the ones of late, Ariante Ursery and now Keelan Rutledge seem to be real home runs. And to your point, the Keelan Rutledge thing goes even further because you're of the thought that he may be the best offensive lineman on this football team already. And I'm not going to give you any pushback simply because there's a certain level of dog that you got to have in you to play offensive line. And when you have that in you, it's much easier to get to that next tier of offensive linemen. It's much easier to say, okay, this guy's a first-round draft pick, could potentially play as a rookie. All right, man, it's impressive. He can maybe play center as a rookie. To all of a sudden, you go up a tier when you show that, like you said, you'll get into Will Anderson. You'll get into Max Crosby. There's no, fitting into what's going on around you in the O-line room. I can argue that since I've been covering the Texans, there's been a fit-in problem with the offensive line, right? Yes, there was a Laramie Tunsil, easy, cool, calm, collected mentality, don't do any more than you have to play kind of thing. There was some of that there, but there was a big, we're going to be yes men, we're going to fall in line, we're not going to be heard from, and we're not going to step on anybody's toes. We're not going to ruffle any feathers. And to your point, I think Keelan Rutledge is a tier better at this point than we're used to, and then I'm really comfortable giving him simply because he's got that dog in him. He's got a level of physicality in him that a lot of offensive linemen claim they have, but when you watch him play, they don't really have it. He's got it, and so I got no pushback on the fact that he may be the best offensive lineman on this football team.
And people are texting in Ursery or Eddie Ingram. Listen, man, I personally, for what I've seen, I think Keelan Rutledge is a better guard than Ed Ingram. I just personally, and again, obviously he hasn't played in a real NFL game, but when you just watch it, right? You can I don't think people had, and this isn't the same thing. I'm not saying he is this cat, but I don't think it took very, very long for people in Indianapolis when Quentin Nelson started rolling around there that, okay, this guy's probably a little different than the rest of these cats we have here. And I think there is some of that there. Maybe Tay Ursery, we'll see, because he really kind of came on and solidified things at that left tackle spot, and obviously plays that. But I mean, he is playing and moving from center and moving to guard and playing just seamlessly. Yeah,
Ron. Look, Ron, I think you mentioned – which one did you mention? Quentin Nelson.
Yeah.
I think that's the big one, let's talk in the last 10 years, that you watched his tape in college and you're like, yeah, buddy's different, right? But we can even go into what's the kid's name that played at the small school and came out with the Denver Broncos right now? I mean, he's one of them. Like a good offensive lineman. You question, was he worth the draft pick because he came out of a small school? And then all of a sudden you watch his play style and you're like, yep, I'll take him. I want him in my interior offensive line. So yeah, there's every year there's one of those guys that seems like a young up and comer that just leads with dog, and it's clear that Keelan Rutledge has that.
Yep, text line coming in. Keelan is the lineman that Texans fans have been praying for. Yes, and again, it's not just that he has that physicality and that dog that people want to say, and that, all of that. It's not just that. It is once he gets done with showing you he's got no back down, he puts his hand in the dirt, Clint, and he is good. What I mean? This far, and again, he's a rookie. He's going to have some mistakes. He's going to have some problems. I mean, we've run it down. In game one, is Ed Oliver maybe going to get him? He might. Dexter Lawrence may going to get him? Probably. But, you look at it, this dude, especially when you compare – now, again, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, Clint, that he walks right into the door and he's the best offensive lineman, or it feels like at least the top two offensive linemen on the team, and you have drafted and invested in guys. But – again, I want to give credit to Nick Caley because I have fairly crushed Nick Caley and his offensive line selections over the years, again, fairly. Ariante Ursary looks like he is somebody that is promising. And this joker that they went and got, 66, I'm telling you, boy, that like he is exactly what they have been, I think, trying to get. And it looks like that joker is going to be there for, the next 8 to 10 years is what it looks like playing. I think hopefully center, Clint, because that is obviously to me the more important position. But hey, man, it don't matter, right? Like he's playing the guard position so well, and Wyatt Teller is playing it so bad. Hell, he might keep Jake on the team.
Well, that's the thing, Ron. Is if clearly it was a home run draft pick, right? Is because as you said, not just is he one of your better interior offensive linemen across the board, but he brings a level of physicality that could potentially change your entire offensive line. Like he could actually be the answer to D'Amico Ryan's responsibility on the offensive side of the ball, which is demanding a certain level of physicality regardless of what your scheme is. He could answer all of those questions for D'Amico Ryan's. And so on top of that, like you said, I mean, arguably your best offensive lineman right now. So if this guy can also be your starting center, your communication piece, that level of leader, then it's an absolute grand slam. Already a good draft pick with the potential to be a great draft pick once we see him play in a game at any position. But literal grand slam if he lands at the center position is the main communicator with C.J. Stroud. So yeah, man, it's been fun to watch the young fella. Glad it's all working out, and they got options with Keelan Rutledge for sure.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue right here, what you got coming up in the 4?
We had us a little joint practice, boys. We had us a little joint practice, and we're going to hear from the head coach. See what D'Amico thought about how well we ran the football today and how well our O-line handled pressures and stunts. And the big topic here, there's a problem on the offensive line, and I'm bringing solutions, right? There's a problem at the wide receiver position, unfortunately, and we're bringing solution. Who's going to fill those voids? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Take the drive. The preseason continues Thursday night at Reliance Stadium. Here, Texans.
values in available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Clint Stoerner. Look at Stoerner.
95.7 The Fan presents
Clint Stoerner is the last man standing. Now, who is Clint Stoerner?
His two strongest strengths, he's competitive and he's smart.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I'm going to put my hands on this bathroom counter and see if I can't twerk a little bit, see what it looks like, see what it feels like.
The Drive is live for Dirty's Daily.
Yes, Dirty's Daily, and I'm going to be honest with you, Tyler, I don't know if I'm real comfortable with that.
Why? The new open?
That twerking thing right there really, I mean, it's something that was really cool at one time. It's good. Oh, look at this. Wow. Hey, look here. If it's the origin of more moves like that from Tyler, I'm game. I am game. I'll tell you.
Gyration.
Hope you are watching on YouTube. I just shook a little ass for you.
It's coming
I feel like
right
you've
now.
taken my bathroom habits at home with my wife to the airwaves of Houston. I don't know if I'm comfortable with it yet or not.
You
She
took
clearly
it to
doesn't
Houston.
like it.
You did it.
Did I? Once though. Tyler really
Doing it
digs
every day
in.
now.
I have no shame.
Powered by today's Dirty's Daily is powered by United Airlines, y'all. Took a little flight, and once again, United Airlines they knocked it out of the park, boys. I ain't gonna lie to you. Got a little text right before takeoff time, and told me the flight was delayed a couple hours, and I started a dog custom. It must have been some kind of glitch in the system. Got an immediate text, said, no, we're on time. Don't worry about it, Dirty. We're ready to rock and roll. So big shout out once again to United Airlines. I'm telling you, I've been too lucky, boys. I've been too lucky with my airline experiences. But big shout out to United Airlines. Dirty's Daily would love to have you on the regular, by the way. But real quick, want to let the listeners know, you got to be listening live today during the 5 o'clock hour. You got to be listening live today during the 5 o'clock hour. And the reason is we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans preseason game versus the Raiders on Thursday night. Right? And we ain't talking about just any kind of tickets here, Ron. We ain't just talking about any kind of tickets. We're talking about them tickets in them hundreds. We're talking about in them hundreds, in that 100 level over there at Reliant Stadium. So it's really good seats to see the Texans and the Raiders play Thursday night. And as Ron has said multiple times, this is thought to be the dress rehearsal. We're going to should see a little bit more action from the players that you already know versus the players that you may need to get to know. So we shall see. But before that, Texans today had a joint practice with the Raiders. And the thought going into it was this is not just a defense, but this is an organization that the Texans should get the best of. The Texans in a joint practice setup should look like the better operation, simply across the board. We feel pretty confident when we come together with an opponent that the defense is going to look better than the other organization. The offense, I think, is a work in progress. So that's why I wanted to start here. I want you to hear from D'Amico Ryans. He spoke to the media immediately following the joint practice, and there's two things: running the football and handling pressure. Here's D'Amico Ryans on how our offensive line handled running the football today versus the Raiders.
I really liked the way we ran the football. Thought we stuck well onto our blocks and we finished well. Our running backs, they were the highlight of the day for me, the way they ran the ball physical, low pad level, really finishing runs. They did a really nice job.
That's what you want your head coach talking about. Now, he'll get off in the weeds on certain players that may have made mistakes, but overall he felt like they ran the football well today. And the running backs, anytime the running backs are the superstars of the day, then your offensive line obviously played well. Here's D'Amico Ryans, because the other part, we got to run the football this year, and we've got to handle pressure, and we've got to, on a more simpler note, we've got to handle basic D-end D-tackle stunts, twist, right? We got to be able to handle that. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about how the offensive line handled pressures and those defensive line stunts today.
We got some different looks when it came to the pressures that they were presenting to us. They got us a couple times on some pressures, and we picked up the others. So it was, I'd say about 50-50 on the pressures, but I like the way our O-line battled, picked up the twist games, the stunts. They really battled and finished, allowing CJ to step up in the pocket to deliver the ball downfield.
There's the big picture on what today was a really good day for the Texans overall. I think the overall takeaway was the Texans were the better operation. And from a 30,000-foot view, I say a 30,000-foot view, let's say from D'Amico Ryan's point of view, standing behind the offense, watching the offensive line with that head coach eye, he thought they ran it well and handled pressure and stunts well, and which is really what you want to get out of these joint practices. But, Ron, we got to drill this thing down a little bit deeper and talk about two things that are happening offensively that are going to have to be addressed one way or another. All right. And what I want to start with is what's going on with the offensive line. Okay. The thought was that Ariante Ursery was going to be your left tackle. All right. Then you bump inside, you signed a free agent veteran in Wyatt Teller. He was going to be your left guard.
Yep.
And then you slide to center and you got Keelan Rutledge, who was your first-round draft pick this year. And then you slide to right guard, your veteran you signed, Ed Ingram. You know him well. He was with us last year. You know what you're getting there. And then you slide outside, and you've got Braden Smith as your right tackle that you've seen a lot. You played against him a lot with the Indianapolis Colts. And you got Trent Brown mixed in there, who you re-signed as well. My thought was, Ron, that we'd start training camp, and it'd be pretty much plug and play. C.J. Stroud gets run with that O-line that I just mentioned, assuming they stay healthy. They all get good work with the center at quarterback center exchange. They all get good work with his communication piece. They all get a lot of work with just his voice flexion and how he likes to manipulate the line of scrimmage, so to speak. And in Nick Caserio fashion, Ron, what we've seen is musical chairs on the O-line. And it seems like the last three practices, including today's joint practice, it got worse. Not worse is not the right word, but it got more it trickled. Yeah, there you go.
Nuanced.
There you go. So here's instead. I know we've recapped it, right? I mean, Blake Fisher was the right tackle today. Evan Brown and Andrew. Jake Andrews got center work. Keelan Rutledge was at left guard. So there was a lot of shuffling in their efforts to find their best five offensive linemen. Ron, would you agree that in itself is the big takeaway from today, and really the last couple of practices is, man, they're nowhere near finding their best five. Now I think they got their best eight. They got their best 8 or 9. But they constantly talk about finding their best five. Would you say that it's fair after the last few days of Texans action that they seem to be further away from finding their top five than they were 2 days ago?
Yeah, it feels like we know 3, like definitely, and all you could do is take from what you've been able to see. And I know some people will do like I'm not one personally that just does kind of, well, let me find they could be doing this or they could be doing that. Like for me, it's like, I don't know, guys, what makes most sense? This is their dress rehearsal. This is going to be the one time that C.J. Stroud probably plays in a preseason game. This is the one time that Nico and your best players offensively are going to play. I think I don't think it's normal that teams would say, hey, you know what? Maybe a team has interest in Blake Fisher. I don't know why they would, but maybe a team has interest in Blake Fisher. Let's put him out in a joint practice that they won't even let us video for more than 13 minutes. Let's put him out there to play right tackle against Max Crosby. Right? That like over and over again. That doesn't make sense. Hey man, we're probably one game scenario left in the preseason between C.J. Stroud and whoever's going to be the starting center. Is that going to be Rutledge? Might be. Well, let's not have Rutledge take any snaps at the center position. I don't think that that's just I don't take it to me as, hey, man, they're just trying some things out. They're trying to hide some stuff. No, I like, to me, I take that as those guys have opportunities potentially to crack this lineup. I mean, Blake Fisher played right tackle more than anybody else today. Braden Smith played 1 series out of 6 with the first unit. Wyatt Teller didn't play with the first unit. Right? Like, so I don't just poo-poo that away. Now, I could be dead wrong, and we get there to Buffalo, Clint, in week 1, and it's Braden Smith and Ingram and Rutledge and Teller and Ursery. I don't know, it could be that, but I don't know. This late in the game, it's hard not to take this serious.
Yeah, I mean, they got an odd way of finding their best 5 ultimately, and it seems like today, the last 2 or 3 practices, they've moved further away from what we thought was going to be the best 5 in Houston. So we know most of the characters, right? We know most of the players. If you look at Keelan Rutledge, first-round pick, you look at Ed Ingram, we saw him last year, you look at Trent Brown and Braden Smith at right tackle. Like, we know most of these characters. I think the one guy that appears to be getting run, because most people would think if Keelan Rutledge doesn't play center, then Jake Andrews is going to play center. I don't know that that's the case. We've talked about the centers on this team and the interior offensive linemen on this team being able to play multiple positions and how important that's going to be to who makes the team. The one guy that flies under the radar and that has flown under the radar, I think, at least on our show, is Evan Brown. Evan Brown has been the one getting more first-team center reps, I believe. And Evan Brown, just so you know, Evan Brown is a veteran, 3 seasons in Detroit, had a season in Seattle, spent the previous 2 seasons in Arizona, and he's an offensive lineman that's got multiple starts, I believe double-digit starts at both guard and center in his career. So he is truly a guard, center guard in this league, and I thought he was a depth play. But if he is the one that's going to really compete with Jake Andrews, if Keelan Rutledge has to play guard and he's going to compete with Jake Andrews for that center position, damn it, we need to know who he is. Evan Brown, NFL veteran. Here is D'Amico Ryans talking about the one center that I believe is kind of flown under the radar here in Houston.
Evan's done a great job being versatile. All right, starting at the center position, he does a great job communicating. Then he can also bump over to play either guard spot. So very versatile guy. You need a guy like that. When you only have 8 guys on game day, you need a guy like that who can be versatile, and Evan has shown that he can do that for us. So excited to see where he continues to grow.
I don't know if that convinces anybody that he's going to be in your starting 5, that he's going to be your center, Ron, but it looks like if Wyatt Teller is not the answer at guard, right, the ripple effect of that is Keelan Rutledge plays left guard and either Jake Andrews or Evan Brown plays center. So, again, good thing is I got 0 concerns about this, right, other than the obvious Wyatt Teller. You spent money on a guy that, once again, you bought a veteran and you wasted money on a veteran that can't play. That part of it's Nick Caserio. We'll talk about that later. But the football play, they got plenty of centers. They got plenty of guards. We've got options, and it looks like Evan Brown may factor in. The other piece, Ron, is Jarrett Wayne. We've been talking about Jarrett Wayne and the training camp that he has had. It looks like Jaden Higgins today in practice went down with some kind of injury to his leg. Not real sure exactly what it is yet. We'll talk about that more as the show goes along here, Ron. But the question on the offensive line, if Keelan Rutledge can't play center, who does? I think Evan Brown factors in. If Jaden Higgins' injury is any kind of, not long-term, but any kind of week plus, maybe 2-week injury, who do the Texans turn to immediately, Ron? I got to believe it's Jarrett Wayne. I believe it's multiple guys, right? Xavier Hutchinson they really like. I think Jalen Noel with a little hamstring probably gets back in the mix. But it wouldn't shock me one bit if Jarrett Wayne wasn't one of the guys that got serious run. His chemistry with both quarterbacks, not just C.J. Stroud, but also Davis Mills, his chemistry's there. His body is that of a Jaden Higgins or a Nico Collins, and he's proven to be able to go up and make 50-50 ball catches. He's proven to be reliable, as you saw early in the preseason game 1. So Jarrett Wayne is a guy, Ron, that I would expect to get a bigger role here with Jaden Higgins being out, Tank Dell not being back, Jalen Noel not being back. Jarrett Wayne is a guy that I think that folks need to know.
Yeah, the hope the Higgins thing isn't serious, right? CJ said after the game or after the practice with his presser, he said, "Oh yeah, I think he'll be fine." So hopefully it is not long term. But we talked about it after the game last Thursday. Jared Wayne's going to give them a hard time keeping him off this roster. And when you start looking at it, will Tank be ready? I don't think he will be if you're looking at it right now. And how much, slower of a process will this be for Noel? So I think he's got a really good shot to make this team a lot more than maybe we thought he did a couple of weeks ago because, the Noel and Tank thing is I don't know if it's on track, but it seems to be moving slower than possibly thought before, or just they are running out of time right now when you look at from now to the start of the season and how much you think you would need to see them be in physical spaces.
Well, they've got some big body guys that can handle what they want to do, blocking on the backside of runs, leading up on safeties that insert themselves into the formation. Jarrett Wayne is not only that, but Jarrett Wayne is a guy that we've seen go out and legitimately make plays. He's done a great job of creating that chemistry with C.J. Stroud. Tyler, let's hit that real quick. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about Jarrett Wayne and how proud he is of this particular player.
He's been doing great. I think Jay Wayne's been one of our best guys we've always had since I've been here. I'm super proud of him, just the work he's put in. I think he's been able to show up this camp, and I'm super happy and proud of him.
I mean, he's shown up in a big way, and I think he's one of the answers. If hope and pray that Jaden Higgins isn't out long, but if he is, expect Jarrett Wayne to be who they lean into. And I'll be honest with you, I've seen enough plays from him in training camp and really over the years I mean, look, he ain't going to replace Nico, but can he go in there and be a productive number 2, a productive number 3 in this offense? I would think so, Ron.
Yeah. No, I think there's a good shot for him, as you talked about. He's not Nico, but his body fits with Nico, Higgins, and Hutch. So, and they seem to like that style of receiver for what it is they want to do. All right, coming up, the Astros, big one tonight, but there is some news off the field with the Astros, including an update on Carlos Correa. Seriously, you can check in on this. We'll discuss on the other side, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How serious should we be taking this Carlos Correa thing? We'll do that coming up next.
Something big is coming on September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals. The DraftKings Sports app is now...
for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Oh, hey there. If you're looking for 95.7 The Spot, you can still find us on the Odyssey, TuneIn, or iHeartRadio apps. Or tell your smart speaker to play 95.7 The Spot.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
If you don't know the facts, then you gotta shut
Carlos Correa! 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. A little update, fellas. Clint, there's video footage of it too. Carlos Correa, he's out at the Daikin, and he's running around doing cone drills and running around cones and running in the infield. And listen, I don't know, what this means. This is a good step, Clint, for him to be now running on the field, running, and like they're making him kind of cut, move. It's not just straight runs. He's running zigzag cones. I'm not gonna lie to you, Clinton Tyler. I'm officially taking this serious.
That's Los. You should.
You're right. But what the hell was I thinking?
I don't know. I mean, you forgot. It's been a while, though.
Did you say you're not, Tyler?
No, I'm not.
What happened to you?
You're not taking this serious?
Knowing the injury and the freak ankle thing that happened with Correa, I have been saying from the start of this silver lining they're trying to give us with hope of Correa coming back late in this baseball season, it ain't going to happen. That is what you do whenever you're struggling to stay atop an AL West division that is straight ass, and you need to give your fans some hope, something to believe in. You tell them, Los Correa might be back around October, so we are not going to see this man on a baseball diamond, I think. Would love to be wrong.
I was kind of in that space, Tyler. I wasn't taking this real serious. Have you seen this video? Go watch.
I glanced at it. I know I scrolled by it on Twitter. Let me go look close.
If you watch I'm just saying right now, it's August 18th, and judging by this, Clint, this ain't the first time he's broken out and run. Like he's been running. Like, I mean, he's fast. He's faster than Vasquez
now. Huh?
I mean, how is that saying a lot?
I'm just saying.
What kind of? I can't. I don't have my tweeter machine pulled up on my iPad anymore. What kind of cone drills are we talking about here?
Well, I'm just saying they got cones set up in the outfield, and they're not all straight lines, so they're like zigzagged, and he's having to run around and run like he's having to almost make cuts.
Just some slight change of direction, just running an angle, put the right foot in the ground, running an angle to the left, put the left foot in the ground. Just
but he's
kinda,
not slow. Like,
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I think it's big time progress. I mean, we're talking about baseball, Tyler.
No, it's a step in the right direction. Literally, no pun intended. It's a step in the right direction. I love to see it. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, he looks good, but I still do not really have much hope that this guy's going to play in competitive baseball games this year.
I'm just saying, Clinton Tyler, I watched this, and if you haven't seen it, you can go to Big Body Brian McTaggart. He has it put up there.
Big Body
I like
Brian.
that. I like that.
Man, Brian's basically Brunson, man. Big Body Brunson, Big Body Brian McTaggart. He's got it up there. And I'm just saying, 2 weeks from now, that guy, unless there's a setback now, I will say, the Astros training staff and Carlos Correa are not beyond a setback, but I'm not thinking in those manners. Like, in 2 weeks, he is going to be probably further along than where he is right now. And I don't know, man.
This video of Correa running around, that's exactly what Jake Myers looked like running out to center.
Go to hell. Jake went down.
Same spot, too.
Jake went down. He's finishing the run. Jake went down.
Y'all don't even do it. Y'all started with Altuve. Now you're putting Correa in Jake Myers' shoes. Not a chance. Not a chance.
Yeah, I am officially taking this a lot more serious.
I screwed it up.
A lot more serious, right? I don't know what he's swinging like. Because he's already been swinging the bat. We've known that. We know he's been swinging the bat, and now he's out here. He's out
hanging
here
out with Mattress Mac without any shoes.
Sure.
Hey, boy, Mattress Mac ain't. I wonder what Mattress Mac had to pay for Carlos Correa, because that obviously wasn't a planned deal. I mean, Mac got these recliners that supposedly help you recover getting them feet up, boy. And I tell you, Carlos Correa, it had to be one of those. The second Carlos got hurt, it had to be a Los. What would it take, bro?
Those Astros, they're kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, a Los. What would it take, man? I know you probably ain't gonna shop in one of my recliners. You probably ain't gonna be chilling in one of my recliners at your crib. But what would it take to get you one in here and study these couple lines that I got and see if you can't? Hey, man, what you think he paid him?
What if I got you one of these recliners for free, Carlos?
Hey, no, it ain't no recliner.
No recliner, I tell you.
I bet it. I mean, Ron, it's got to be.
Get you one of these Tempur-Pedics free today.
I mean, it's got
That's
to
your
be.
Claim in it right there. You got Matt.
Hey,
Los Craig, come over here, free.
It's got to be 100 stacks.
Easy.
At least, right?
Man, come on, man. You know Carlos with his wife, man. He ain't wasting no time, man. They ain't gonna do nothing for. And he know what Jim got.
And we'll do a commercial. You don't have to wear shoes. Free today.
Come on, Tyler. You think 100 stacks or more?
Oh, wait, minimum for sure. Floor at 100.
Now I'll tell you, Jim Mattress Mac. He didn't do him like the other Jim did. He didn't disrespect him with an offer that was just disrespectful. I bet you Mattress Mac came through, and Carlos had to say, "Okay, I guess."
You're
okay.
right. Mattress Mac would never do something like that.
Well, I mean, this is not the typical commercial shoot, boys. No, $500,000.
Well, maybe
no
let's
chance.
take it 500 right now.
No chance. Look, I'm gonna tell you, it's got to be 100 stacks.
We'll throw in a sectional.
But this is literally, we got a teleprompter. We got your lines right here. I'll have the camera set up. All I need you to do is get in that Sprinter van that with a driver that you have and get them to drop you off right up here. No shoes. Don't even put your shoes on. I got 100 stacks for you, Carlos. Come on in.
We keep our floors clean. You don't need shoes, Carlos.
That's
See you
right.
soon.
Cameras will be rolling. All you got to do is walk in, sit down. We'll make you look great, Los. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. By the way, the lineup is out today. Again, folks, I've been trying to do this, and many of you have been said I was being mean. I don't know what's happened to Tyler. I really don't. Tyler is now not even believing that this man who is basically running at Michael Brantley levels right now already. It doesn't believe in him. I don't know what's happened to him. By the way, the lineup is out. Jeremy Pena leading off. Jordan, Isaac Paredes, Jose Altuve finally gets to bat fourth. Varsho in center field. He could have a 5-hit game. I still don't believe Clint will give in to thinking if he's ready. Unfortunately for him, he has not come close to having a 5-hit game because he may just have 5 hits in total in his time here.
He's had a 5-hit month
with the Astros. But Taylor Trammell, Christian Walker is batting behind Varsho, and then Taylor Trammell behind him. And Cam Smith gets to play today. Yainer Diaz is catching. Christian Javier is pitching for his life, I think. And the reason why I say that is the Astros are making moves. If you missed it, they are calling up Ethan Petco, their number 9 prospect. They're calling him up, and he is going to start tomorrow's game and make his major league debut. He's going to start tomorrow's game, even though he has almost a 5 ERA at Sugarland. They are in that desperate need to get some starting pitching.
Would you get off that guy's ERA? Get off that guy's ERA.
I can't.
He's in Sugarland. Maybe he's working on something. Maybe he's working on
that's
a
what
pitch.
We're doing in Sugarland.
Oh, yeah.
He's treating it like spring training?
That's right. That's right. He knew he was going to get called up within the next month. So the last month of his time in Sugarland, he's been really working on a couple pitches.
I'm sorry, Clint, that it just sticks out to me. You just don't see a team in a pennant chase call up a guy who's got an ERA in the fives to make his debut. You generally want your guy to make his debut coming up to have done really, really well at the previous level he is at.
Welcome home.
Because you don't want to mess him up. You don't want to.
I get it. Man. I think he's been working on a few things. Just give him a chance, man.
Okay.
It's not ideal.
Good luck. Good luck. All right. Coming up as we continue, there was some good today, some real good. I think more good out at the joint practice today. I think you could see one team's a clear playoff team and one team is starting their building process. But there was some good out there. There was some rough. We'll get to a little bit of both of that as the Texans, they had a good joint practice today with the Raiders. That's next.
Those are my babies.
J.J. Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clears.
Plus, America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to have a really nice. Hello, Houston. Hello. Welcome up The Drive.
How you doing?
Hey,
Ron. How you doing,
Ron?
Ron?
95.7 The Fan presents.
Go ahead and give him that. I just wanted Cal and Hannah to experience that.
It's on.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are the Black Eyed Peas by chance?
On the same dish with Altuve somewhere, I think.
Come on, man. Stop.
Whoa.
That's awful, man.
That was just for Clint.
Boy, no, Tyler,
That's
you ought to
terrible,
feel ashamed. It's one thing for Ron to do it, but you,
what?
boy,
I told
that's
you,
like
we've
talking
lost
about
him.
your own.
I
That's
didn't
like talking
mean
about
it.
your kinfolk, man.
I agree, and I would never say that seriously. I just thought it was clever as hell.
The last two texts we just got in regards to Petco coming up. Pacific Coast League has high elevation parks, followed by it's pitcher of the month in June. Come on, man. He was
2025.
He's had a 7.50 ERA since his stellar month of June.
He just needs a little shot in the arm, man. He'll be all right.
But as Clint said, he's probably working on some things.
Yeah, working on location, working on.
Shout out to
spin
AI.
rate.
Recent trend, Clint, working through some command and high hit ball trouble.
There you go.
In hitter-friendly PCL parks through July. All right.
Well, that's one thing you hope as a pitcher is never part of your AI response is hitter-friendly.
So we'll see, man. It'll go. Hey,
Stupid robots.
hey, quality start tomorrow. I got you, Big Ethan. You just don't see that normally. Don't see that. Call a guy up right in the heart of a pennant race, first time.
Well, Javier goes out there and does his thing. It'll make tomorrow. It'll soften the blow tomorrow if Opeko doesn't.
Hey, I believe in Christian. I think he's pushing my. He's pushing.
He's
my,
easy to root for.
Yeah,
he's easy to until the game starts. then you don't ever know what's going to happen. I mean, he's an easy guy to like. I want to see him do really well.
At least he's not alone in the. He's easy to like as soon as the game starts. You don't know what the hell he's going to do. He's not alone in that. All right, Clint. I want to start with what we saw today, and there was some good coming up in 5 o'clock fire. You'll get to hear from D'Amico Ryans as he will give you his assessment of today's joint practice and give you an update on Jaden Higgins. We'll give you the latest on that as well. But Clint, I think there was some good, and I think much more good than there was bad or questions, right? And I think one of the good things to me, Clint, is Woody Marks looks like he could be the breakthrough player for the Texans this year. There's a combination of he got great experience and I want to assume confidence last year. And I think his role is being more defined and they're going to use more of him. If you were at today's practice, and understand he has had a really good camp anyway. We saw that Peter Schrager did a list of top 5 players that many people aren't talking about, and Woody Marks was on it, who's having a good camp that he keeps hearing his name that many people aren't talking about. Woody Marks was on that, and he does. D'Amico said it earlier in the offseason. He does look faster, stronger, and to me, more confident in what's going on around him as a second-year player. He is a guy that can take a jump. Today, Clint, he ran the ball hard and ran in a goal line red zone touchdown, ran it in for about 4 yards right in. It was a tough, hard run, physical run like we've seen Woody do. He caught a touchdown pass in the red zone. Hell, the one bad play or bad interception I don't even know if it was a bad interception, but it was at least an interception from C.J. Stroud, was because they were trying to hit him deep on a wheel route. That was the only ball in big play that I can remember being thrown over 20 yards was a wheel route attempt to Woody Marks to kind of let you know maybe where they're seeing him and the ways they can use it. And then I think he had the play of the day in the play where I would say got the most oohs and ahs was in punt return. And he was in punt return and just ran over one of the Raiders players. Number 34, just trucked his ass and kept on going past him. And the whole crowd was going nuts right there. And it's just he got his hands on the ball, on the football, and got involved in it from running the football, catching the football out of the backfield, and then in the passing game. In the return game. So Woody Marks to me is impressive, and he has got we've talked a lot about Higgins, Noel, a lot of guys on this. He has got as good a chance to take a step and leap for this offense as any of the young players.
This is another one of the biggest takeaways from today. I mean, there's obviously the O-line situation. There's obviously Jaden Higgins and the injury. There's clearly a good day by C.J. Stroud. There's a lot to take away from today's joint practice, but this is the one. I like to be right. To be honest with you, Woody Marks. I think Woody Marks is. We've talked about it multiple times here, man. I truly believe that in that utility back role is where he best fits. Now he's got the luxury of if you need him as a every down back, he can do that as well. But I think if you're talking about how does this guy best help this organization win, not where you need him the most, because if you need a number 2 back, or if David Montgomery goes down, you need a number 1 back, he can do it. And that's a beautiful thing. But if you said perfect world, how does this guy help a team win? I think it's what you just described. Catching the ball out of the backfield, stretching the field with a wheel route or a shoot route, helping on special teams. Maybe not all the time, but definitely when you need a big one, you get the ball in his hands. I just feel like Woody Marks, I can't let go of the Mississippi State days with Mike Leach. That will forever be ingrained. I mean, he's I have no reason to remember anybody, even the good players, from Mississippi State. No shade from the Bulldogs, but I just have no reason. You don't win enough, and I don't watch you enough for me to go, yeah, man,
Clint,
this guy.
You can't start saying no shade and then proceed to just throw as much shade as you.
I don't expect anybody to know what the hell's going on with Arkansas because we don't win enough. But Woody Marks is a guy that has always stuck in my mind, and I can see him in that Mike Leach offense. Not that this offense is anything remotely close, but that role of getting the ball in exotic ways, man, the dude is dangerous. The dude is a weapon. And so sounds like today they were able to mix him in some different scenarios and some different packages and use him more like a weapon, and it looked like it bared fruit.
Yeah, he got it. He got his hands, on the football in 3 different areas of the field, on special teams, and then obviously in the run of the pass game, multiple ways. He caught multiple balls today, had multiple runs. So yeah, he looks like he's primed and ready. Someone text in, Ronnie, it's Ron. Everything is good for the Texans until the season starts. That's not true. The Texans have won double-digit games all 3 seasons, the last 3 seasons, and have made it to the divisional round. Stop. They've won the division twice. It's
the arrow's pointed
There's
up.
Had to have been some good in there. You're crazy. Had to have been. All right, I got to get to the bad, Clint. And I told you I respect this about the Texans.
Oh no.
That they ain't gonna just play you because you got paid a certain amount of money for the most part, or you got drafted somewhere, with the exception of Kenyon Green. They're not gonna just play you. They're gonna make you win your spot. And Clint, man, it looks like this Wyatt Teller thing is not it right now. He is struggling big time. He has been dropped, to the second unit, and not just sometimes, Clint. He has remained on the second unit. He got all second unit snaps today and deserved them. And that has kind of been the thing for the last several days in practice. Since the weekend, Clint, he has dropped to the second unit, and there were multiple holding calls. He was getting beat pretty quick. This is a tough look for Wyatt Teller, and maybe even when you look at Nick Caserio, who brought him in, for a guy who's making $8 million, that's a tough look because he doesn't look like he is anywhere close right now for them to be cracking the starting lineup, and I would assume that was their anticipation when they brought him in.
Oh, look, there's no doubt about it. This is the problem in Houston. Now, look, the good thing is, as I've said before, you got guards playing guards, centers playing center, and tackles playing tackles, and you got really good depth. So you've got options. So there's no reason to panic. But the reality of it is, if you zoom out and look at this thing, Ron, from a 30,000-foot view, you got Wyatt Teller, 2 years, $16 million, 8.5 guaranteed, 5.5 at signing, right?
Yeah.
Looks like he might be out of a job. Then you slide over to the right tackle position, and you got Braden Smith, who I think is 12.5 a year, with a good chunk of that guaranteed. And it looks like he's in a battle for his position with not just Trent Brown. Hell, now Blake Fisher's getting run with the ones. So literally you brought in 3 veteran free agents on the offensive line, paid them good money. The only one that appears to be plug and play and zero concern is Ed Ingram, the one that was in your locker room, the safest one of the bunch. The 2 offensive linemen that took a little bit of, hey man, what's the scouting department reading? Hey man, what's our gut feeling? How do we feel about these guys? Are they some of the best on the market? Yep, those 2 guys are in a fight for their football life in the starting role with guys that are either making half what they're making or nobody even thought they'd be in a competition with Blake Fisher. Nobody even thought they'd be in that competition when the season started. So, again, the beautiful thing with Nick and D'Amico have done is they've got really good depth that play those particular positions. So all is well. You got plenty of options. But, boy, when you look at the money situation, it is not a pretty sight for Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith to be guys that are fighting for their lives.
And we'll see maybe Thursday when they have their dress rehearsal, those guys are in the starting lineup. I don't think so. At least Braden Smith got some run with the ones. But Wyatt Teller not only didn't get any run with the ones, but he showed why he shouldn't. I mean, literally just holding penalties that blew up. And I mean, in the red zone were tough places to have penalties. So, yeah, man, he seems to have been really struggling at this point. All right, a little 5 o'clock fire on the way. We'll get you ready for the Astros. Starting lineups are out. And some news and notes, if you've missed it, in regards to Carlos Correa and the new pitcher they're calling up. We'll get you ready for all of that. We'll hear from D'Amico. The big news today, Jaden Higgins had a lower leg injury and left practice today. We'll let you hear the latest from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, I got good news. Here. Bigger, better Coshada Casino is here. That's a beautiful thing. I don't know if you've ever been over there. If you have, you know what I'm talking about. If you hadn't, I'm telling you, shame on you. Now is the time. They've gotten bigger and better, no doubt about it. What does that mean? Well, it's easy. They got a brand new Legacy Tower that's now open. We're talking about adding 204 rooms, 100 luxury suites, a beautiful new lobby. They even got a Starbucks over there for all you coffee drinkers.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Regular T, have the latest for you. And the latest is the Astros. They're back on the diamond tonight, and they will continue this homestand at the Daikin. As Christian Javier, Clint, he gets the ball. He is 1-3 and a 6.68 ERA. And at this point, Clint, with the news, and we'll get maybe a little bit more into that, but we've talked about it with the news of the Astros calling up one of their top prospects to replace Ronel Blanco. They sent Ronel Blanco's ass on down after his ERA kind of raised up into the sevens. I think Christian Javier is potentially pitching for his life because I'm telling you, Homer Mike is down there chomping at the bit, waiting for his call. I think Christian Javier, it's imperative for him to have a night in which he pitches well. He goes at the very least 5 innings, the way that Peter Lambert and Hunter Brown have done recently. He goes every bit of 5 innings and doesn't get blown up. He needs to pitch well tonight, or I think his spot in the rotation is in jeopardy.
Well, I don't know if they got enough arms for his spot to be in jeopardy, like literally. I don't know if they got enough
Mike's
arms.
ready to go, baby.
I mean, that's assuming Pecco works out, right? But, either way it goes, Ron. Really, the point is they've got to find a third starter. They got to find a guy. They got to settle on a guy that they believe can give them a chance to win a series behind, obviously, Peter Lambert and Hunter Brown. And right now, it is an absolute crapshoot who that might be. I mean, even with Ronel Blanco getting sent down and his numbers, his days, coming to an end. I mean, as you just rolled out, you're still looking at 4 or 5 guys that could, if you include Pecco, now you're to 5 guys that could end up filling that number 3 starter role. But right now, as they come down the stretch, of course, grinding it out through the end of the season is obviously a big deal. Looks like the division is going to make that as easy as possible on you and allow you to play mediocre baseball and still lead the division. But if you want to have a puncher's chance, any kind of chance whatsoever when the players get here, you have somebody in that 3 starter role has to stand up and be that guy. And it's been a crapshoot of late. So, yeah, Christian Javier is a guy that we know is capable, but can he put it all together this year and actually be that number 3 guy? I think his journey to that has to start tonight, or his days may be numbered as well.
Yeah. We had reports from Brian McTaggart, Big Body McTaggart, that there was trust that was they were losing trust in guys like Javier and Imai, and then obviously Blanco, who they've sent down to Sugar Land. So this is a big one tonight for him. By the way, the starting lineup: Pena, Alvarez, 1-2 punch at short and DH. And then Paredes, Altuve, Varsho behind him, Christian Walker, Taylor Trammell, Cam Smith, and Yainer Diaz is catching tonight. So that is the lineup for the Astros as they look to handle, again, an Angels team that I believe still has the worst record in the American League, and they might have the worst record in baseball. Yeah, they're 49-76. And they've got the worst record in baseball. So the Astros have the ability to face the 2 teams that are tied. The A's and the Angels, back-to-back, are both 49-76. That's who they play over the next 6 games. They have got to take advantage of this situation. All right, other news, if you missed it, we talked about this a bit earlier, but this has dropped in the last hour, Clint. There is footage and a report from Brian McTaggart that Carlos Correa was running cone drills of some sorts. And to try to describe, he's got cones. They're using probably half of the outfield or more, and he's got cones set up that he's got to run and run around the cones. They're not all straight. They're kind of zigzagged around. And he looks pretty good. Doesn't look like a limp. Now, I don't think he's, Clint, like, cutting it completely loose like he's at first and trying to go first to third. But he is moving and running pretty well right now. This isn't just a jog. This is he's running pretty well and having to cut and move on both his legs. So I for me, as I said earlier, Clint, this is the first time where I am really taking this serious that they may get him back, especially towards the postseason time.
Well, I think the obvious thing is he wouldn't be doing this if he didn't have a chance to get back. If there wasn't at the very least a slight chance that he could get back and help this team, he wouldn't even be doing it, right? But number two, I do when you're obviously this is a sprint drill where he's building up good speed, and instead of just running a straight line for 40 yards, every 10 yards he kind of plants that outside foot and kind of angles back to the other way. So it's kind of a drifting drill, but you're changing directions with that outside foot. That's the first step to the change of direction, to the shuffling and the all out moves on that ankle. It's the first step to that, and so I think he's got a longer way to go than we may think when we just see like, oh boy, he's running. Look, this is a good thing. I think he's still got a long way to go, relatively speaking, but this is definitely a good sign that it could be a real possibility down the road.
Yep, their last regular season game is September 27th. The wonder is what's he look like, getting to September, mid-September. What's he look like? To me, that's got to be pretty good progress where he is right now. And the thought is, can he continue to build and get more healthier with that? But he is giving it a legit shot, and just seeing that kind of makes it a little bit more serious. So that is the latest there as the Astros will take on the Angels tonight. Christian Javier gets the ball. Carlos Correa running around and doing some cone drills, and they're calling up one of their young prospects to pitch in that game tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, training camp today. Let's start with what D'Amico Ryans thought about that joint practice as they go up against the Raiders today. Here is the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, giving his thoughts about what he saw today from his team.
Yeah, really great opportunity. So we've been looking forward to the joint practice versus the Raiders. As being out here today, it was a really good day. Both sides are really competitive football, physical football. Both sides making plays. So a lot of positives from us on both sides. Also a lot to learn, a lot to clean up as well. I think we got out of the joint practice right now exactly what we wanted. Really good competitive work, different schemes to go against different players, and it was really great work. So proud of the guys for today.
All right, there he is, proud of the guys today, and in particular the offense, Clint. We walked into yesterday asking the question, what should the Texans' offense look like after playing a team like the Raiders' defense, a team that's rebuilding, they're changing their defensive scheme. They've got a great player in Max Crosby, who, by the way, like he's the guy's voice you can hear all over the field. And I think today they ran the ball pretty well. And if you've listened to D'Amico, he was happy about the running game. I believe he said the running backs were the thing that stood out to him today. I thought CJ was controlled under pressure, kept pretty good poise, had the one interception on a wheel route as he tried to get the ball deep to Woody Marks, but played pretty well and threw multiple touchdown passes. They ran the ball, especially very, very tough inside in the red zone. So I thought clearly the Texans got the better of the Raiders defense, and to me that was what it needed to come about from today. That's how they should look against a team like that.
Yeah, look, I mean, what you asked the question yesterday, I want clean, I want efficient, and it sounds like for the most part, as you mentioned, that's what we got. The interception, not worried about it. Again, another box you can check with C.J. Stroud getting closer to game time. The closest thing he's been involved in to another game since the New England game, he went out there and executed well, right? He avoided the – just turn the ball over 3, 4, 5 times and all the different drills, getting a lot of reps. He avoided that. So I mean, again, that is closer to being put to bed. Now, it'll never be put to bed until he goes out there and starts playing well on Sundays. But the whole interception and the way that the last season ended is one step closer to being able to be put to bed. Again, not worried about the turnover late. It's a wheel route. It's sure you'd rather not see it, but not overly concerned about it, man. It seems like it was a good day for all parties involved on that front.
Yeah, they did what they needed to do. They clearly, to me, got the better of the Raiders' defense, and that's how it should look between those two. All right. Also, I think one of the big stories coming out was Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins looked to have a lower leave practice with a lower leg injury. It looked like it could be bad. There was a cart that they drove over, but ultimately he got up. Looked like he was grabbing his knee to start, but looked like it was grabbing the back of his leg as he got up and did walk off on his own power. Walked with the training staff back into the building. Never returned to practice. But again, like as I said earlier, his walk, it didn't look like an enormous limp. C.J. Stroud also said he thinks he'll be okay. Here was D'Amico after the game, after the joint practice today, giving an update on Higgins.
No update at this time with Higgins. They're still evaluating him for a leg injury.
They're still evaluating him for a leg injury. We'll see with this. I felt a lot better about things as he got up and walked off as opposed to the beginning. But we don't know how long this could be, and I know for you that's something that is something you're really going to be watching to see how long Jaden Higgins is going to be out, and if this is going to be something that's nagging for him.
Well, this is unfortunate. I mean, look, you got to understand. I was of the mind frame coming into this year that they needed somebody outside Nico Collins in the pass catching. So anybody, running backs, tight ends, wide receivers, they needed somebody to step up and be a real impact player, a productive player. And it was going to probably have to come from somebody that was unknown, because Higgins and Noel are the two guys that they really put all their eggs in that basket, so to speak. And we haven't seen Noel because of the injury. We haven't seen Tank yet. Everybody thinks that those guys are still going to factor in. The one thing that I think has brought a level of comfort to the Texans organization is how well Jaden Higgins has done and played and produced, and how comfortable he's looked throughout the training camp. The chemistry's obviously there with him and his quarterback. All the offseason work was starting to pay off, so much so that he was taking on more of a role and more of a more of the workload, if you will, for the receiving core in terms of where is he lining up, what kind of pre-snap movement, what kind of motions, who's he blocking. Like, he was the guy doing big body wide receiver things. He was the guy that was doing all the movement slot receiver things. And he was doing it really, really well and passing with flying colors. And so that was going to be a big piece of this offense, was who filled that role and how good could they be. The fact that a guy that's 6'4", 215 was doing it was going to be big for this offense. So, look, I don't want to oversell this injury. I'm not sitting here telling you that it's a long-term deal. I have no idea. But anything that interferes with that level of progress and that level of kind of arrival for Jaden Higgins, it's unfortunate. So I hope it's not if it's a long-term deal, then good gosh, as the Texans go, you just got even less explosive than you were before, so you got problems. But hopefully it's a short-term deal and everything is fine. But boy, you hate to see, Ron, such a good training camp from Jaden Higgins be in any way, shape, or form derailed for any amount of time. He was having a hell of a camp. I'd argue that from an arrival standpoint, he was that dude that this year was on pace to have a breakout year.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Maybe Jaden's got some hot links.
5 o'clock fire.
I wouldn't mind having some hot links right now, to be honest with you. All right, Von Miller. Von Miller, the former Aggie, former Denver Broncos Super Bowl MVP. He's signed with the Dallas Cowboys, and he's excited. That's his team growing up. He signed a 1-year deal worth $5.5 million up to $7.5 million. That's got to be within the range of what a Clowney signed for. He is 37. God, dog. Von Miller's 37 years old. He had 9 sacks last year with the Washington Commandos. Sorry, Commanders. But the
What are you looking at on your computer there, Chief?
The Commandos.
That's what Creighton calls them.
Yeah, he calls them that too. But I think a lot of people look at this, and I think both the Texans and the Cowboys probably got the fits that they need for their particular defenses. And if Von Miller could just be a guy that goes in on third down and rush the passer, I think that would be big, and that's probably a void they need. And I think the Texans probably need more of a every down guy that has the ability to rush the passer as well, because they like to just flip those guys in and out. So I know a lot of people are looking at these two as defensive end options. I think the Texans probably got the guy they need, and I think the Cowboys probably got the best guy suited for them.
Yeah, look, I think the Texans, I mean, you look at them, they've got the two guys that they want on the field in obvious passing situations, they got them.
Yep.
Right? Who was going to come along and be a piece that you could move around, is going to be uber disruptive? Who was going to be a guy that when you take Will Anderson out of the game, you get a similar play style and you can get that same disruption, that same chaos? This wasn't about, boy, we need an elite pass rusher in obvious situations. The Jadeveon Clowney piece was, hey, let's get a guy in here that fits our swarm mentality. Let's get a guy in here that obviously is a weapon that can create chaos and plays the game violently, no matter whether it's run or pass. And that definitely fits more to the Houston Texans than what a Von Miller would. No shade to Von Miller. Love what he does. Put his hand in the dirt and go get it. The get off is ridiculous, and the ability to get to the quarterback is still elite. And so I think both teams got what they were looking for.
All right, I told you earlier in the show, Clint told you in the 4 o'clock hour as well. Coming up on the other side is your chance to win a pair of tickets, and I'm talking in the 100 levels, a pair of tickets for this all-important, not all-important, but I would say the most important of the preseason games, the one where you'll actually see CJ, Nico, and company. You'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets as soon as we get back, so stay tuned. Make sure you're with us and listen for that cue to call coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Something big is coming on September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals. The DraftKings...
855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all in your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Fan, hey, we got through. Did we win? 2 tickets.
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
No, Cal. No, you didn't win. Although I did enjoy flipping the hamburgers and hot dogs with you earlier today. So that was fun. Coming up a little bit later on in the hour, T-Mill's Best Bets, as he tries to help you win a little cash. In the green, starting Monday, so good start to the week. So stay tuned for that coming up here a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. But this is the time. Let's do it right now. I thought he had the day. The game, the practice of the day. So let's go in honor of Woody Marks. Caller number 4. 713-572-4610. Texter called in and texted in and said, is the phone number the same? Yes, caller number 4. Shout out to Woody Marks. A big day for Tyler's sake. To Tyler's sake.
Just now answering that question, Ron, that caller's probably not going to win.
Probably not? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, if they text that in about, yeah, you're probably right. Hopefully they took a shot in the dark and just kept going with the old one. But caller number 4, I was hopeful that maybe it was, Higgins who really went off and Tyler had to run through 81 calls. But it was number 4, Woody Marks. So caller number 4.
I wouldn't have done that.
713-572-4610. You can win a pair of tickets in the 100 levels, down low for the Texans and the Raiders. And also, by the way, guys out there, look, I'm not going to tell anybody how to spend anything, but guys out there, if you got tickets and you're not going to go and hang out and listen, understand, man, it's the preseason. Maybe you got some other things to do. Maybe your kids got a game like mine to do. Maybe you got something else to do. Maybe this is still the time where you're taking the lady out or something. Hey man, hook somebody else with some tickets. There are a lot of people who don't get a chance to go to the games. Hook somebody up with some tickets and let them enjoy themselves out at NRG. Again, this will be the big one here because this is the one you get to see C.J. Stroud. I'd imagine some of the defensive guys. Hell, if we go by what the head coach said, he said everybody that's healthy should be available to play. Now, I would assume, Clint, now that means Jaden Higgins is probably not going to play in this game. And that's something you were maybe looking at to get excited about. But should be a lot of the guys. This is close to the dress rehearsal, as I've said, coming up on Thursday. So hopefully you get in and you're able to win some tickets. Who we got? Who's our winner, Tyler?
Our winner is Big Gare Bear, Gary and Pearland, as you would say.
Gary and Pearland.
Yeah.
Shout out to Gary. Congratulations.
I'll be honest with you, T. I met a lot of them from down there in Pearland. I don't know if one of them wants to be called Gare Bear. I don't know, man.
Gare Bear from Pearland.
I don't know if them boys down in I don't know if them folks down in Pearland, I don't know if they appreciate that Gare Bear now.
No, in all seriousness, our winner Gary in Pearland, he had a very, very deep, manly, scary voice. Sounded like he could probably whoop my ass. So just excuse the Gare Bear there.
Big Gare. Text line coming through. Did the defensive starters play? I haven't heard anything about Hunter, Anderson, and Clowney. And I will just say this. Did I say NRG? Sorry, it's Reliant. I need some help with that too. If I said NRG, Reliant.
You got a lot going on, man. We got 95.7 the change there. You got a lot on your mind, man. Don't worry about it. It's all right. Don't beat yourself up about it, man.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not going to go Reggie this. But it says, did the defensive starters play? I haven't heard anything about Hunter Anderson, and Clowney. I would propose that you do this. You close your eyes and you imagine to yourself what you think those three gentlemen would do against DJ Glaze and Colt Miller and Chuck Grant. Whatever it is that you have imagined, probably right.
Oh, my God.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. I didn't give a lot of my time to go watch something that I know was going to happen. Okay?
You didn't want to watch a massacre?
Well, not when I knew there was something on the other side that was a bit more compelling. Okay, yeah, 55 and 51 spent a lot amount of time in that backfield. They frustrated Kirk Cousins. He complained about somebody hitting his elbow again, and talked to the Texans like he did Max. He got picked off. They ended the game with a pick six from Kamari Lassiter. I did see that. Jalen Petrie picked off Fernando Mendoza. They kicked their ass exactly the way you thought they would. So whatever you imagine, however bad you imagine that thing for the Raiders, it probably was.
You didn't really see Kirk Cousins mouth off to the Texans, did you?
No. He talked about it after in his press conference that they asked him about what he was getting into it with. He said some guys hit his elbow. He said, "You can hit me anywhere." It sounds like something you would say. You can hit me anywhere, just don't hit my elbow.
Absolutely.
And he didn't say who it was that he was talking to. I got a person that I would select. But he didn't say who it was he was talking to. But
I mean, there's a 90+% chance that was 51.
Yeah, yeah. And I want to give some other percentages to zero. I feel like he would go in there and touch somebody's elbow. I do. All right. Speaking of impressiveness today, Clint, I got to give credit to Nick Caserio, man, because I wondered about the pick. I at times thought it was maybe a reach. Didn't hear a lot of people talking about him, and I know he jumped up to go get him with what we later found out, fear that the Tennessee Titans in the division would go get him. But Clint, Keelan Rutledge is so impressive, by far to me the best rookie lineman they have drafted. They've brought in the most impressive, and Ariante Ursary was impressive, but not right off the bat, right? It kind of came week in and week out, and by the end of the year, you felt better about him. Like, I think if you wanted to make the argument, Clint Tyler, that Keelan Rutledge was this team's best offensive lineman, I think you could seriously make that argument. I think he's their best center, and I think he's their best guard.
That wouldn't shock me one bit, especially with what we've seen so far. I mean, he was plugged in immediately at center and was handed the reins, and hell, Jake Andrews is running third string, right? And so it looked like it was going to be Keelan Rutledge at center and then a bunch of guys behind him that could play guard, center, guard, which would get Jake Andrews up out of here. So he clearly handled his business and gave him a ton of confidence behind closed doors as well as on the field. And so you got, I mean, again, I've told everybody time and time again how unlikely that was, how rare it would be for a rookie to be able to do that. And he came out there and did it. Hold my beer, watch this. And he did it. And now all of a sudden your left guard struggling, your veteran left guard struggling. And the thought is, well, no problem. Let's just slide our rookie center over there, let him bite off that position, and we've got other centers that we can throw in as his replacement. So yeah, I think right now, it'd be hard to put anybody in front of Keelan Rutledge. Now, we hadn't seen him block a soul. Now we'll see on Sunday when the real game starts. Is he really a mover of mass? Is he super physical? Is his play style what we've been told his play style is? I know he'll get in the face of Will Anderson. I know he plays with edge. I know he plays with an attitude. Love that. But can you back it up when rubber meets the road in the regular season? We'll see. I don't think it's a stretch right now. Right now where we sit today to say that Keelan Rutledge is your best offensive lineman. You mentioned Ariante Ursary. That's really the only other guy in the conversation right now.
I would think. Yeah. I mean, Ed Ingram got big money, but no, I mean, I've watched Ed in terms of everything they can do. Like, I think Keelan's a better guard than Ed from what we've watched and seen. Now maybe he just loses his mind in the first few weeks of the season and something else. But no, man, like, well, they pulled him a couple of times today. Look out when 66 is coming around a corner, right? I mean, and he ain't going and just running hard and missing folks. He's going around and kicking people out. So he is that. Nick, I gave you a standing O earlier, Nick. That's one of your best picks, and I will not let the hater on the text line say, I know I may be a hater a little bit here, but I feel like that was more D'Amico's pick than Nick Caserio. So I'm not one that's just going to give Nick the bad ones,
quite frankly,
and then give D'Amico the good ones.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, that was Nick Caserio. He went out and found and identified that cat, and he is exactly what they were looking for. So shout out to Nick Caserio and shout out to Keelan Rutledge. Oh, Big Red. He's out there playing his ass off. All right, coming up, T-Mill's going to try to make you some cash. T-Mill's best bets here on a Tuesday. Big-time green on Monday. See if he can continue that and follow it up with some more green coming up. We'll do that next.
All right, y'all, look, you know your age, you know your weight, you know your age.
Subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on The Drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, T-Mill's best bets as we do this each and every night. If you're just new to us here on The Drive on The Fan, T-Mill picks some bets. Right now it's baseball, but it does throughout the year. And tries to make a little cash, make you some bread. And, he does his thing. Sometimes he has good weeks. Sometimes he has other weeks. This week's a good start, 2 of 3. 2 for 3 last night in the green. You can find all his bets at Space City Sharp. And he's got not only all his bets every day, if you don't hear him at this time, you can also check out all of his kind of nuggets that he has to help you out with other bets as well. So there it is, T-Mill's best bets. What you got tonight?
3 more around baseball, Ron. After a successful, as you laid out beautifully there, a successful Monday night of best bets, which is a rarity, to be quite honest, this baseball season for us on best bets. But we went 2 for 3 last night. I got 3 mo. First, Red Sox money line at minus 160 odds as they host the Arizona Diamondbacks. Like the Red Sox to win it tonight. Second best bet on a Tuesday with The Drive is the Braves money line. The Atlanta Braves money line, slightly better odds. Yeah, minus 120 as they're going to be in Minnesota taking on the Twins. So they are traveling in that one, but I like the Braves to win. And then your third and final best bet for the Drive family, the people of Houston trying to make millions with Milner. Bet that man with a lot on the line. Ron's been talking about it a lot today. Christian Javier starting for your Astros tonight at Daikin against the Angels. I like Christian Javier over 4.5 Ks, 4.5 strikeouts over for Javier. Bring that nasty. Show us you still got it. I think you can get it done. Yeah, those are your 3 best bets.
He needs that, and he needs some innings and needs to keep the runs down. He needs a lot of that.
He struck out the Angels just 3 weeks ago more than 4.5 times. 7
times,
fact.
yeah, when he came in, yeah.
Run it back.
We'll see if he can. He needs it. Big one there. T-Mill's best bets. He's got 3 on the table tonight. Check him out at Space City Sharp. You can catch all of your bets right there. All right. Coming up behind us, we've got Texans All Access as they will recap joint practice. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will recap that as it was a good day, I would say, for the Texans overall. And I said this earlier, they showed to me the difference where they are. They're a playoff team. They're a team that has expectations of going deep into the playoffs, and then they are the Raiders are a team that's rebuilding. They are kind of at the start of their build with Clint Kubiak. By the way, shout out to. By the way, I felt bad about this. I didn't not felt bad, but I just missed it. I saw Gary Kubiak out there, but I did not see Tom Brady. Now I'm seeing video footage of Tom Brady walking around.
There was a goat roaming around out there?
I mean, walking. Yeah, it was a goat. FM. Or FN, excuse me, for now. But there was a, like he was rolling around. I saw him with a lot of people I was standing by. I said, what in the hell? The hell was Tom? The hell I missed Tom? I didn't even spot him. I'm guessing Clint Tom was probably over to that offensive side. And that was the Raiders' offensive side. I'd promptly moved off of that.
Is Clint with us?
I'm gonna guess. Okay. I'm gonna guess he went ahead and stayed away from the cameras for a reason.
Yeah, I saw some cameras pick him up. I said, "Oh, I missed Tom." Saw Gary, but missed Tom. So they'll talk about that. Also, Area 45. They'll be talking about the joint practice as well. But they will also have the baseball post game show after. Hopefully, the Astros can start off the rest of this homestand against the Angels and the A's with a good dub tonight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Bryson have tonight's Area 45. They're going from 7 to 11. We are live and local until 11 right here on Texans All Access. And another programming note, make sure tomorrow, I know Deep Voice Gary was the one who was able to win the tickets. Today, you got a chance to win a pair of front row tickets in the bullpen. Front row seats for Thursday's game against the Raiders. The one where Stroud and Nico and Will should all be suited up to play at least some snaps early in that game. You got a chance to get front row tickets in the bullpen. So stay tuned for that as we continue right here live on the drive. I think right here live on the drive today that was really just more of a story because of